finding out who's from Vega, they'll tell you.
Yeah,
That's a vegan joke. That's it. That's it.
The gin is dry, and so is their pussy.
Yes.
Is that a good straight?
And all of the cakes are made out of dates.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. And that name, Billy. Billy is not his real name. His real name is Edward. Billy is
Spelled in the weird Swiss way, Edward.
Edward. Yeah, Billy is a nickname that was given to him when he was younger by an American who was almost certainly making fun of him, as young Billy was prone to dressing as an Old West cowboy most of the time.
Like loser.
Billy the Kid.
And there's a problem also, he was really into Wild Bill, and that's what he said. He viewed him as a sort of idol. So literally, his heroes were liars and thieves. And he named himself after them. Yes. And he was a very, it's a weird spotty past. He believed that he was the only person chosen by the Plejarians to speak to the planet Earth. We're going to go into all of this. It's maybe not real.
You know what?
It breaks my heart.
I am sitting here right now in front of you nude. And I'm gonna say that I am currently in belief of Billy. I believe all victims, and I believe Billy Meyer.
He's not a victim.
He's a victim of the Polarians.
He may very well be victims of several old men in a field that all look like Santa Claus, that all wanted to tell him how he was this special little boy.
Right, giving him strange gifts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his first contact with the Plejaren came when he was just a 5-year-old boy in the Swiss countryside when he was visited in the middle of the night by an old extraterrestrial Plejaren humanoid named Svath.
Svath. It's important to put all of the letters together in Swiss.
How do you spell
Svath.
it?
F as in father. A is in automatic. T is in twank. And H is in height.
I don't think twank is
Oh, you've never. You'll know her.
Okay.
Yeah, so Svath eventually told Billy that he was the 7th incarnation of the prophet that connects Earth.
I'm gonna work on these commissions. I only have a few left,
continuing on through
so it's
Jesus,
all
aka
good.
Emmanuel, who we'll get to later.
Let me think. Did I miss anybody? That is the question.
I never tell a Swedish boy you're settling. You know what I mean? Just say, like, of course you'd want a Swedish boy. He's got an
You're
apple
the best.
He's got
Boy is the best.
Pudgy knees, big eyes to see everything, and a tiny mouth that's not as easy to reveal secrets.
Going into a Stephen King level of,
Oh, we'll talk about this. I just finished rereading Stephen King's It. There is a 5-page, 10-year-old fucking orgy in that book where the girl describes the penis of each one of the boys, and then they come in her.
Yeah, it's like Oliver Stone's JFK sex scene, but with children. But Marcus, I do want to ask, what did this look like when Billy Meyer met with Svath?
So I can
Svath. What did that actually look like? Was that telepathic?
I can describe it. So he was out by the lake with his father. He was 5 years old. He said he received a special feeling inside of himself that said he needed to look towards the sky. This is his fucking Swedish words. He looked up, a craft darted across the sky, a traditional dish-shaped form.
Mm-hmm.
From that day forth, he saw lights moving around in the sky. He was fascinated with the sky. So eventually, one night in the middle of the night, he is awoken by a sensation, which you hear a lot in alien abductee stories, where they say that they want to go outside for some reason.
Right.
He goes outside. There's a glowing pear in the sky that comes around a cloud.
Like a fruit?
Like a fruit, yes.
Like a fruit.
Or like Dom DeLuise's
Like
butt.
a fruit.
I love that.
Chris Christie's
Ew.
butt.
Oh my goodness, don't like him.
It landed. An adult man with a full-grown beard comes
With a
out named
full
Spot and says,
beard.
"Let us sit and speak," and they speak to each other telepathically. He tells young, not Billy, Edward at the time, that he's a special little boy that was created by the Plejarans in order to
Special little
advance their
boy.
work. Fuck that. They're from Pleiades too, so technically that's the thing that what I don't like about the story is that he needs to be specifically specific so it sounds super real. But it's just like we all know it's the Pleiadians. They say it's from the fucking Pleiadians. They call it the Seven Sisters.
I heard it was the Pelagrians.
No, it's not. I just hate it when they do that and they say it's like, no, it's actually Plejarans. It's like, because that makes it more real. Or when people say UFO instead of UFO, it drives me nuts.
Right.
Oh,
They get caught up
wow.
in semantics.
Yeah,
That's
so
not the truth.
Yes, I hate that shit. And so Sloth told him when he was a special little boy that there were actually 4 other little
How's
boys
your
that were created
hand?
and that were supposed to serve this task. But he was the
Wait, it's
one
just me
5-year-old
right
that was
now.
chosen who said yes.
What
Because
happened?
the other ones, 2 of them died in a car crash in one go. That is true. And then one is just somewhere.
How's your hand? Hope it's feeling a little bit
I'm
better.
going to show you how I got this refund check back from Travelers for $3,622 for my auto insurance. Here's how I got it.
All right. Okay. So that's okay. Thank you for that backstory. So that's how they met. They were, and his poor father was just like, I don't think I got a good kid.
It's like, thank God, I am just glad that my son's got a brand new feather.
So over the next 10 years, Spoth would communicate to Billy through electronically induced hypnosis. He would communicate what Billy called, quote unquote, important data on many fields of knowledge, including humanities, history, creation, facts, etc., which you would need to learn and
Is
retain.
very
And
sore.
Spoth
Meant
told
to
Billy
be in the
that
day
due to
off
this
today, but
process,
in
by
the
time
on
Billy
the
was
way to
7,
work.
he had the
Work
intellect
as supervisor
and
sick.
emotional understanding of a 35-year-old man.
And
How are
as I
you?
read that, as a 35-year-old man,
Tomorrow
Billy's an
I'm
idiot.
off.
He's
So
an idiot
today
at
I'm
7 and he's
off.
an idiot at 35.
Also, it does
So
seem like
I
the
am
reasoning of like, why
great,
it was
actually.
okay for
I
Woody
am
Allen to marry his
doing
daughter.
fucking
Yes, she's
fucking tastic.
So mature. Also, he's
In
been
all
spending
honesty,
all his
I'm
time
doing
alone in a
fucking
giant
great.
pear-shaped, glowing room.
In fact,
with a man
what I'm
looking
gonna
like
do
Santa
is
Claus
I'm gonna
telling him
select
special
all.
stuff about he's a special
Then
boy.
I'm gonna
He
hit
grew
this.
Up fast. Wink, 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 wink.
Then I'm gonna hit
Gonna
this,
molest.
and then I'm gonna hit this.
Sounds disturbing.
But we were also going to, well, we left out a part of this in this little world of information. I mean, no, Marcus.
I was about to say,
There we
please,
go.
Henry, fill in the fucking blanks on this one.
One thing I will say is that he wrote an 1,800-page series of documentation of all of these visitations called the contact reports that he wrote over a period of time. When he was, we're going to get into when he was reached out to by Wendell Scott, who was a real UFO researcher that got caught in fucking Billy Meyer's fucking net, right? His Polish butterfly net.
Right.
That he knew a priest named Father Zimmerman. He didn't want to tell his parents. He knew a priest. Lovely, we know, but he's innocent man.
Oh, yeah, was he?
Absolutely, of course.
Priest
As
was
we know,
Father Zimmerman?
Wait, he knew a priest named Father Zimmerman, and he didn't want his parents to know about his interactions with the
That
priest?
seems
with the
interesting.
priest and the other old man that he used to go meet in a field. And so he went to this priest and told him, there is a man speaking to me in my brain named Spoth who's telling me all this information about the earth and things that are going to happen in the future. And Father Zimmerman says, I understand what you're talking about. That's called telepathy. Don't tell anyone we're having these conversations. And this is true. He's like, but you have to understand that you're experiencing something very special. You're a little boy. Little boys.
He's 5 years old. Yeah, he's Henry is currently touching me just to make the effect really feel.
You little boys like you sometimes it's like you can get physical telepathy because that just goes right up inside your
don't
mind.
touch me. Oh my
I'm
God,
sorry,
Henry.
touching his elbows. Ooh, you get a little Swedish boy, his fucking eyes big, just dewy with wetness, staring at this priest. And he's like, yes, and so, but there's also
Whose
a thing called
pick is
spiritual
this?
telepathy, which is a deeper understanding.
That's a
what
good
you have to
question.
let this
I
come.
don't
Let it
actually
come inside you. And that's what he
know.
kept saying. And Father Zimmerman like kind
not
of opened up and said it was okay and explained to
Celtic.
him that he was being prepped by
No
aliens
commie.
as well to help Billy
No
understand
commie.
himself within the
Cherry
storyline of the
Yuki.
Bajarans.
I gotta
Don't call me
say this.
Cherry
There is
Yuki.
something
Okay.
about molesters. They can find a way to get
That's
there. You know, the
who
kid
we're
came
dealing
a
with
problem
over here.
aliens. That
Don't
could
call
come-
me,
that kid could come
Cherry
in and be like,
Yuki.
I think I'm having too many sugary snacks. at once.
Also,
We gotta start working out.
because fuck me.
They can always pivot.
It's like
Come to my
this
shack, I have
instead.
all these kettlebells.
So,
Is that crazy?
Father Zimmerman, it's also kind of like when you go on a date with like somebody and you have to pretend to be interested in the fact that they felt like they were born to be a bluesman, and you have to go like, yes, interesting,
That is
very
interesting.
good.
Yeah.
But they're always wrong. They're always named,
yeah.
like his name's like Brett.
Oh,
He doesn't understand sadness.
Yeah. If you're out there on a date with, if you're a gal on a date with Brett right now, just make sure he pays.
The other possible scenario was that Father Zimmerman and a fucking dude named Svoth. I'm pretty certain Father Zimmerman's first name is George.
George?
A fucking Swedish version of
Sounds like a
George
curler.
Zimmerman. And then I imagine what happened is that Father Zimmerman tells him that it's okay to talk to aliens, and then you have another old man who's just coming out of a field with a cart with a bunch of Christmas lights wrapped around it, and it's fucking molest season.
And then Father Zimmerman winks at him. He's like, "Tell him you're the alien."
I'm the alien?
Yes, you're the alien.
Oof, I love the role play. Ooh, I am as hard as a Gibraltar rock right now.
So Billy, because of all this type of stuff that's going on, all this telepathy, this electronically induced hypnosis, he would eventually have the highest degree of spiritual evolution of any human being on Earth.
But you are headed to work, and that just means that it's just you and me right now.
Out of
You and me, and then you've got
humans
work, and
who is
then it'll
allowed to
just
speak
be
to the
me.
Playaran, who is allowed to speak to them, who's allowed to see them, who's allowed to communicate with them telepathically.
It'll just
They
be
will only
little old
communicate
me.
with the most highly evolved
I'll
being
be
on
so
this planet for no
lonely.
other reason I
I'll
can
be
figure
like,
out other
man,
than just a bunch of
it's
snobby
almost
dickheads.
too much. I can't handle it.
They're just a bunch of snobby dickheads.
Snobby
I'll be
dickheads. I'm
like,
saying, yeah, the
where
fucking
where
Playaran, they're all
did
just
she
a bunch of
go?
snobby dickheads.
Oh
I'm only gonna
no,
talk
the
to
woman
most
with the
highly spiritually
broken
evolved
knuckle.
beings.
him to be that way.
They're talking to
Where
a
does she
dumpy
go?
Swissman who shits cheese. I mean, how is, this is not.
Where did
you
my
don't know how
lady
snobby they
go?
are.
They could have chosen anybody.
They're not talking to
Where'd
me.
she go?
Well, that's because you're on your medication.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They knew you would go on
Hopefully
podcasts, so
someone
they can't
else
have all the
will
information
come in
spread
before
too
that.
fast.
Hopefully.
But he said that
It's a
apparently
Sunday,
that's what
though.
the
Sundays-
Playaran's
Sundays are the slow days.
Correct me?
Like Sundays are the
Correct.
like
Okay.
Correct the record.
the
Just tell them the truth.
I've got other
You're
things to
sitting there wrong and
do,
Marcus is
or
correcting the record.
everybody else is
There's
on,
like veins moving
which
into
is
my
a
eyeballs.
huge possibility. I don't know.
They say that
Like
having too
people
many
are either
people to put
like, I
Jarans
got
all
shit
at
to
once.
do, or
I
they're
cannot say
like, you know,
No, you have to.
whatever.
It's fine. It's the last time.
There's
It's the last-
that
I'm not gonna
man
do it
again.
anymore. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. That you're
Polarian.
wrong.
It's Polarian.
Dolce.
She went to see
They said that having
see
too many
cards and
speakers all at once would-
shout
too
at
many
people
cooks
without
would spoil
masks.
the broth. And they also said that it takes
They
time.
use that analogy.
Yes.
They actually use that now.
They literally have it in the writing. They say like as a term that you humans use all the time. I've heard that sometimes too many cooks spoil a stew.
It's almost like it was written by a human being.
No way.
Now let's learn a little bit more about these Playaran peoples. They look much like us, with minor anatomical differences that are never quite specified, or ones that I've never actually been. Henry, have you found out what those minor anatomical differences are?
No, I think they just said that to him because it was all like it's something to cover the molesting.
I think they all look like Jennifer Love Hewitt.
She does have an alien look about
That's
her.
what I'm saying.
ask
Light on the
it-
bottom, heavy on the top.
The female version that he's talking to, her name is Askat. You're gonna find that later on after Spoth dies somehow for some fucking reason.
Now you're just giving away all the plot.
You're
points.
giving away the plot points. It's Polarians. So you need to get this right, Henry. It's rare that I am the expert here. I'm taking over the mantle. I'm sorry. This is how
No,
you
because
win.
it's like when you go to Starbucks and when they say large and they, do you mean venti?
No, I mean a large.
I want the big one.
I literally,
Nuts.
I just go in and I say the biggest one possible.
Yeah.
But at every restaurant I go to, I say, give me the biggest thing of whatever I want.
And they're like, you are just so funny. Oh, so that Askat looks sort of like, do you
So
remember in
you
Total
went to
Recall
shout
when-
at people
when, Arnold Schwarzenegger is having sex with
without
Sharon Stone, that
mask,
she turned out to
and
be
they
evil, and he
you broke
chooses
you broke
his,
your
like,
knuckle.
like the woman that he's
I was gonna
dreaming about.
ask more
Yeah.
details,
and it's, what's her
but
name?
I'm
The woman who's
pretty
kinda
sure I got
square-shaped?
enough
I know exactly
details.
who you're talking about. I don't know her name.
What's her name? Not Benicio del Toro.
That's a man.
No, but it's the female version of the man.
Benicio del Toro is the female of Benicio del Toro.
Her name is like
I don't think that's how it works.
The one that goes 2
I also
weeks.
forgot to
That
put on
one?
my fucking
woman.
medicine. Oh
You know,
well,
Marcus, I want you to
whatever.
take control
It's,
right now.
I've got to
She looks
just
like
go to the
female
doctor
version
and
of
just
the
accept
heart
that
from the
these
Captain
fuckers aren't
Planet.
going away anytime soon.
Rachel Ticotin.
How is anyone supposed to know that reference?
Supposed to know.
I know.
Those are her only
Ticotin.
movie.
I'm just saying, she's a very pan-ethnic looking woman.
It was the worst description I've ever heard in my life.
Well, besides them having those minor anatomical differences, they also live for about 1,000 years, have a population of about 120
Other than
billion
that, work was
spread across their
boring.
federation, and are all
Was thinking about what
Nordic
to
looking.
write
Well,
when what to do all there.
There are two universes that we exist in.
Other
The
than
Dow
that,
universe
I'm
and
not
the Doll
really.
universe, and both of which are
Unfortunately, it
filled
wasn't
with
hitting
human-like
a
creatures.
customer
There are
or
actually
that
very few creatures
that
are
caused
not
it. Yeah, it was.
human-like, because we all come from the same
was,
base
at a
society
door,
from
wasn't
millions
it?
and millions of years ago, and we're all seed races.
Hey, you
it's
know what?
doll
What
and
cheers
doll?
up those
Doll and
blues?
doll.
Hurting your fucking
Yes.
And what separates us
fist
from,
on
from each
something
other?
before
A
Christmas.
fraction of a second. See, era
Not a lot,
the Pleiadian
so, you know,
homeworld is a fraction
take what
of a
you can
second
get.
shifted from our own dimension.
See?
Yeah.
Huh.
See? Yeah, it's a fraction.
No, it's all making sense now.
Do you get it? Like
Yeah.
they're just like
See?
a fraction of a second in the future, so therefore they're in a different dimension. You see how that works?
Butterfly effect.
Yes.
See?
I do believe you misspoke though. It's Pelagiarian.
Thank you.
Marcus.
Thank you.
So even though they're from a different dimension, the Pleiadians and Earthlings descend from a common ancestor. Originally, there were 40,353,607 different human races in 343 different skin colors.
Taupe. Less than taupe.
Right.
Onyx. Mocha. Crusty underwear.
What? Argyle.
Argyle?
Argyle is a pattern, though.
Argyle. No, I was thinking Argyle or arugula.
Pistachio. Thank you very much. It's called pistachio.
Oh, and just so you know, apes actually descended from human beings,
See?
not the other way around. Although Billy Meyer never really actually gets into how that actually happened.
So then apes would be more advanced than us, theoretically, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Lateral fraction of a second.
I don't know. I believe this man.
The problem with all of this is Billy never really goes into detail.
I don't think it's because it's all horseshit.
No way.
It's difficult. No, I believe Billy.
A
He
goat
goes
stream
into
makes me
high
feel a
detail
little bit
about the
better.
conversations that he has
Yeah,
about say, spirituality,
Fire
the
X exclaimed
universal
shut on it.
teachings of
God
spirit
damn.
that they talk about. They
God
say
damn
the
it.
teachings of the spirit. That's why they're here.
These
They're
goddamn
here
fire
to
exits, they need to
tell
be
us all
more.
about
They
how
need
we
to be
can
more
become
conscious of the people
higher
they may hurt.
beings.
See?
My God.
I'm just gonna
Become
keep
higher
saying,
beings
see?
and like
gonna
neutralize
have to-
the
I'm
negative
gonna have to
effects of like religion.
Talk to their manager.
You know? Like that's what they're there. Even though you know their main contacts in the last 2,000 years have been Jesus and Muhammad, they're still like.
I'm gonna
"Nah,
have to
nah,
talk
nah.
to their manager.
Organized religion is bad. There are ways that we can get towards
Like,
the center
how
of
could
the
you
universe
allow
of love together,
The,
having fun
a fire
with
exit to
Pleiadians.
be so
With
heavy
I'm
and
wondering-
snap back
Clear as
that
day,
quickly
clear as day.
I actually
right
love it
onto a
because he
woman's
wants to take
hand.
the
I know,
violence out
it's
of religion, which
it's
is really
shocking
the
behavior
major
of them.
problem that all of us
It
have with
is.
organized religion. It gets
It's
corrupted
crazy.
and used by governments to kill one another.
Here's my
Did he
question,
ever-
So
I have a question.
I have been
Did he ever
watching
actually pivot and try to
Markiplier
become sort of a
play
cult leader type? Or
Five
was he
Nights at
just- did he
Freddy's.
never have
No,
enough-
you don't. This is the end of the story. Is that Michael Horn, his PR man that comes on later online, who does all his website design? He does theyfly.com. This is my question. If the Plagiaran keep making profits that make horrible religions, why do
have.
they keep doing that?
I don't. They're
And every
you just gotta
time
go back
he
and fix what
he
you broke.
says the name Roxanne, I always think of the song
they
by the
can go back
Police
and fix what, I mean, they can time travel
with
too.
the same name.
Do whatever they want.
Roxanne,
Got pictures of
you don't have to wear that dress
Yeah,
tonight.
so let's come back to young Billy Meyer and Stoth,
You
who went on
will
many a
live
magical
in
adventure
the
together.
memory.
Henry, do you have any examples of the many
Roxanne.
magical adventures that
You
young
don't
Billy
have
and
to
Stoth
put on the
Henry
red
looks totally
light.
exhausted already.
It really does
Roxanne,
make me sad.
you don't have to
because
put
I
on the
love
red
UFOs. I
light.
believe in UFOs. I think there's a lot of stuff out there to support contact from aliens. I think that abductee stories are real. Billy Meyer takes away from it. But the thing is, I just think Billy Meyer spent 10 years get molested in a Swedish shack. No! By a man dressed as Santa Claus.
No, you don't remember
You
that
don't
story where
have
they
to
went
put
and met
on the
Gandhi?
red light.
They did. They went and they met Gandhi. He
What
met
did
the
Gandhi
king.
I know my
He
mind is made up.
Bring me a sandwich.
Put on your makeup.
That's where we get those. The show is a little racist.
No.
Told you once, I will tell you
Ben Kingsley
again.
was a white man who played Gandhi in a film, and he won an Oscar for it.
And
That's
Gandhi was hungry much of the time.
Bring me a sandwich and
Roxanne,
maybe a pizza.
you don't have to put on the red
Again, Jamaica.
light. Roxanne,
Always ends up in Jamaica.
you
So
don't
Gandhi,
have to
he met the
put
king of
on the
Egypt, who was
red
very
light.
He was molested about 1,000 times, and he went and learned weather stripping.
But
He met Saddam Hussein.
It's every fucking time that Markiplier says Roxanne, I'm like, you don't have to put on the red light.
Ooh, cool. I love it.
Every time he's like, because her name is Roxy, not Roxanne, but my brain goes to Roxanne.
And Billy, now a teenager, then came under the care of a young humanoid woman
You
from the
don't
doll
have to
system
wear that dress
named
tonight,
Asket.
Roxanne.
Multi-ethnic. Asket.
Like the chick from Total Recall. What's her name again?
She looks like a woman
Rachel Tickerton.
She's
Rachel Titakaton. I
Rachel
think it was
Titakaton.
like it's Ascara de la Hoya. It's like the female version of a male.
Oscar de la
That's too
Hoya.
big.
No, her name's like Sara Aranya.
No, it's totally Rachel Tickerton.
It's just Rachel. We found the name.
Like that.
Maria de la Fuente.
I'm staring at her right now. Her IMDb calls her one tough cookie who can hold her own.
She wrote that.
She did not. She's a great actress.
Yeah,
and I love
Asket
her.
also just sort of looks like a woman that works at a record store. She's like a little too cool.
Someone needs to
this
fucking
is a
put that
real woman,
in his
No.
fucking
No,
videos.
she's
That would
not
be
real.
fucking
No,
fan
in
fucking
our sense of
tastic.
In our sense, in Billy Myers' sense, she is real. She is the guide. She is his contact between the Pleiadians
Ever since I knew
and
ya,
Billy
I
himself.
would
wouldn't
make 'em
talk
up.
down to
So if he's on a date
ya.
with her, there's no one sitting
I
across from her.
just
Yeah,
had
we'd
to
see her,
let
but
you
she
know
just,
how I feel.
She's kind of there in the way that your
I
grandfather's always looking out for you. You know what I mean?
just don't even
Like even
understand.
from heaven, he's looking out.
No
for you.
No, she
man
is
is
a physical
made
being.
I
up.
can touch her.
You could touch her.
So
I can
put
shake her hand and
away
say,
your
"Good to meet you. Here I am
makeup.
Ben."
Of course, yeah, you
Tell
absolutely
you
could.
once,
These
I
people
will
do
tell you
exist.
again.
However, they do not have any contact.
But every time you
with
hear
any of
that
us.
song,
Because we're not
there's a
worthy, because we're not
meme,
one of
and I
those
don't know what the
evolved human beings on
reference
the face of the
is.
planet.
Exactly.
When I go to that
And
video,
it also
they're
is
like
kinda
every time you
weird that,
hear
you know,
this
when he was a
song,
little
it
kid, he had an
changes
old
the
man hanging around
very
him all the time.
reality,
And then
and
once he
you
hit puberty,
create
all of a
an
sudden, it's a
alternate
hot
reality
chick just fucking
where you
taking
did
him around
and
the
did not
universe.
You get the feeling
hear
the old
this
man no
song.
longer had a use
And
for
I'm
her.
like, that's a fucking reference for
really sad.
something. And
like
I
he
don't
was
know what it
fucking
is,
stiff.
but it sounds very
Mom.
funny. I want to be a
So,
part of that
Billy
joke.
actually lived quite
That
the
sounds
interesting life as a
amazing.
young man, if his biography is to be
Hope you're doing
believed.
well,
He
Dr.
went to
Cherry
prison
Pep.
for assault
Hope everything's
twice.
going
See,
good.
this is the problem: is that he has a lot of these stories where he did go to prison 2 times. He joined the French Legion and then abandoned it by walking through a desert. Just left it in the middle of it. He said he couldn't find his place in life. He ended up in Turkey, where he was a hitman for the government known as the Phantom. Did you write that?
No, I don't.
He said that the Turkish government hired him to hunt serial killers in Turkey, and that he became known as the Phantom. And then everywhere he went, people knew him as a Phantom. And he has a series of headshots of him with an Arabic, like sort of like weird. I'm not gonna say it's a scarf on his head, and it's him like just like posing in front of various places in front of the king's guards. This is where he also believes that Asket is taking him to visit several different leaders of every country in the world where they've already been briefed that he's the new messiah, and they met each other and they took pictures, but those pictures got burned in a fire.
Of
We don't know
course.
where those pictures are, and that's true as well.
All
And
right.
then he went back in the past and took pictures of pterodactyls, and he has them.
Yeah, so he deserted from the Legion. He went back to Switzerland and was institutionalized for 2 years. After his release, he of course did the whole assassin thing for a while until he ended up in the Middle East and started work as a day laborer. And there is where he met a priest named Isa Rashid in 1963.
So we have these things. Now, is there documentation of him getting arrested twice? Is that real?
I mean, there's no documentation.
This
but-
would be documented, correct?
There is no proof that this man existed. I don't even know if it's his
understand.
real name. I don't know that none of it's backed up. It's all just his life.
I mean,
it's all based on his stories.
Right.
This was also like back in the day where I guess the records were loose and you
I
could kind of
guess.
just roll in and out of places
Yeah.
and just kind of show up and give a fake name. And he's calling himself Billy.
I'm just looking to solidify one fact of this person's life.
You can't.
I mean, we could maybe start with the
Damn.
Talmud of Manuel.
That's even no, because that got burnt in a fire.
All right, well, let's hear about that.
Yeah, let's hear about it. Yeah. So Billy Meyer and his friend, a former priest,
I hope you guys have been
Isa
doing well.
Rashid,
Just
they
being
discovered
sick
the
like normal,
Talmud
being busy.
of
Is that credit? No, it's Club
Jemanuel,
Studio.
spelled J-M-M-A-N-U-E-L.
Not so good.
She
She fractured her fucking hand.
Jemanuel be spelled.
She fractured her fucking hand.
J-M-M-A-N-U-E-L.
That's what happened.
Insistent that Billy
She,
always makes a point to
she
say
was
that
just
the
going
Playarans
out of a
were
fire
insistent
exit
that he spell it that way.
at her work, and she fractured her fucking hand, and she's supposed to be off because I mean, I assume that you fracture your hand, stay home, but the supervisor is sick right now.
Emmanuel or
And I'm like, I think she's sick. You fractured your fucking hand.
Emmanuel, because the point, it's the Hebrew spelling. It's like when you learned, I believe it's in, is it Temple of
She
Doom?
fractured her knuckles. That's what she did. She fractured her knuckles. Don't want to mischaracterize her.
Emmanuel, I believe he said that, and he was just like, he's on the E, he's like, it's spelled with a J, and then it goes down in the
Don't
knee,
want to
and that's how I learned that.
mischaracterize what's
And I do
going
wanna say,
on. She
you
fractured
said that
her
to us
knuckles.
before the podcast, and both Marcus
So,
and I were like, what the hell are you talking about?
So she had
It makes sense now. I get it the second
it's
time around.
on the
So anyway,
it's
while
on the
an
Discord if you
afternoon
wanted
stroll in
to see
Jerusalem,
where she did
Billy
it.
and
It's in
Issa
general
discovered a
chat.
small hole in the ground that had somehow
But
been
she definitely
overlooked
did
for
that.
2,000 years. After getting a funny feeling about it,
He always gets a funny
Yeah,
feeling.
He gets a lot
I
of
a
funny
tough cookie.
feeling.
I will push
He
through
started
and
digging
cry in
into
the corner
hole a
when
little
no one's
further and
looking.
discovered an abandoned tomb, and contained within, hidden under a
Oh
large
my
flat
god.
rock,
Oh
was a
my
package
god.
containing 4 separate scrolls covered
Also,
with Aramaic
remember,
writings. These scrolls
guys,
would come to be known as the
I don't know if
Talmud
you
of
guys know
Emmanuel.
this.
These were a
I
secret
have a
chapter of the
Christmas
Bible.
tradition.
I'm gonna rebrand him.
I don't know if you guys have. I don't think I've said this
Yeah, so
on
these
stream
scrolls
yet.
Were actually written
Okay,
by Judas
so,
Iscariot on
I've never
behalf
said
of
this
Emmanuel,
on
aka
stream.
Jesus Christ.
I have a Christmas
Truth is, it was not
tradition
Judas
of
Iscariot who
watching
was the
Christmas
betrayer of
movies.
Jesus.
Yeah, you
Not
idiot,
that
you were wrong the whole
unusual.
time, you fucking
Everybody
moron.
has
In
it.
fact, the two were like best
But
buddies.
my tradition is to find movies that have Christmas in them, but are not necessarily Christmas movies.
Jesus, it was Judah Harry.
They have Christmas things in them, not Christmas movies.
You've been wrong for so long.
And Ted Bundy wasn't the killer. It was a guy named
So,
Ted
like,
Glumby.
Gremlins.
Everyone knows
That has Christmas in it. Not a Christmas, not really a Christmas movie. Kind of a horror movie.
You know, betrayed by a man.
Kind
who
of
had
a
almost the same
horror
name as his best friend.
Christmas comedy.
Absolutely, it is a coincidence.
Definitely
Like crazy.
And that was Judas's last
on
word.
my
Glumby
list.
did it. Glumby!
So like
But what the Talmud
Christmas
of Emmanuel
Vacation,
proves,
it's
if
all
it
about
is in
Christmas.
fact real and you take
Not
the
on the
Bible as
list.
truth as well,
Home
is that
Alone,
Bible stories were a hell of a
kind
lot
of
more
all about
alien-based than the
Christmas.
churches led us to believe.
That would be so fucking cool
kind
if
of
that was
real
true.
about Christmas.
I mean, this is
Because
fairly common.
the premise cannot happen without
alien
Christmas.
lore,
I got a
right?
whole book about it. It's called Extraterrestrials
But
in the Bible.
It's
in
boring.
Boring as
Gremlins,
shit.
But
Well, that means it's
the
real.
the premise is that he buys him
Yeah, and this is
a Christmas
the Talmud
present.
of Emmanuel's version of the
But
baptism of Jesus
you
by
can
Saint
switch
John the
that out
Baptist in the River
with
Jordan.
buying him a
antennas.
regular present, and it would have been just fine.
when Emmanuel had been baptized, he soon came out of the water of the Jordan, and behold, a
So,
metallic light dropped from the sky and descended deeply over the Jordan. Consequently,
So,
they
like,
fell on
a
their
Christmas-
faces and pressed them
a
into the
Christmas
sand,
movie would
while
be
a voice
Die
from the
Hard.
metallic light spoke.
Die Hard's
If
a
this my
great
beloved
Christmas
son with whom
movie.
I am well pleased. He will be the king of truth.
Like, it
He will
doesn't
lift the
necessarily
human
have to
race
be
to
about
knowledge.
Christmas. It just has
Behold,
some
after
form
these
of
words,
Christmas in
Emmanuel
it.
entered into
So
the
Die
metallic
Hard,
light,
Die
which
Hard
climbed into the
2,
sky, surrounded
Die
by
Hard
fire
3
and
with the
smoke,
deleted
and
scene.
passed over the lifeless sea as the singing of the metallic light soon faded away. After that, Emmanuel was no longer seen for 40 days and nights.
You sound like an IBM computer.
Hi,
eating
Evan.
a
I hope you're
mayonnaise
feeling
and tomato
alright.
sandwich.
Sorry to hear about the injury. Yeah.
That's a classic sound.
So where did Emmanuel or Emmanuel? Let's go with Emmanuel.
I like Emmanuel.
Emmanuel. So where did Emmanuel go for those 40 days and 40 nights? Well, the Talmud says that Emmanuel, aka Jesus Christ, was actually cruising around the stars on a UFO, learning the ways of the universe.
Damn.
There's
Having
silver.
a rad
Damn.
fucking month.
Yeah, so just like sometimes it's nice to be Jesus.
Sometimes
You just gotta ride along.
And Meyer, he doesn't just have the Talmud of Jemanuel to back this up. Following his discovery, Asket, remember Asket, the Playaran handler, took Billy back in time to meet and hang out with Jemanuel.
Well, I derped.
For 4 days.
Well,
And
Keevan
if you're
gets
wondering how
2
Playaran
hellos.
Time travel works. Meyer states,
Hi,
in short,
Meredith.
If tachyons with a higher
Welcome.
light speed than of those in normal space
Hello.
and the present of the material universe in any given hyperspace is
Yes.
stored around a flying object, it is automatically
She gets
flying
dose
into the
hellos.
path, while
But
a
also
crown
she's a
and
hurt
flow
girl,
below
so
the
that's
speed of
fine.
light results in a
She
shift in
can.
the future.
It's
sound
okay.
like you're
She's
speaking in
hurt.
italics.
She's all right. She's gotta have
And that is
that.
total nonsense.
No, that's
She's
just
gotta
bare
have that
bones.
extra
I know,
love.
that's bare bones. It sounds like nonsense to me or you, but Billy actually, he doesn't know how it works.
See, it's not about you can't hand the
So-
details to the guy who's the front man.
Yeah.
What
Fucking
would
David Lee Roth doesn't know how
also
the speakers
what would
work. He's
also
just there to
be
rock.
a
Jump.
what would also be
Because
a
Billy
Christmas
did know
movie?
how it
That
works.
has
He's the only way
always
down
been
the
my
fucking
question because it's
ocean
hard to
over
find
Dude,
these
you get
things.
kidnapped. You get
So
kidnapped
like
and forced to use
Bayonetta
his time
2
travel knowledge
is
for
a
evil
Christmas
rather than
game.
good.
Rather than good.
Yeah.
Because
Because it happens
Oh, yeah, I
on
mean, you do- I mean,
it
it's
happens
plausible
around
deniability,
Christmas.
Ben, you know all about that.
Of course.
Bayonetta 2 happens around Christmas.
I always say that if someone's about to tell me important information, I say, whoa, 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 whoa. Plausible deniability. Tell it to Henry.
I love secrets. But he said too
So,
that he wasn't really responsible.
like,
He was very
what's
responsible
also
about time travel
another
because
Christmas
he said
thing
that he
that happens
talk about that in the
around
past,
Doctor
but hung out
Who
with
has
dinosaurs,
Christmas specials, but it's
he
technically a
won't talk about the
TV
future
show.
because he
Yeah,
doesn't want
exactly.
people to know about how there's a
I'm trying to
difference between
find ones that are
prophecy and
not.
prediction.
Is it because he didn't read a book about the
I
future because
guess.
he don't know what it's going to look
I
like yet, so
guess
he won't be
Lion
accurate?
Witch in the Wardrobe would count
But he said there's a difference between prediction
because Santa's in there.
Prophecy is this idea that he doesn't
It's
wanna tell
not
people what could be
Christmas,
happening in the
but
future
Santa's
because
there.
prophecy is still in a flux state. Is that possibly we can change what's going on, especially if it's really
But
bad.
also,
like
I
World War III
never
or Super
really
8s,
liked
Super 8s. And then he does say though
the
predictions
movies.
are solid and are going to happen, and there's no point in telling people what's going to definitely
I don't know.
gonna happen because then you're just going to make people all sad.
So, after the meeting
Trying
with
to think.
Emmanuel, Billy left the Middle East and spent a year in India where he took his first photographs of Playaran spaceships, or as they call them, beam ships.
As he calls them beam ships, and you know why?
It's just a thought.
Billy,
Edward,
Also, I was
Albert
looking up the
Meyer.
Ace card
Billy
for
Edward
my
Albert
minor
Meyer.
Is it Albert?
arcana
I
of
know
like
Angus. I
what
just
I
saw
could go
A.
else
So
with
Billy,
instead of the Ace
Edward,
card.
Albert
But
he
Meyer.
named the spaceships after
in
himself.
England, the Ace card is the weakest card.
Beam.
Where in
They call me
America,
Beam.
it's the strongest. It's one of the strongest fucking cards.
Okay. So they're beam ships, which actually kind of works. I mean, it's
So I'm like,
Hey, Henry, what did he do
cool.
in India? Did he do anything besides just take some fuzzy pictures?
This kind of gives
there?
me a
She showed up
Batman
in an
vibe.
ashram in India when
Right
he
over
told
here.
Them, they called him the space man.
Ace is
We
one.
come in and
Yeah.
he said that he was
Ace,
talking to
2,
aliens.
And by the way, they
3,
call him a
Jack,
spaceman.
Prince,
He's a Swedish dude dressed as a
King,
cowboy.
Yes.
Queen and King. But the Ace means like
he is dressed like an alien.
the full
trying to
set
fit
You will literally
in
find five of those guys
American
in a hostel in Midtown New York.
ideas.
Oh, totally. They're like,
So,
I mean, if you're an
like-
alien and you're coming to Earth, you choose an accent, you choose a look, and you choose an outfit. I mean, he just
In
seems like,
American
we're going with the Swiss
ideas,
accent,
it
we're gonna
is
be a man,
one,
he's gonna be straight,
but it's
he's gonna dress like a
also
cowboy.
it's also like the best.
They're not gonna think he's a humanoid.
But he went to the ashram and that was
So
where
I
he
guess I
started
could
taking
just make it the
pictures
one
of
card.
UFOs.
I'm
Right?
not
That is the
bothered
one
by
thing
that.
Liars are famous for. If
That
you
does
have
make it
gotten this
easier.
far and know anything
So
about
all
Billy
I
Meyer,
need
he's famous for his
is
actual
a
footage
jack
of
for
these
each
beam
one of
ships.
the
And so he started in
Fey
India, and they're
the
all
Fey
very
Kings.
fuzzy, and it is
So I have the
very
king,
spicy.
each of
It
the
is spicy,
kings,
but I did
each of the
watch some those
queens.
videos. Now,
I need
when it
to
comes
draw
to,
them
you know,
out.
alien, footage. There isn't much. Good
Joker is
stuff out there.
sometimes
They're not
considered the
horrible,
high
but
card
completely
or the
fake.
low card.
Now, how did
It's
you think-
also
a guy
considered
named Phil Langdon did all of them
it's
again
also
on his YouTube page. He just went
different in
literally
each
to all
one.
ours. It is a
because
piece
some of them
spruce that is put far
kind
away
of
from
take
the
it
camera,
out, some
and
of
then
them
another
don't.
tiny little airplane thing. He put it on like a
I mean,
wire, so it was
but
a
like that's the
hard
thing about
pendulum type thing, and he
tarot
kind of
is
did it,
that
like,
it
kinda
is
spun it around
connected
a
with
tiny little
playing
tree.
cards.
He's like,
So I'm
what's his
like,
name? Alec Baldwin
I
in
don't know.
Beetlejuice.
So the whole India thing, that as far as I can tell, when he took the pictures of him,
I'm like,
is the last contact that
what do
Billy
I
would
do?
have with the Playarans for 11 years.
Do we know
So the
why
minor
break
arcana
happened?
is
Seems what
technically
happens
the
is
playing
somewhere,
cards,
during this time period. He was on a
but they
bus
would
leaving
be
India,
the
Cleveland?
actual.
I feel like that's
They would be
exactly
the
where you
fake
go on a
kings
bus.
and
And how he
queens.
says is that he was like, it was a warm day.
It's
All I
about the
wanted
act
to
of the
feel
card,
what it'd
yeah.
be like if my
True.
hand was a cloud. And he stuck his hand. I'm bad at this accent.
No, it's a good accent.
He stuck his hand out of a bus, and apparently a drunk driver across from him on another bus who was driving that bus who was hammered, slammed in his bus. The bus flipped, and he lost his arm in the accident. And then apparently he was wandering the desert for months.
Without the hands.
Without arm and stuff like that. He said he was delirious, and then he said this thing on this documentary I watched called, I believe it was called The Silent Revolution of Truth from UFO TV.
He's being one
and he talked
can
about
also
how
be
he's like,
considered Trump
in
because
that
it's
time
the
period that he
foundation.
learned that
Bond can
you
overthrow the
cannot
king,
face your regrets,
even though
and
the
you're going
king
to
is
do
seen
actions that are
as the
going to
high
be
and
against
mighty.
your
Hence
nature,
why
but
I
you're
feel
supposed to
the
learn from
American
them.
ruling has
Alluding
logic.
that he did
Yes,
fucked up
does.
shit.
Yeah, he did.
It does have
horrible things
logic.
without a hand, which makes
It
more
100%
horrifying
has
entirely.
logic,
Think
but the
about how good at
European
fiddling you gotta
doesn't
be if you
even
only got
think of
one
it
hand.
that way. There is no like idea of that, which is very interesting in any of their in a lot of card games. Like the American versions of the card games, yes, but like their own original card games do not have that, which I think is also interesting.
For free, and they have matching pairs for men and women. For a limited
But I
time,
can just act
MeUndies
as
is
it
offering you
as it is
20% off your
one.
first order at meundies.com/LEFT.
It's totally fine.
If you don't love your first pair, it's free, so you got no excuse to try your new favorite.
There's Crazy
underwear
Eights,
brand.
Lucky
Make
set,
sure to go to
Lucky number 7.
meundies.com/LEFT to get
Crazy
20% off
Eights,
your
it's a
first order.
pirate gang in
use my
my
link so they know we
is a
So he's through the desert with
is a
He's
band
just
of
doing criminal
pirates
activity to get by.
that
It
took
seems like he
over
was
a
just scamming around,
small
but I think that's what he did
island
for forever. I think that he was
that
a low-level
was
criminal for a long time. I think we're looking
a
at
giant
sort of
dead
like the
tree
UFO version of Charles Manson,
that
where he's a guy
that
who
its
lived on a
roots
line.
are
He married a
basically
woman
the
named
whole
Calliope
island.
that he met, and these you said because every
And,
alien in the world
they
that he
took
was
over
talking to
the,
said that he was
that
gonna meet this
island.
woman named Calliope, they were
And
gonna get
it's a
married, and they
giant
were gonna have-
fortress,
they were gonna give
that's
birth to the
protecting
next
them.
generation of philosophers or
Because
some
it
bullshit,
was
and this
once
was
a
gonna be love
prison
that lasted a
island.
lifetime. They got divorced 10 years later
So
because he was
once they
beating her.
took it
He's not a good
over,
person.
they just didn't
Well,
leave.
Billy Meyer isn't a good person. I was on his
Technically,
side.
you could also argue the coin is a playing piece because without the coin, many would won't even consider the
9 years
rules. Yeah.
after he married
Don't worry.
Calliope,
But the Crazy Eights have
No, it
that
seems
naming
like they
convention.
came back into his life just because, like,
So,
he
like,
found a way to make
they're
money
a
off it.
faction,
that, and also
but I
it kinda
don't know
coincides
how to
because
put them
divorce just
into
a
the
little
comic.
weird.
I don't
Yeah,
even know
yeah,
if they're going to
suddenly had
be
a lot
a
more
major
time on
thing
his
in the
hands.
comic.
This dude's a schizo, right?
Their whole
So
thing
on
is
January 28,
is pretty
1975,
similar to the
Billy was
villains,
visited by an extraterrestrial named
to somewhat of the
Simjasi.
villains' ideas, ideals.
Blajari.
Blajarian.
Simjase,
But they're-
who was the granddaughter
they're
of
kinda
Billy's
just
first handler,
Chaos,
Yeah, he was quite a handler.
and they have a lot of fingers and a lot of pies.
Came Ptah.
They have no
Playa,
they don't
and
care who gets
Quetzal,
who gets
He
hurt.
was also the famed
Half a panel
Quetzal
is just
Total
them being
of
considered,
Aztec
and
One
that's
named
it.
Sherlock, who said that he was of the famed Sherlock Holmes.
Oh,
From
interesting.
Sir Arthur
Oh
Conan
man,
Doyle.
Yeah,
that
and
would
over
be
the years,
interesting.
Billy would
It's
meet
like,
any and alien
who's
whose
doing
names would
this?
increasingly
Oh,
get
it
more
could
and
be
more
the
bizarre as time went
Crazy
on. He
Eight.
was running out of stuff to tell
It's
people. and couldn't
like,
come up
and
with
then
anything.
I
Well, it
never
sounds like
talk
he was just
about them
rhyming
ever
the food
again.
that he was
It's like
eating.
one of
Yeah,
those
sounds like
Saturday
pretzel.
morning cartoon shows
Omato.
In addition
where they
to all
introduce a
those,
lot of
there was
fucking villains
Andron,
and then
Zeltan,
do
the
nothing
spirit
with those
guides,
villains
Melchora, Urlana, and Jasoan.
for the rest
There
of the
was
series.
Betanica, Nefertita, Cladina A. Karim.
I mean, that's half the lore in some series. Yeah. That is.
And Zaventak Penech.
They all sound like prescription drugs.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
I
then,
like
yeah,
that.
those were
I like
throughout
that.
the years, and
That's
they really
real
did,
nice,
as they
though.
went on and on and
hit
on.
that
They
with
got
a little bit
weirder
of
and
lightning,
weirder
huh?
and weirder because he was, of course, running out
True,
of
true.
shit to talk about.
It's got to be a very
Be
stressful
right back.
morning.
Okay.
He wakes up. He's like, I got to come up with a new fake name every damn day.
Well, you can also just again, like a cult leader, he has to continue the storyline, or else he's not going to be able to sell more stuff. He's not able to keep people in a circle. So in 1975, that's when this man named Wendell Stevens showed up.
But yeah,
and said, I'm gonna
like,
bust
I think
open the safe. And it's
that
like,
might be done
originally,
with the
Billy Monster
shading.
was really small.
Hello,
He just showed
how's
up
it
and he
going?
said, "Yes, I've been taking
Hello,
pictures
Steady
of UFOs.
Prism.
I have all this
Hope you're doing
all this
well.
documentation," and they talked to me.
Hope
And
everything's going
eventually it
good.
grew
Hope you're
to
doing
include the Tao and
excellente.
its all universe and the
Hope
many
everything
different
is
levels of existence
been to your
and his
liking.
philosophical writings that we're going to hear about now.
Yep, the contact reports, as
Right.
they're called. These are supposedly transcribed conversations.
I'm just working
that
on this
Billy Meyer
because I
has with
am-
various alien
just that
races.
kinda
Today, there are
guy.
26 published volumes of contact reports, though they are only officially published in German under the name Pleiadisch Kontaktberichte.
Is that real?
It sounds
Yeah.
horrifying.
Did you get a good pronunciation on that?
Yeah. Pleiadisch Kontaktberichte. That's how you. I took German for a couple of years. I don't know what that means because I forgot all of it.
I think it means it's
It's nothing-
Plajarin, or is it Plajarin? Contact a Bible stickle stish.
Okay.
And these
Man.
discussions, which are reportedly highly detailed, deal with such subjects as spirituality, the afterlife, the dangers of mainstream religions, human history, overpopulation, and of course, prophecy.
And he still uses mainstream religion as the catalyst for most of his theologic thought, right?
So, well, it's more of like the broad-based Christian shit of like everyone needs to understand everybody, and you treat people how you treat yourself, and it's more about weird philosophical things. But it's all vague. None of it's specific, except for later on when he had direct transmissions. You're going to see on the website theyfly.com, he came out and said stuff about like marriage advice.
Hope you're
dieting
doing well,
advice,
by the
all
way,
sorts of
Steady
fun little tidbits
Prism.
in there.
Hope
And also,
everything's
how to
going
take care of
exactly
your
the
pet.
way you want it.
What? I mean,
Hope
but
life is
theory,
treating
he
you
wanted
well.
to be a deity,
Hope,
right? He wanted to
hope
be seen as a
everything's
god, but
been
he was
going
never supposed to be
stupendously.
killed.
The opposite, Kissel, is that he didn't want
How's
to ever
life?
be that
How's
important. Yes,
work
he wanted to
going?
sell
Are you
books.
sure?
I'm
Yes,
just
he's the
talking
only person
about-
allowed to speak to
I'm
these
just
aliens,
talking
but
about
he
stuff
didn't
that I
want
wanted
that.
to do, like work
None of this.
on.
It was forced upon him.
Work on
Sometimes-
some
sometimes
stuff,
then
work on
greatness is
this,
forced upon
talk
man.
about
And Billy Meyer is
how
that man.
Markiplier keeps saying Roxanne instead of
So
Roxy,
Billy's most
and it
enduring
keeps getting my
prophecy
mind
involves his
into
repeated and shifting prediction
the
for the
song
coming of World War
by the
III.
Police,
So far, the date
which
has
is
come and gone
Roxanne.
at least 5 times, with the last
Which is a
happening
great song,
5
by the
years
way.
ago, when Billy said that 4 world leaders would die within
Roxanne.
7 days of
You
each
don't
other,
have
kicking
to
off
put
World
on
War
the
III 2 years
ray.
after that. And of course, that's just one of
So
the
yeah, that's
dozens of
where my
prophecies
mind is.
Billy and the Pleiadians
Dr.
have
Cherry Pep
foretold.
came
There were some
in,
of the other weird prophecies.
Dr. Cherry Pep came in, Heben came in, and Board Birdie came in, and he's like, be right back.
And they predicted that. They predicted, of course, the World Trade Center.
You don't know
everyone saw that one
They also said that we are going to be in 2 wars based out of Iraq under a president that was a son of a former president, so that was accurate. But what was weird is a lot of times with these predictions,
all he
is that
really
the
says is
Bajorans
Roxanne.
specifically tell Billy
It's
that he
still
cannot
an
release
amazing
his
song for
predictions
just
until
saying
after it happens.
Roxanne.
I see. So what you just told me, which I was actually kind of impressed by, is total dog shit.
No.
Because he said it in
you're
hindsight.
Talking about
He knew.
protocol. There are predictable.
No, but did he
because
really-
Wendell
did he
Stevens,
talk
the
about-
UFO researcher that was involved in all this, said that he was accidentally released some information that he wasn't supposed to print out. So he's read beforehand some secret information that we're not supposed to know what specifically it was that he read, but he read it before it was supposed to be released, and so he said it's real.
So the guy has a loose understanding of U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah.
And then he just sort of based it, but he didn't come up with these conclusions in the 70s before they actually happened.
Plagiarins.
Yeah, Billy says that all of the prophecies are actually converging now, saying that the aliens told him that the Earth itself is actually a consciousness hologram that is in the process of evolving. Everything is myth, math, and metaphor, following patterns of sacred geometry.
Well, he still doesn't have a hand.
Yeah, get a new hand and then let's talk.
Steady,
Once he
yes.
if he grows a
Hello,
new
Steady.
arm, he's right.
Sure.
So besides just transcribed conversations,
Back,
Billy also
yo,
has
I'ma
what
do
he
some
claims to be
commission
hard
stuff,
evidence of his
just
contacts
so
with the
I'm not
PR.
confused and
He
go
has some very
to
interesting metals.
2 to
For one,
3 streams
which
later.
Scientists who examine
Oh,
it
okay.
have called it "quote unquote."
Okay, you're doing commission
But
stuff.
this is the problem, though, is
Cool.
that he also says that they don't trust scientists because
Cool.
they'll say anything to fulfill their egos.
You don't confuse
their
me.
scientific
Egos.
wishes, yes.
The
And
What do you
egos of the
mean?
scientists
No,
who are
I am
constantly proven
confused.
wrong
Why
every
would you
single day
think
of
you
their lives,
confused me?
constantly search for the truth.
Can't trust the scientists.
I'm confused. Why would you think that?
Oh, I see.
No, that's the thing.
Who brought
about
this
Billy
out?
Meyer. He's got the
Huh?
medal. It is quote unquote odd, but the thing that he's best known for.
But he won't produce it all the time. It's sitting somewhere.
Sometimes he'll bring it out, sometimes he won't. It all depends on what kind of mood he's in.
He also has an apple in a jar that he says from an alien. It's from an alien greenhouse, but he says it's different than the other kind of apple.
They're just creating apples?
He said it's from an alien greenhouse.
I would believe it if I bit into it and it was a watermelon. That's the only way I would believe it was an alien apple.
And still, that's just GMOs.
Sounds good, actually. A watermelon apple. Make it happen, scientists.
He also has a piece of quartz that he said he found in the tomb of Jumanuel that it's supposed to be, that was given to
Nick
Jesus.
stuff yesterday,
That's a part of
I'm
the
just
alternative
teasing.
storyline of Jesus Christ, and that he never
It
died on the
means
cross. He
I
actually was
might
put
be
to sleep
hit
by
or
aliens
miss
in a
on
coma.
stuff.
Then he was
Oh, okay.
put into a tomb where he was taken by
Oh,
Indian
okay.
healers, where he went to India to train everybody to
Okay.
listen to the Buddha.
I
If you're Jesus,
guess.
that's just so much more difficult than being hung
I
on the
guess
cross.
you'll be hit or
Doesn't
miss
seem like
on
you doubt
stuff.
everything.
Yeah, Nick's
I
is a
do
sweet
think
boy.
the
He's
scientists
just.
looked at
He's
the-
probably
looked at the medal and then
sleepy.
looked at
He
Billy
probably
Meyer and then they said,
sleepy.
"Odd." They were talking
He
about
probably
Billy Meyer,
very
not the
sleepy
medal.
and he needs
I think it's
rest.
just
He
metal.
needs his
Yeah,
beauty
it is just kind
sleep.
of weird. I mean, I'm sure like a meddler just gave it, like just kind of mixed a bunch of shit together and
Yeah.
said, "Here you go have fun." So the thing is that Billy is best known for, besides the medal, is his photographs. Please, if you have the ability right now, please just.
I was
open your
working on
browser
stuff,
and Google
working
Billy
on
Meyer
comic book
photographs
stuff
and see
today,
these
just
things for
writing a
yourself.
little bit here and
Henry,
there.
could you
And
describe
I'm like,
please
back to
describe
writing.
the Billy Meyer
Back to writing
Lenny
this
from Life
garbage.
of Men was trying to tell the story of
And I'm like,
Scientology.
of course it's not garbage.
Well, Lenny had a certain intelligence.
At
in
least
his own
all
right.
is
Yes,
sweet,
and
by
it
the
was
way.
like,
I got to
one
spend some
of
time
their-
with her
so he has this
yesterday.
thing, the
Nice.
famous one is the wedding cake UFO, which is this UFO.
You went to
got a
her
bunch of
stream and
balls on the
stuff?
side of it, and he
That's
took a
so
bunch of
sweet.
pictures. He said it landed in his front yard.
That's so
Obviously,
sweet
he
of
held
you,
it in front of his
Board.
camera, and he took a picture in front of his house.
Did you get to hang
The
out
wedding
with her?
cake UFO, they say, is
She very
far
sweet.
too precisely made for any human to ever put these balls in such alignment on the
Well,
sides
she
of
said
this
she had
UFO.
a dead chat.
You know
Oh
what you
no!
A ruler. It's literally a ruler.
Well, you know,
That's very
let's
sweet of you,
think about
Board.
your choice of words there for a second, Henry. Held.
That's very
a model
that's
out
very
in front
sweet of
them.
you. What's she
The
doing right now
authenticity of
anyway?
these photographs
She's streaming?
have been challenged, but
What's she doing?
some say
Is she on?
that even the
She on?
possibility
I know
of them
Willow's
being
on,
fake
but
can't
Willow
even be
also.
entertained, as there's no way that
She-
these photos, even if they are
she's
fake,
got a lot of
could be
people. She'll be
faked by a
fine.
man with
She'll
one
be
arm.
fine.
Put it on the table.
That is
Willow
the
will
dumbest
be
thing I've
fine.
ever heard in my entire life.
Willow has always been
Just
fine.
gonna, tie it to a squirrel. Figure it out.
Anything else? We built the pyramids.
She's very
baby.
popular.
And if we did,
Willow is very
without the help of
popular.
aliens,
Yeah.
that was really difficult.
I mean, I'm just sad though. This guy
Tonight
could have been one of those
I
really
have
fun
a
creative directors. What was the
slightly
dir-
dead
the
chat,
director that
but
Johnny
that's
Depp
because
played in that
everybody's
film?
doing shit.
Oh, Ed Wood.
Ed Wood. He seems
I
like
don't
an
mind.
Ed Wood type.
I see
yeah,
Kitty
if he was
Yo,
born in
Kitty
Los
Cat
Angeles or in
Yo,
America,
Dead
I
on
think he would've
Studios,
gone
and
to Hollywood.
Gelatin
You
Guy.
probably would have. I mean,
Okay.
these are pretty kick-ass models.
They are great.
They
I
are
just
really
looked
cool.
at
I have a
and
dead
like
chat
the
tonight.
simplicity of the
That
UFOs.
is
I think they're really
normal.
cool. But my problem again,
As
with all of
usual
this
for a
proof
Sunday.
being fake, obviously fake.
I
if Bill
usually
Langdon,
have a
you
dead
look at his
chat
YouTube
for
page, he
about
redid
an
all the
hour or
pictures.
so,
He just
and
did it, like, this is how you do
then
it.
it
And he did it
comes
with his
to
arm
life.
tied around his back to show that a band could do it
I'm
with
always
one arm.
dead.
You
What you talking
can't
about,
stop it.
Willis?
Well, I think
Yeah, I
that's cultural
usually have a dead
appropriation.
chat,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's not a
tonight
problem.
it's a lot more active than I thought it would be.
Take away from the whole
'Cause I'm like,
argument
oh,
for
yeah, it's a
UFOs
Sunday.
altogether.
Nobody's
And
on a
I don't
Sunday.
think it's necessarily disinformation.
They rarely
but this
are.
guy is a great tool for the government if they are trying
I'm not
to
saying
dispel
that you
any
guys
sort of
are or
rumors about
aren't
alien life
there
or
right now.
secret ships that
It
look
just
like this.
happens.
I think they've been working on.
But I think it's also
Yeah,
good to
see,
have examples
it's
of
Monday
fraud in order
morning
to
or
prove when
Sunday
it is
night for
actually something
people.
real.
But it just
People
makes
are
Stanton
either
Friedman
getting
scream at
ready
a
for
higher
bed
pitch, and
to
that
do a
makes everything
fucking
look more
horrible
ludicrous.
fucking week,
Pants are
or
little.
they
day or he's gonna die.
or
His
they're
pants are
not,
getting higher and higher. He's
or
literally-
they're
seems like his
already
pants are
going to
quicksand and
work
he's a
and they
traveler in
do not
Africa.
want to be up right now.
And actually, speaking of Stanton Friedman, him and Jacques Vallée, they ain't believe in this guy one bit.
No,
and
They
if
don't
you-
believe in him.
Yeah, and if you ask me to side with anyone in the UFO community but Stan Friedman, I'm gonna tell you to go straight to hell.
Go straight to hell, you
Whoa.
fucking idiot.
Yeah, because
Whoa,
I'm on
Jesus.
Stanton's side. I'm with Stanton. You're
Yeah.
with her. I'm with Stanton.
I'm with Stanton.
Well, am I with her?
Willow's doing free stuff for people, which is really cool of her, but also I
All
couldn't do it.
conversations with UFOs
I
either have
couldn't
to
do it.
begin or end with screaming.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, and speaking of criticism, Meyer does have quite a few detractors in the UFO community, specifically a man named Derek Bartholomew.
Oh, Bartholomew. Now I really feel like I'm at family dinner. I actually do have flashbacks to my gay brothers and my evangelical parents screaming at each other about orientation, and I just want to eat a fucking terribly cooked steak.
Yeah, Derek Bartholomew is a member of the Independent Investigations Group, and Bartholomew is particularly
It is so independent. It's like he's the only one.
Super independent.
yeah, Bartholomew is particularly critical of the organization that Billy founded way back in 1975, the Frei
Monday, can't trust that day.
Gemeinschaft für
True.
Kunst und Geisteswissenschaften und Ufology-Studien.
But I hope Dr. Cherry Pep has a good day. I hope Steady Chrism has a good day. I hope everybody has a good day.
That was Jeremy.
No,
Oh, it was
yeah,
good.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
good.
Ja, freie Interesse Gemeinschaften für Künste und Geisteswissenschaften und Ufology-Studien. That's the free community of interest for fringe and spiritual scientists and ufology, otherwise known as FIGU.
I wish that this was the live stream so people could see my face.
Yes, I just see
disgust.
like the grimace just like slowly forward. You're getting like new wrinkles.
Yeah.
Because
Oh my
of the
God. Oh,
the
yes.
live stream and this.
I have these last 5 years. I've aged, like someone who is, like a Sherpa.
But this is I also I know that this man's obviously a nerd.
By the
But
way,
he's a
how do
good
I
nerd,
say?
And he's trying to.
I
invest,
do
but
want to.
how
I
Billy
do want to
Meyer?
ask
No,
that.
Technically, Billy Meyer's the cool nerd half of this because he gets to make all of this shit up. This is just
Who's
the
the
man.
nerd that you're talking about?
I mean,
Bartholomew
Sunday
is
looking
just the
pretty
man
sad,
who is
in my
mad
opinion.
at another nerd.
It got
so
you.
much.
It got
He
you
has to
even.
nerd out at him even deeper.
Okay, I
He
understand.
bought, Bartholomew.
She said she's good.
He went. He learned
She's
how to
good
make
enough to go to
websites.
work,
He
son.
bought the domain BillyMeyerUFOcase.com. He put together all of the information. He got into email spats with Billy Meyer's PR guy, which we'll get to here in just a second.
Okay.
But his biggest criticism was of FIGU. Here's how FIGU works.
And how do you spell that?
FIGU.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Freie
We know what it is.
Oh yes, okay, I got it.
Yeah, membership is a two-step process. First, you need to be a passive member for at least 2 years.
I had a passive member for 2 years. It was my first 2 years living in New York. No one looked at it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This requires a $98 subscription to their
Let's see.
quarterly
Something
newsletter,
with
an
space.
annual
I
membership
think
fee
that's
of
what
$39,
General put.
a one-time application fee of $39, and a mandatory annual contribution of 7% of 1 month's salary. A passive member is also required to work 3 full days annually at the FIGU Center in
space.
Switzerland, which is
With
his
space.
house, which is
With
his
the
house,
space
to
boy.
remain a passive member in good standing. And if you're
I
not
wish I
able to
could
work
call
the
in
full
sick, but
3 days, you can pay $91
then the store
per day,
wouldn't open.
or you can pay $274 for all 3, which means that you're paying $91 per day for all those 3 days plus a $1
Hey, guys.
surcharge.
I'm extremely confused. So it's
If
7%
you're there,
of your 1 month
pick
paycheck.
up.
7% of
And
1
with
month's
that,
salary.
and with that,
Mhm.
you were able to go clean his toilets.
Guys,
Yes.
Well,
check out
you're-
Heathen.
Well,
Make
you
her
probably
feel a little
also-
bit
you're
better.
cleaning his yards.
Actually,
She's a
you're
great
not,
artist.
It's not that you can clean his toilets, it's that you're forced to
And
clean his
even
toilets.
This is
better,
like
Mom.
Fight Club for fucking dickheads.
Yes.
I mean, at least in Fight Club, you got to scruff around and get drunk and do drugs.
It's smelly Scientology.
Yeah, you also have to attend at least one annual passive group general assembly at FIGU in Switzerland, which that all total, in
Or
order to be a
sometimes I
passive
showed
member,
up to work just to do
$450
bitch
a year.
basic,
But it
and
seems like you're
then
very active.
they
How are
felt
you
that
actively
shit.
passive as a member? I don't get the term.
well, let me get into an active member.
Active members, you have to literally suck Billy's
I,
dick.
on the other hand,
Well, that would be a little bit more active.
Yeah, now, naturally, someone with
I
an
don't know about
organization
you.
this large is going
How
to
large is it?
I don't-
There's got to be. I
I
don't,
don't
know,
like
I would
just
guess a
doing
few
basic
hundred
shit.
at the
Okay.
very least.
All
It's
right.
just
you
not
know,
my,
for rent
it's
money.
just not me, guys.
But if you've got an organization like this, then you're gonna need a PR guy.
Mhm.
Billy's guy is a dude named Michael Horn.
Now, Michael Horn is a obvious piece of shit who kind of gets involved in this whole thing by putting himself in there. He's intrigued by the Wendell Stevens investigations. He starts taking over the Billy Meyer entire, like his empire and all the communications, because Billy gets so frustrated when anybody challenges him.
Manager wants run at the corner every 5
No one will
minutes,
just come to Switzerland and talk to him face
have
to
the
face. That's how he thinks the only way a
wait,
proper
no,
man would
no.
criticize his work.
As they
So
go
he sends
off
Michael
where
Horn
they
out into
came
the world to
from
be
to
his
get
little, like, his little-
I
another
think of him as sort of a
aid.
campaign manager.
My
Like
basic
David
shit is
Axelrod,
running the store.
something like that.
He's a surrogate.
But
Yeah.
what he is doing is that he set up Figu in order for Billy to make money, and then what he also is trying to do, he comes on all of these weird little paranormal shows. I've watched 5 interviews with Michael Horn, and he keeps saying the same thing. He does not answer questions you do ask him. You'll ask him a question, and then he immediately jumps to this whole thing. He's like, everybody wants to talk about these photos like it's the only thing that matters. When it comes down to it, UFOs are only a small part of the story. The real story is Billy's philosophical teachings, which is why you need to join Figu, because you get all of his books with all of that, and you go to his Swiss compound and you listen to him talk about his various philosophies, and that's what that is what you're really trying to get in. But at this point,
By the way, I thought you had a handful of employees.
That's what it is. That's literally how he is.
I thought you had a handful of employees, even.
Oh no! This UFO stuff, yes, like everybody's.
I guess the answer now is, can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? Please take care of yourself, even. I thought you had a handful of employees.
That's his spirit.
Oh, I see.
Well, Michael also claims to have won
Highly
the
unmotivated, but
investigation group's
still
$50,000
employees.
paranormal challenge.
Oh.
Yeah, the challenge can be won by anyone who can prove in a controlled setting that they have extra normal abilities.
That is
and of
literally.
course,
Can you
that
imagine him having to
A
sell his
lot
house?
more my management
I
shifts.
immediately
I
thought
was
of
not
Mark
given
Summers
employees.
from Double Dare, and then the great show Unwrapped hosting this entire event.
No, the whole thing is hosted by Derek Bartholomew.
Oh,
Yeah.
get Mark Summers.
Yeah, and Bartholomew said that at no time has Horn or Billy Meyer ever even submitted even an application for the challenge, much less won it. But Bartholomew seems to be the least of the enemies that Billy has made in his life. This is what he has to say to and about his quote-unquote enemy.
My enemies are jealous of my contacts with the Pleiadians.
I
and
do,
feel they would have been a
but
far
none of them
superior
are
contact
management,
person in comparison
so
to me.
that
And
sucks.
These enemies do not
We will
consider
see,
that my
Birdie.
contacts are not only
If I can
entailed
do it
them, for which they
with
are
my
lacking
hand
without
tied
their
behind my
egos,
back,
but also serious problems,
or
e.g.
to your side,
altogether 13
you know,
assassination
whatever
attempts,
works for you.
which have
You
been
know,
led
we're
against me.
very
I love it.
much
You didn't go into
cool
Jamaican,
with
you
you
did go into Carbon,
not
but that was a
doing
great
that,
accent.
but you
I'm
know,
trying my best
You're really
with
getting-
new accents.
You're doing
you're a
great.
strong,
But it's-
independent
he's,
woman.
He's saying there's pressure. Who would want this pressure?
Yeah, and did you hear that correct? 13 assassination attempts.
13.
Also,
13, and that was in
Right.
1998. By 2011, Billy had 22 unsuccessful assassination
Ugh.
attempts.
Now, what do these assassination attempts look like? Were they guns? Was it an archer in a tree?
People coughing near him.
It-
And he's like,
every-
"You're trying to get me to super Yates."
It's everything that you can possibly imagine. In the year that the Satan was made, 2 attempts occurred on consecutive days. The first attempt was by gun, in which an assassin took a shot at Billy's head with a .22 and missed. Only 28 and a half hours later, another
there
assassin,
are loads of times I was like, I
possibly
just
the same
need to not,
Mhm.
tried
followed
killing
by
Billy
my
with a throwing
by
knife,
internal
but
screamings
thankfully the knife was
and
cheap,
other such shit
Billy
at
was
work,
only
and
hit
always
by the
somehow
handle.
And
managed
that's
to
what
land
happens when you
something
send
on it. Yep.
Crocodile Dundee
Be right
to
back.
go
I
and
need.
do a job.
I think
also
I need
he's
some
in the middle
coffee
of the
first.
Scandinavian forests. There's
Guys,
hunters everywhere.
you don't
There are
understand.
hunters everywhere,
I
but
do
again,
need
these
this
are the
coffee.
acts that would
It's
be,
not a question of,
registered
like,
with the local police
should I?
department. Is there
It's
any
that I need
documentation
to.
that this stuff exists.
Or I
He just
will
kinda lets
murder.
it slide.
It's
So a
bigger
man
than
took
the
a gun
government. It's bigger than them.
A man aims a gun at your face and he shoots a bullet. You don't call the police after that.
Well, why would you call the police when it's the police that are in on it?
Because
when
I don't
it's
think
the governments of the world that are in on it. The threats are coming from within and without. The threats are coming from the governments here on Earth that are actually wanting to keep all of the Playaran knowledge away from us because it will bring us up to a higher point of understanding, and the governments of the world don't want that. They don't want to have us all together. They want us to be on our Facebooks and our Twitters, and our Instagrammers. They want us to be drinking Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah. And having Pop Rocks for dinner, yeah.
Well,
They want those to be poisoning us. They don't want us to have apples. They don't
can't
want us
disagree.
to have apples at all. They don't want us to have the Billy Meyer apples. All they want is for us to be slaves. And that is why people like Billy Meyer have assassination attempts, because you're complicit, Ben.
And that's why I smoke weed, and that makes me free.
All I can think about is the person at Billy Meyer, the passive member at Billy Meyer's house, licking the dishes clean. That's the only thing I can think about.
Do you think maybe like we could take some of the fund? I know I'm putting money in the fund.
Yeah.
Could we get some sponges or?
Open your mouth. You see that? What do we call that? That's the sponge.
Oh, my tongue.
Yeah, your tongue is the sponge.
Yeah, and they just think he's not just getting the threats from Earth. He's also getting the threats from extraterrestrials as well. Particularly the
Fucking
extraterrestrial rebel and criminal Arusayak, aka
fuck?
Ashtar Sharon, who was killed in 1983 when he attacked Ashket's people in the Doll universe.
Oh.
Now, Billy doesn't tell the full story, but
Because he didn't think of it yet.
but believe you me, I bet that shit was intense.
He's got some ideas for it.
Yeah, what are some of the ideas?
I don't know. It's arrive. It is because they are moving offices.
UFOs.
Well, the Travis Walton abduction occurred on November 5th, 1975, outside the small Mormon mountain town.
I love
of
that.
Snowflake,
Since I'm using
Arizona.
the
It
Discord,
was
the
witnessed
stream
by
and
no
stream
less
delay
than
can be
7
a
people,
load of
including
crap.
Travis Walton,
It's just
the
goats
abductee in
PNGtuber
question. Can
talking
you
like
imagine
a bad
how
dub.
hot it is
Meanwhile,
to be a
total
Mormon in
silence.
Arizona?
Oh, yeah.
You have to wear a full button-down shirt and a tie and slacks.
Why
It's
it gotta
110,
be
but
that
it's a dry heat.
These are the
way?
mountains.
Why
It's
it gotta
actually
be
chilly up
that
there.
way
Once you get up to
though?
northern
I
Arizona,
hope
yeah, actually at nights there, it
thought
gets
I
below
fixed
freezing.
Sure,
most
Travis
of the
Walton makes
delay.
several desperate attempts to be like, you guys don't seem to understand that Arizona's not just deserts and Indians attacking
I
us
thought I
left and
fixed
right.
it.
There are trees. Like, he's so defensive of the trees. But you could just see one Mormon turning to the other and just being like, man,
I'm sure
oh,
it's
man,
not you.
Brother Jim, it certainly is
bro.
hot out here.
It's
like,
me?
Yep, it does strengthen a Mormon brother,
Bored,
Thomas.
it's
It does strengthen to have the
me,
sweat roll
no.
down your khakis, down your legs. It's like, yes, but thanks be to Jesus that we have this mission. Yes, Brother Thomas. Yes.
No, I'm sure
Do you
it's
know
my
that if,
ISP.
I put my
Oh
penis
my
in your
God.
butt, we're still both virgins?
It's his.
Isn't that something? Well, you got to a dick joke, and I'm so proud of you for that, Henry.
Well, although from Travis's perspective, he had only been
Interlacing,
gone a couple hours,
suppressive
when he reappeared
potential?
Following the abduction, he found that he had been missing for 5 days.
That or
By the
Twitch
time
like
Travis was
minimum
back in
effort,
his own
maximum
home, he found that
profit.
his story had gone worldwide before
Alright.
he ever said a word about it himself.
This abduction has been maligned again and again.
I'm like, you tell
it's been
me.
extensively attempted to be
Ford, you
debunked,
tell me
especially by
what
one
I should
piece of
do.
shit named Philip
This
Glass
is
that
the
we're gonna
picture
get
I
into.
got.
And many different alien groups, like MUFON does stand by Travis Walton. It is a very controversial
what
case.
am I supposed
so
to do?
I beg you to
Am I doing
hear
it
us
right?
out,
Am I?
okay?
Am I
Hear us
putting the
out.
right
Well, I'm
amount of
excited
effort
to hear
into
why
it?
It's a controversial
Am
case
I
because,
doing
I mean,
right?
This is cut and
I
dried.
just don't want
Of course
them
the
to come
aliens
back and be
abducted
like,
this sweaty,
oh, that's
sweaty
not the
individual in
character.
Arizona.
I'm already mad.
It's like, okay.
I'm
Already
already
Alright.
Aaron Kissel already going against the common man.
I'm surprised they haven't banned me, but I'm not gonna complain about
Henry's
that.
not the common
in
man. He's got a
specific
card that says he's
considering
no longer one
All
of
your
us.
stuff looks
I'm
good
a
to me.
VIP investigator.
That's not fair.
No, you may have already
So,
heard the tale of Travis Walton for this episode. In 1993,
Was writing more
Walton's
stuff
story was
for
adapted
part
for the
2,
movie
and then I was
Fire
like,
in the
oh yeah,
Sky,
what
starring
does
the guy who played the Liquid
part
Terminator
1
and the dude
interlude
who
say?
created Friday Night
I'm
Lights.
like,
All
I
the
didn't
best.
finish
Just watched
that either,
Terminator
and I'm
2
like,
again.
god damn
It
it.
holds
It's
up. Yeah,
little
it's
things
awesome.
that I
Yeah,
need to
super fun.
finish
And there's
with
nothing that makes you feel
part
more old
1
than watching
interlude.
Edward Furlong.
So, like,
and then
part
Googling him
1
and seeing
interlude,
what
I need
time
to
has done
finish,
to that
like,
poor man.
It's a really good warning
for how not to live your life.
think
How not to
scene
squander the
4
green
and
light given to you by
scene
Hollywood.
3 and scene
I just
4.
don't know what happened to
And
him.
like that's mostly like getting ready for bed, make it feel natural between the two characters of like their first night together in the woods.
In many ways, the real story is,
And
as it always is with
then,
aliens, much more complicated, much weirder,
and then
much dumber than the movies portray.
a character
So without
getting
further
up
ado,
and all that.
Here is the true
So-
story of Travis Walton.
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
You knew it a ways
We're getting
ago.
into this shit. So excited.
Sometimes it's a
Here we
matter
go.
of style, sometimes it's a matter of taste.
1975,
Yes, yes.
Travis Walton, his best friend,
And I gotta
Mike
make
Rogers,
sure
and
that
5 other
part
loggers,
1,
Ken Peterson, John Goulet,
I don't
Stephen
cut
Pierce,
out
Alan Dawes, and
anything
Dwayne
important.
Smith, on a
I
job
don't
near
think I
Turkey
am.
Springs, Arizona.
And
this is
I don't
important to
think I'm
remember.
wasting
This is
too
a
much
logger
time.
story.
I think I'm wasting the right amount of time. I talked to my coworker, who I said I wanted to put into the comic as like a fucking joke.
Are chaotic good.
Yeah.
And they will do things
Into the
right way.
graphic
Here is a
novel
description.
as
Travis
like a
Walton wrote
fucking
himself
yeah
of the very
funny
nature of the
thing,
soul
and
of the
he's like,
logger.
I was
So you
like,
can
oh yeah,
understand where
he's
these
gonna.
people come from, who these people
There is
are,
going to be this
and why
character
you gotta
much
take their
later.
word for it, whatever the fuck
I've
it
been
is that they
told
say,
stuff
'cause they've seen
looks
some
fine,
shit.
but that they
guarantee
don't
you,
like it.
loggers are a
Usually, it's a
trustworthy
small
people.
issue.
You can't
I reckon
lie.
the most
Trees know
notable
it.
is
outlier
from the
would
Walton
be the
Experience by Travis
eyebrow.
Walton. The Walton
However,
Experience does
that's
sound like a
also
proverb, but-
something that could be
For a man out there on the
stylization.
mountain,
What
his
about the
battle
eyebrow?
away really
What
isn't
about
with
the
the
eyebrow?
baking sun,
What did
chilling
I do?
winds,
What did I
steep
do?
terrain, thorn bushes, or dangerous equipment.
I don't know.
His battle isn't with the rough roads, mud holes, biting insects, or gnarly thickets. The real struggle is with the inner self. Call it fiber, backbone, or grit.
Yo, did you get the
True
Twitch
toughness is
recap?
internal.
Did I
ability to keep
get
going
the
when
Twitch
he's hot,
recap? No,
thirsty,
I didn't do
out
any
of breath,
Twitch
his hands
recap.
hurt, his
Why?
muscles
What's
ache,
up when
while
comparing
bugs,
styles?
pine needles, and sawdust are falling
Yours
down his
is
shirt
more
to stick in
pronounced
sweat.
in
The
motive.
ability to say
Oh yeah,
yes
it
to
is.
more of this and
It's
no
very
than a
motive.
beckoning shade tree. Because he knows he ought
That's what
to,
I'm here for.
Because that's what he said he'd do. This
Because
can help give a man the power to say yes or no in the right instances.
I like
Just about anything.
showing
And
the
act
human
consistently
emotion
with what he
through
says.
animal
And to confront
creatures'
daily the
faces.
inflexible realities of a
'Cause
quote-unquote
it's-
real world that has
It's
teeth and
where
bites back
humans
with immediate logical
derive a
consequences,
lot
regardless of
from,
sophisticated
but also
argument
a
or
lot of
politically
humans
correct
can't
rationalization
tell
can teach someone
body
else in
language.
short supply
So like body
common
language is
sense.
actually kind of a learned skill.
Tinder profile and then realized that he only has a limited amount of
Hey,
characters and then just
Carbs.
went back to
Go
I'm
sleep.
a logger.
It's
I'm a
it's the
logger.
I'm
AMs.
a logger. That is kind of erotica
Hey,
as well.
Carbs
You get the visual of the man
TTTV. Hope you're
sweating,
doing
and
well.
Sort of like, you know, all the wood chips going in
Like-
his hairy chest like bizarre plinko chips.
Yeah, they're super sexy.
You can
And
find
Travis
out a
Walton
lot
and
through
Mike
body
Rogers
language
were
of,
way into
like,
karate.
Also, people giving off.
Here's what
I can
Logan
tell
had
when
to
my
do
cat
with
doesn't
UFO
want to talk to me.
See, Mike had a contract with the Forest Service to clear out some brush, but as he had taken on 2 other jobs at the same time,
Why
he
would
was
they
behind
not want to
schedule.
talk to
So the
you?
crew
You're so
was working
funny.
dawn till dusk to try to
You're
fulfill the
so
contract in time.
funny.
It's hard to be a logger.
You'll
are
make a
always
lot
on
of
call. If a tree needs to
insightful
be felled,
humor,
call a logger.
even when
If a tree
you're
needs to
just
be rolled
talking
down a
normal.
hill, call a logger. Brush needs to be slimmed. Call a logger. Does your daughter need her virginity cracked wide open? Call a logger.
Beavers are the loggers of the animal world. And isn't that fun?
Well, I think that beavers actually vaginas got the nickname beavers.
Body language
from loggers
is
fucking all the
hard
time while loading on the
to
mountain.
understand,
sure if
but
that's the case.
after
I am.
you get
You
it,
are?
you will know
100%
it.
sure about
98.
that? I don't know how that term came to be. Wood chipping, I think it's some sort of analogy there.
So at around 6 p.m., the 7 men were on their way back to Snowflake when they saw a strange, fire-like yellowish light just above the tree line, but they smelled no smoke and they heard nothing.
Their first theory is that they thought it was night hunting for deer, which sounds incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
Right?
It's spotlight hunting, and you usually do it from a moving truck.
Oh.
It's pretty fun.
no,
we used to
what?
go spotlighting or
What?
shining, as it was called.
Mhm.
But
What?
we never shot any of the deer. We just
What?
look at them.
Sometimes I'll be in the way of a sunny spot or
As
too
the men
loud
got closer,
or
they saw that the
interpreting
light was emanating
interrupting their
from a
sleep
golden
and their
UFO hanging in the
overstim.
air. Your classic 2-pie
Flippy,
flying
I
saucer.
saw my
That's a
unwrap.
two-pie?
I saw
2-pie
my
tins on top of
unwrapping
each other.
ICH.
Now, Mike Rogers stopped the truck and turned off the key. The 7 men stared as the craft didn't move an inch.
There's a cat. There's a cat. Any cat tends to give the same as for dogs and birds. Or a face and a cat. My laptop just ended its life. No, Floof.
Absolutely had
Floof, you gotta get a new one.
The only one with the grit.
Henry, you know a lot about
Floof, tell Willow.
Yeah, you know about the aliens. What is it
Willow
about
might
the
help
sort of
you.
the working class people that the aliens are drawn to?
Their eyes have been opened by their treatment by the government, by the treatment of smug.
I say Willow because she
she
is so popular these days.
Society.
She's like super pop.
I say
She's popping off.
Yeah,
And I'm like, there's probably a lot of people that give her some money. I don't have any money.
I don't
have any money because
you do.
I'm not great.
Instantly delivers quality
With what money? Exactly. We need a rich friend.
登記投保，保障健康；登記投保，保障家人嘅健康。而家新嘅法律，健康保險並容易負擔。每客戶當中嘅社會可以揾到每個月嘅健康保險計劃，打電話1800-318-2596。
Working man has a third eye open, just a little bit wider than your, say, Wall Street type.
I didn't mean that literally.
Guess all.
I didn't mean that literally.
And walked toward the saucer, much to the protest of the other 6 men who were now
That's not
yelling
what
at
I
Mike to get
meant.
the fuck back in the truck so they could get the hell out of there.
But the truth is that Travis Walton, he
I
says
was
that
like,
I've
we
now
gotta
watched other
find
speeches of this,
a
and
rich
each one he
friend
says,
for
be like,
Floof. It's
"I was
like,
out there,
ah,
yes,
here's
I'm
some
an
funny
impetuous
goat.
sort.
That's
I've
not
been
what
known
I
to
meant.
jump onto a jet ski or
That's not what I
even
meant, and
take
you
a
know it.
trapeze lesson if it was the
Feel like
circus
I
ever
was
came to
waiting
town.
to give him money anyway.
But I did. I was out there. I was obviously yucking it up for my crew members.
You literally
he says he
asked
was doing
for
it
it,
as a
you
lark
jerk.
because he always would do that because he collected old
You gotta know
cars.
better if you
that is
don't
kinda
want
fun.
it.
As Travis
I
grew
didn't
closer
say
to
I
the
wanted
UFO's
it.
beam,
I said
he
we
he
needed
could
to
hear
find a
mix
rich friend
of
to
low
help
and
out
high-pitched
Floofy
sounds.
Snow.
Beep beep superimposed over the sound of
That's what I was
heavy
trying to
machinery that
say.
was somehow softened.
Wait, what does that sound like?
Roxanne. Roxanne.
So a semi truck was backing up while listening to like Pink Floyd.
Roxanne.
Is that what it was? Did they just get abducted by a
Ever
trucker?
since I
It's
knew
possible.
ya.
They just all got
I
abducted by David
looked
Parker Ray.
up to
Oh,
ya.
no. Oh God, I hate the toy box killer.
Tell you
It really
once,
does
I
bring
will
a
tell
new meaning
you
to the term
again.
logger.
Yeah.
It's a
You know what I
lie.
mean? When Travis was directly underneath the UFO's beam, the sound got louder
You
as if
are
huge
the
turbines were
one.
spooling up. The craft then moved for the first time, wobbling from side to side. And at this point, Travis realized he was screwing around with something he probably shouldn't have been and figured it was a good idea to back up a bit. Before he realized the glow, the light suddenly changed from blue.
Thank you, Hot Bear
And
Action.
then
Thank
what
you
he
so
said is
much.
that his
It's so
first
sweet of you. You know
instinct was that he
that.
saw a
Thank you
log
so
next
much.
to, like, that was sticking up.
Too
right
sweet.
underneath
By
the
the way,
UFO, and
guys,
he jumped
please tell
behind
me
it.
if my audio
Because
is
that's
too
a
much or
logger's
too little.
First line of
Good
defense.
show, guys.
Use the trees.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Second line of offense. You piss on your enemy.
Yeah.
That's a very big thing, is that if you really want to make sure you're safe in any sort of close hand-to-hand combat,
You have to support
take off
the
your
goat?
pants and you just
Oh,
start
man.
pissing.
Wow, VIP. Move
Also,
on,
don't go
VIP
broke,
advice.
guys.
It's that kind of advice that he got with that car.
Take care of
An
yourselves.
unbelievable amount of knowledge that you've learned, that you've earned over these hard years
Damn
of
it,
research. You're welcome.
Markiplier.
You would think it's
Damn it,
It's ironic
Markiplier.
that he used the tree to protect him because these are they're
So I've been
massacres.
watching
They're the Goebbels of
Markiplier
the tree
play
world.
the
These
new
people are
Five Nights at
murdering
Freddy's.
His log does not judge.
No, and guess what?
That log didn't judge him.
No, that judge knows because trees know that time is a circle, right? Like in the True
So-
Detective, yes, flat circles. And then also,
So,
they were not just
I've been
felling
watching
trees. They
Markiplier
were
play
thinning the brush.
Five
What
Nights
they
at
were doing is
Freddy's,
they take all the
and he
dead
doesn't call
saplings that
Roxy
nature would normally take hundreds of years
Roxy.
and speeding up the
He
process.
calls her
of cleaning out all
Roxanne.
the dead and diseased
And I'm
trees
like,
to give
that's
more
not her
room
name,
for,
but
feeding
also
of bears.
Roxanne.
For sexing of bears.
I see.
For to put in new animals in there, toucans, rabbits,
Roxanne.
you know, stuff like that.
I love to.
Roxanne.
Well, just after the light changed from blue to blue-green,
I know.
Travis
I know.
was
It's
lifted
been in my
into the air
head
and
for
knocked
fucking
back
a
10
few
feet as if
days.
a great force had been exerted upon him.
Every
and landed hard
time
on
he
his right
fucking
shoulder.
brings it up,
Somewhat
I'm like,
understandably,
Roxanne!
Mike Rogers started the truck back up and got the hell out of there, smashing through
No,
tree
don't get
branches
me
and
right.
Roxanne, almost
And I'm
destroying
like,
his
oh
truck
man,
trying to get
you
away
got to
from
put
this
on that
goddamn
red
thing.
light, Roxanne.
It's fun to know that your friends will not help you. Yes. This was just definitive proof that his friends were just like, when push comes to shove, it's like, we're just
You got to put on that
Get
red
the fuck outta
light.
here. Well, they said immediately they thought that it
You don't
murdered
have
them.
to wear that
And
dress
also,
tonight.
The drive up there was very,
Told you
very
once, told you
treacherous. And
twice.
they said there was filled with lumps in the road that they called "thank you, ma'ams," because when they hit the bottom of the truck, it would go wham bam. They're so fucking clever, these fucking loggers.
That's fun. That's trucker humor mixed with
I mean,
construction
I can
work humor.
sing the
That's
other
logger
song.
humor.
That's what a logger is.
I
A logger
can't
is a trucker
stop
mixed with a
this
construction worker.
feeling
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like
deep
drifters with
inside
skills.
of
Cool.
me.
Yes.
I like loggers.
Girl, you just
No, the
don't
men finally stopped a
realize
few miles down the road and
what you
argued
do
amongst
to
themselves
me
as to whether or not they should go back.
when
It was
I
eventually
hold you
agreed that some of the men
in
would build
my
a
arms
campfire and
so
stay behind,
tight.
while a few
You
of the
let
others
me
would
know
go back to see if Travis was dead,
everything's
alive, or missing altogether.
alright.
But just as Mike Rogers was about to get back into the truck, he saw off in the distance
Hooked
the
on a
UFO
feeling,
rise up above the trees and fly
bam.
away as these things do at an impossible speed.
Marcus, you say impossible. I say improbable.
That's it. VIP expert.
VIP investigator Henry Zabrowski.
I want to say,
open
but
to
can't. That's
challenges.
okay.
Everything
It's
is
been
a
a long
challenge.
get
Everything
there.
is
It's
a
okay.
puzzle to be solved.
I was fine watching it till Go mentioned. No, I know.
official nerd card?
No, it's all
$200.
I'm going
And
to
the card has
hear.
yet to arrive. The card is yet to arrive.
Oh,
either,
I
so I don't have
believe
any
it,
of my
and you're
swag
in
yet.
love
But I did
with
get an email saying
me.
confirming that they got my money. So that is good.
Lips as sweet as candy.
Mattresses. The Casper
Its
is an
taste
obsessively
is
engineered
on
mattress at a
my
shockingly fair
mind.
price. Supportive memory foams create an award-winning sleep
I've
surface
been
with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they will pick it up and refund you everything.
Where's the
Casper
voice
understands
clip for the
importance of
stream?
truly sleeping on a mattress before you commit, especially considering
All
you're
the
going to
good
spend a
love.
third of your life on it.
When we're
They
all
got free
alone.
shipping and returns to
Keep
the
it up,
United
girl.
States and
Yeah, you
Canada, so
turn
no
me
worries there.
on.
With over 20,000 reviews and an average of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress.
By the way,
I got a Casper mattress.
thank you so
Henry's
much,
got a
Hot Bear
Casper
Action.
mattress.
That's so
Ben
sweet of you.
has a Casper
I do want to
mattress. We
say
all
that.
absolutely
You don't have to do
love the
that.
damn things.
That you have
now,
been
you can
very
get $50
sweet.
towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT
You don't even know who I am.
and using the offer
And you
code
give me
LEFT.
money.
That's
That is so sweet of you.
www.casper.com/LEFT.
That's a lot of money.
Terms and conditions.
That's a lot of real world money.
Now that the craft was gone, all of them agreed to go
I
back
just
together.
wanna-
But when they
I
arrived
just
back
want
at the
you to
site,
know
they found
that
no
it's very
trace
much
of Travis
appreciated.
Walton. They drove
But
back to
also-
civilization and called the police at about 7:30,
Who-
an hour and a half
who are
after
you?
the alleged incident.
You also remember,
Who-
these are also like
Who
the
are you
progeny of
that you can
Mormons, a
just
lot of these
donate
guys.
and
So it's
drop
like,
that kind of
man,
money
what a
on
tough day
somebody?
logging.
It's very
Better
sweet
have
of you.
some cool
I'm not going to
iced
question
tea.
it. I am not going to question
no,
it.
No, brother Jim. No,
It's
no,
very
no,
sweet of
absolutely
you.
not. That has caffeine in it. God damn it! I guess we could do that non-virgin.
And I'm not going to look
again.
a gift horse in the
Yes,
mouth.
that does relieve the tension, doesn't it, brother Jim?
Well, being Mormon actually gives them a lot more credibility, though.
I would
They're
never
definitely
look a gift
sober,
horse
they're
in the
honest
mouth.
people. The Mormons don't lie.
Well, not
Very
all
nice.
of them were Mormon.
Very
We'll
much
see later
appreciated.
on,
Some of them?
Sober. Some of them were Mormon.
They're Mormon stock.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, did they call the sheriff department, and was it the sheriff's last day? Did he say he was too old for this shit? Is it possible that that happened? Because I would like
But I
to see
hope your
that
day
story.
is going well.
Like, goddamn.
Hope everybody's
Hey,
day
you're
is
one day
going
from
incredible.
retirement.
I know Board's day is going
Deputy
eh,
Sheriff
all
Chuck
around.
Ellison met the boys in a shopping center parking lot and found all of them visibly upset, with a couple of them even having tears in their eyes. And Ellison said about their behavior,
If they were acting, they were awfully good at it. And I know for a fact that they are not, because I saw their fall season rendition of Pippin. It was uninspired.
Oh, Pippin.
well, Ellison called up his superior
I
officer who gathered up a
place
small
a
crew
da
to search
pickle.
the site, but they found nothing. Police then
He
informed
asked
Travis's
for
mother,
no
a stoic
pixel.
mountain woman, who acted calm when she heard the news. A little
Ma'am,
too
this is a
calm,
Wendy's.
according to some.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did the mother take Travis?
No, she's just Mormon and she doesn't feel anything. They're all just like, oh, like I'm not sure. That may be a generalization.
Oh, they feel.
But when it comes down to it, sometimes what helps an investigation is broad generalizations. That's what
But wait,
I'm a MUFON.
do I
member.
make
things
sprite
easier for
art
yourself. That's the first thing.
without
That's one of the first
pixels?
rules I got in the handbook.
Man,
That's make it
that's
easier.
a question.
But it's true, right?
That's
When you
a
have these 5 guys, these 6
deep
guys.
thoughts.
You're kind of used to being like local yucksters. But they show
Deep
up and
thoughts
they're
with
very
with
upset.
Goat.
So
and,
first, of course, they're freaking
Board.
out. I mean, because Ellison's watching these guys come and say we saw a
and
UFO,
Board.
and he's trying to sort of like let the line out because we're
Now
going to
I'm-
find out he's
now
slowly
I'm
but
gonna
he's
ask
trying to
a
build a case.
question.
And actually, now that I think about it, I remember
There's
we
so
did a
many
great show
people
in
that
Salt
want
Lake City. Had a
stars
wonderful
in their
time.
background.
And
And I'm like-
Mormons are drunk
and
as
s-
hell.
and
So I
space.
completely take back what I said regarding their sobriety
So
because we were there over.
I
it was
am
like,
going to
it was the Final
change
Four
it
weekend
up
for
a little
NCAA
bit.
basketball.
I'm
It
gonna
was
look
St.
at
Patrick's Day.
pictures
and
of
then there was also
space.
Comic-Con.
Because
It was
I
the
don't like
drunkest
this.
place I've
This
been
is too
in a long
generic.
time.
And they were
But I like this
very
color.
emotional, but
I
like
just need
unstable emotional.
more.
I didn't mess with
Let me
them.
look at something.
They were messing with me though.
They were a big guy.
Big guy.
Space.
Now, of course,
Pictures.
the news of the abduction spread like wildfire.
Pictures.
Within 2 days, the Travis Walton
of
story had been picked up worldwide, and UFO investigators descended upon Snowflake, Arizona, in the dozens.
Because when they show back, well, because we didn't even say that, right? Because they did go back to the site, and he wasn't there. And then they went back with Ellison
So-
to go look at him again. They went to go look, and he
I
wasn't there.
like-
So they had no clue where he went.
Right.
They know the UFO left, and so they're just sitting there. But of course, now it makes them look very guilty as a group of 6 loggers.
All right, so but we're in the early '90s here, right?
No, this is 1975.
1975.
The
so
movie
we don't
was in the early 90s.
We don't have the
So,
internet. We
I
don't
could
have
draw
anything. We
the
barely have, we're still in the
supermassive
Pony Express days.
black
How did it get-
hole.
I don't know about time very well. But how did it get so far? How did the story spread so quick?
Now that
It's
is
one of those things where
that's something
it
I could
goes on local
draw.
news and it gets picked up by the AP wire. It goes on the AP wire, and then they start picking it up in Australia. They start picking it up in Japan. I mean, everybody, people around the world knew about the
So
story.
let's see.
Did Dan Rather cover it?
I don't think Dan Rather covered it. No.
Okay.
I tell you what, Dan Rather would not. But you see, there are so many. That's a good joke.
Bang!
That is a good joke. But
Wham bam!
wham bam. That's a logger joke right there. But it's the truth is that you also do. You have no respect for the true tenacity of UFO groups and what they will do when they hear a hot fucking case ready to show up, because they're basically coming at like we're all
So what?
on the fucking lookout for the real juice.
And this is a good story.
What's
You know,
what's
you
this?
got a lot of witnesses.
April,
There's a lot. There's a lot.
How
of
do you
meat
not
here to chew
pixel
on.
in
And
pixel
you got
art?
6 people. You got 6
Why
people
aren't
to interview.
you at my post?
Yeah, 6 witnesses.
Too
So there's
fresh.
a lot going. There's a lot
Now I
that the
have
news
Stephen
media can
Hawking
sink their
saying
teeth
space
into.
stuck in my
And a lot
head
of
on
people
loop,
that UFO
like some kind of
investigators
dub
can
mix.
talk to. Usually
Sorry,
it's
what?
one
Was
shell-shocked
expecting
person
galaxy
that has to try to
stars, a
get an answer
planet,
out of.
Right.
Now
in
they've
the
got
background,
6
or a
tough
moon,
logger
so
dudes.
literally
And
nothing.
actually, they said that these
That's
guys were,
space for
well,
you,
at least
baby.
Some of the other UFO investigators that came from Australia, a couple of them wrote that they're like, they were the meanest rough and tumble cowboys you ever saw.
I don't know.
I can believe
But
it.
think about this too, right? Because there were
So,
plenty of believers, but there were also a bunch of skeptics.
that
like
is
the local
space for you.
police,
Sometimes
because
there
immediately
is
they're
just
treating this whole
nothing.
thing like a missing persons case, as they should have. Which
Yes,
Marcus
yes.
notes here.
Go
They
like
definitely
this.
should have. But a part of that is true, right? So now you have that's even juicier. You've got a UFO
So,
story that could be
like,
masking a murder
supermassive
case.
black
So
hole.
there was just
then
one
you add
lucky
purple.
buffet in Snowflake, Arizona, that is just about to close up their doors
And then
until they
you
see
add-
dozens
you
of
do it
nerds
like
going
this,
through, and they're like,
purple,
"Honey,
and then
put
you
the
do
pork
it
roast
like
back
this.
in the oven. We're staying in business for another
Which
month."
is
Honey,
the
hide the
kind
dice from
of,
our favorite board
and
games. They're going to
then
be
you add what other colors?
So this whole
What other
town is
colors
just
are there?
overrun now with UFO people.
Yeah.
out
Go
of
to
nowhere.
aquamarine
absolutely.
green.
Well, the local police's
You
working theory
add
was that one or
aquamarine
all of
green,
the 6
like
men had
real
murdered
like
Travis
this.
Walton, either on
You add
purpose
that
or by
into it.
accident, and it concocted the UFO story to
You
explain away
add
the
it like
disappearance.
that, and it goes
When
like
Travis
that.
hadn't showed back up by
And then
Monday,
it adds
all
like
6 of
that.
the loggers were subjected
And
to a
then
polygraph
you
test. The first of dozens to be had over the course of the story.
That is a thing that I will break with the UFO community on. I do not think that polygraph tests are the
So the supermassive black hole.
That's a truth.
It's like that.
No, it's a lie. It's all just a dumb. They just love these things because they just think it's just like. But it's called a lie detector test.
No, they go even further.
See, it detects lies.
They go even further than they're like, actually, it's
If
not
you know
a lie
anything
detector.
about
Lie detector
supermassive
is
black
the
holes,
popular
which
nomenclature.
I am
The
a
preferred
super
nomenclature is
fan,
polygraph.
because
It does
we
not actually
have
detect
a
lies, it
supermassive
detects
black
reactions
hole.
to questions which can
Did you
then
guys know
be
that?
interpreted as truth or falsehood.
Did you guys know that we had a supermassive black hole?
Yes, the polygraph
in
test
our
is,
galaxy?
we haven't really gotten that much more evolved than when we were
That's
hanging
so
witches
cool.
in Salem.
That's so
basically, the polygraph
cool.
test is totally useless, basically.
Well, the loggers were asked, among other things, if they had caused serious physical injury to Travis, if his body was buried or hidden somewhere around Turkey Springs, and if they had actually seen a UFO. They answered no to the first two questions and yes to the third. 5 out of the 6 men passed the test, with the 6th coming out
What can
inconclusive
fit
because the
so
guy,
much
Alan
nothing in
Dallas,
this bad
was a
boy
shifty
slash
drifter who
black
just
hole.
didn't like being asked questions.
Don't ask him questions. Here's the thing: drifters can't be trusted.
Pumpkin
Loggers are like the
lavender
Bookhouse
slate.
Boys
Yeah,
from
you're
Twin
getting
Peaks.
sucked
They are
into
a
it.
brotherhood of
Which
good
is
men
why
that do good
I
deeds
think
under the
Mars might
shadow
not
of
be the
night.
best option in
Drifter
long-term
amongst
sense.
the
Oh, I think
logger
it,
is like
no, it's
a dwarf
perfect.
amongst
What are
an
you talking
elf.
about,
They're
Board?
different races.
Now I'm
They need
confused.
different space.
You are not getting the
Also,
idea
Alan
of
Dallas, and they
Mars.
say several
I think
times
you
within
are
the
you're
Fire in the Sky
missing the
book
point of
is that
Mars.
He had a beard.
So I
He had
think
a
they're
naughty
doing
beard.
exactly
The rest
what
of them
they're
couldn't
supposed to
drink.
be
He was
doing with
shady.
Mars.
Alan Dallas. He was the only one with the full beard, and they were like couldn't trust him because you can't see his chin.
So
All the rest of
like
them either had
Mars
nice, thick, full
is
man
perfect for
mustaches or
one
wispy
thing.
teen mustaches.
It's in the
Make a
perfect
calendar out of these
location.
guys. Wow.
No.
is hot
It's in the
stuff.
perfect
Now, the
location
believers actually
for a
outweighed the
jump-off
skeptics in
refueling
Snowflake,
point.
with Travis's brother and mother being the ones most ready to believe the story. See, the Walton family were not necessarily UFO experts in the sense that, say, a Henry is an expert.
Thank you. VIP
So it's
investigator
the
Henry Zebrowski.
perfect
Please
location
call me that from now on. That is
for
my new title. That is officially my title on my
for
letterhead.
jumping off
But
of the solar
mother
system.
and the brother definitely
It's
discussed the
not
possibility
strong
of
enough
life on
to
other planets
throw us
visiting
off.
Earth on many a
Its
late
gravitational pull is
So they're
perfect.
open to the idea.
night. Yeah, they're open to
How's
the
our
idea.
carbon footprint
And
again?
in an
I don't
interview
give a
with
fuck about a carbon
ufologist
footprint. Who
Fred
gives a
Sylvan.
shit?
I like
Once we get off this
ufologists. I like
planet,
called
I don't want to
UFOs
see it ever again.
UFOs, yeah.
So it can go fuck itself.
It sounds like a fun
Planet
shoe that
Earth can
squeaks.
suck my big old
Makes me
black
fucking
dick.
mad.
I
Makes me
don't care.
crazy. Makes me fucking-
Because
I'm like
we'll
an
be
Oregonian over
so
here.
far
Oh,
away
man.
from it, we'll never see it again.
Well, in an
Who
interview with
cares?
ufologist Fred Sylvan,
It'll
Travis's
fix itself,
brother Dwayne
or it'll
calmly
fucking
said
die.
UFOs
It's
were
not my
friendly and
problem.
that he had, quote, a feeling, a
I
strong
don't give a
feeling
shit
that
what
Travis would be
Gaia.
returned safe.
I
Dwayne
hope
is really the center of all
that
of the
Gaia
UFO
fixes her own
organization's
shit
activities in this
and
story.
doesn't
Dwayne
need
obviously
us.
contacted some people as soon as
That's
he
what
heard
I
the story.
say.
Dwayne has been waiting for this moment. Dwayne
Don't
is
give a
me.
fuck about
Dwayne
our
is a
carbon
dude that is-
footprint
he has
because the
been
point
into
is to get
UFOs for
what
a
we
long
need.
time. He
Get
claims
the
to have
fuck
seen
off
one.
this
It's
planet,
pretty
and then
sweet.
we
Well, maybe
won't
he's
have to
too
see
into
that
it,
shit
though,
no
huh?
more.
It seems like he's
Shut up.
ready to go here.
No.
He might be.
No, he did the fucking work, Kissel.
What if
He
they
did the
all
Well, in
fucking
that
work.
case, I
He did
might
the
wish
reading,
to
and he was the
discuss
only
short-term
one.
and
I
druid
was
classes
really
with you.
He was the only one.
I'm
that had the
saying,
guts
all
and the
I'm
know-how,
saying
the
is
know-how.
that if we want to reduce the, if we want to reduce our carbon
Well, just
footprint,
because somebody
the
has
best
prior
thing we
knowledge
can
of the
do,
subject does not automatically
the
make
best
their
thing
claims
that
they
we can do
experienced
is
said
to
subject
literally
complete and total
get
falsehood.
enough
That's a coincidence?
energy
It's a
to
coincidence.
leave.
Okay.
It's a coincidence.
Say
And
Henry saw
not
a UFO.
like,
Would you
oh,
automatically
if we
say he
just
was
stop
lying?
mating and stuff
Yes.
like, no.
Never
Fuck
lie
that.
about I need
No.
to see the difference.
We
I
need
need
to
see
keep mating
so
because the
much
more we mate,
documentation
the
if you
more we
ever see a
evolve.
UFO.
I am
So the
saying
more
I'm
we
so much my own
evolve,
to tell you this
we have
is that I would
more
say I
chance
would
to
never
become
fucking lie
better
about seeing a UFO
and have better
because
evolutionary
of my
chains
knowledge
and
of the fact,
stronger
and I will
evolutionary
not
chains
add to the-
and stuff
the
like
ammo
that.
of the critiques about
No.
my fucking
Evolution.
beloved science.
The only way
Ufology.
evolution happens is through fucking, and we need to have
The
more.
sky from your roof.
Yes.
Well, if you put it like that, I kind of like it too.
Now, Dwayne was so confident that Travis wasn't in any danger Dwayne said the only thing that bothered
We
him
just need
was
to
that
have
he wasn't
more.
along for the ride. Fuck yeah!
We need to strengthen the evolutionary chain. We need to have more so we can have smarter humans. It's very simple. It's math.
Get as
Eventually,
underneath the object as physically possible to maximize their chance of abduction.
Oh, they wanted to get abducted.
I think that you're
He wanted to. Of
you're
course he did.
thinking short term, my friend. Short term,
zip zop around the fucking skies.
like I don't care, like
you're hanging out with the flight of the
I don't care what sex, race they are. They're human.
Technically, that's not the character's fault.
They're
It's
human.
never a good-
Why would they want
Time
to
to
be
open
abducted?
shop.
No
Wish me
abduction story is
luck.
very
You are
good. They're
all
out there
awesome
like
and amazing
Woody
people. Love
Harrelson in
y'all.
White Men Can't Jump,
Short term
tried
and
to
this market
entice their
extends
way
long
into the
term.
game. We saw what happened in that movie.
You know what? They always say
Well,
that. I
there
don't.
is a
I
theory
feel
as
like
to why the
it'll all
Walton
go to
brothers
fuck
were so into
because
UFOs. Apparently their father
in
was
just
a huge
one instance,
UFO
in
fanatic,
one
and he
instance,
abandoned them at a young age and
the
disappeared.
world
and
could
never saw
just
them again.
spit up a bunch of lava and then we're
So the story
dead.
is based in
The
ultimate
planet
sadness
could
and
just
childhood
say,
loneliness.
well,
Now
I'm
I
gonna
understand
fucking
it's
spit up some
deep-seated
lava.
trauma. I
And
was
then we're
legitimately
fucking
thinking,
dead.
If you see an alien, you gotta squeeze yourself. You know what I'm talking about?
what?
You gotta milk
Thank you,
yourself.
by the way,
Get it all out.
Heathen.
So then the aliens
I
say,
really
"Oh, he's not
appreciate
empty,
you.
We don't want him.
So you mean is if an alien's trying to abduct you, you immediately start masturbating?
However, you gotta do it.
Like
I would do the
That's
same.
the
what they
world
want,
could
right?
just
I
spit
would do
up
the same exact thing, but I'm actually already
could spit
pretty
up some lava and then we're fucking dead. Doesn't matter how much we work
Henry, when you go on your missions
to
as
further
Lieutenant
these so-called
Detective Henry
goals
Zabrowski,
or
VIP
whatever the
MUFON,
fuck. We need to
always
stop
go out
worrying
empty.
about that and get the
And as
fuck
soon as
off
you
this
start to feel
planet
yourself getting
as
full,
quickly as
clock out of
possible.
work.
And then we can worry about all this other garbage of like, oh, what about this and this? Yeah, we're all people. Get over it.
No.
Stop crying. We're all humans. Get over it. We're all humanity. Get over
Fast
it.
as it
Come
possibly can.
on.
Roll them up, boys.
It's like no, we're all fucking human. We all make mistakes, you know.
I'm sorry I
Gotta
brought us
get
here. This
over
is all
it.
my
Oh
fault,
well.
actually.
Well, Dwayne and Travis both said that once aboard, whoever
They don't
got
even
abducted
look
would
at the
convince
super volcanoes.
abductors
They
to
don't
go
care.
pick up
Heck.
the other brother so they could both enjoy it together. But it seemed like
We
to
took
Dwayne
the
that
time
this was not
to
a scenario that played out.
domesticate
because you can't get
a
abducted and be like,
long
hey,
of
aliens, we got two
nature
stops.
to
Like, they're
increase our
going to wherever they
chances.
wanna
We can
take-
work
you know,
with
it's like
our
going to an
environment
after
and
party
each
with
other,
somebody
but
else
that
who's, like,
requires
in the show
communication
that you were
and
going to see
also
and being- having
a
to
lot of
introduce them and be like,
communication.
This is my friend
But
Henry.
also,
he's also an actor. You know, like, which just never works out.
our
heard
good
of it.
friend,
Oh, is that a VIP
piece
lanyard
of
from
shit,
MUFON? Yes. Welcome,
motherfucking
Mr. Zabrowski.
dickface
I am an
McGee
investigator.
volcano over here in America, that big old volcano, the super volcano, could in Yellowstone could literally end all life as we know it. And not only that, it could just end all life.
No,
Saucer. Okay, I heard
And it
ground
won't
sausage
care,
watch, I'm like,
and we're
what
dead,
kind of
and all this
Midwestern
so-called
fucking
and all this
bizarre family
mediocre
is this?
stuff,
We're the ground
all this stuff
sausage
of
watch.
like, oh,
Sausage
we get
watch.
all these rights
So the Condon
to
report
this
came
and
out in
this. It's like,
1968. The
yeah,
Condon
that
report
doesn't
was the
matter.
official
They're all
government
dead.
line that UFOs mean nothing,
Everybody's
and they
dead.
made
It
them
doesn't
close Project
matter.
Blue Book and Project
You're
Clean,
dead.
right? So they closed
Everybody's
everything down.
dead
They
and
said
all
essentially,
that.
we
And
don't
I'm
give a
like,
shit
yeah,
about
we
UFOs, they
should.
are not real.
But we need
So when
more people
1968
working on
happened,
getting
and
the
all
fuck
the
off this
official
planet.
avenues for UFO
And less worrying
investigation were
about,
shut down.
oh man.
That's really where civilians took over.
Because
That's
we
where
need
came in,
people
like
to
the
worry
GSW
about that.
popped out,
Like,
APRO, which is
here's the
Aerial
thing. I
Phenomenon
feel
Research
more
Organization
people
popped
these
out,
days
NICAP
are
came out.
worried
All these
about
different groups popped up,
all this
run
extra
by very
stuff,
driven,
which is
broke
totally
nerds
great. Which
that
is
just started
totally
hitting
great.
the
We
streets
have
saying,
those
like, if the
people now.
government's not gonna
We
handle our
have
shit,
lots
we
of
as
people worrying
American
about that.
citizens, proud,
We don't have
sovereign
the people
nations,
worrying
each
about
unto
the
our
super
own,
volcano.
are gonna go out there
It's going to
and we're
end
going
all
to
life
investigate
on
UFOs
this
for everyone
planet.
else.
That
Well, now you're
will
putting it in
end
terms
life
that I like,
before
Henry.
that before the sun goes nuclear.
Unofficial capacity.
Oh, I see.
No lanyard.
No lanyard. No lanyard.
At least I have a lanyard.
So we need more
Spalding
people
told
worrying
Dwayne
about
that he would provide a free
worrying
medical
about getting the fuck off
examination
this planet,
of Travis
except
upon Travis's
instead of
return,
just a few,
emphasizing the
a
importance
handful of people.
securing a sample of Travis's quote.
Oh, I'm not saying saying Mars won't. I'm saying that Mars is literally like the thing about it is that it's a great place to set up base and start whittling away its resources, because nobody else is gonna fucking use that shit. Nobody else is gonna use Mars. We'll fucking tap into it. We'll see if there's any quarries that we can start off in the belt that never became a planet. What is that? The asteroid belt, the asteroid field, or whatever they call it, between Mars and Earth. It was supposed to be a planet, never became a planet. I forget what they call it. But if we start mining that shit, and then we use Mars as a jump-off point, one of the moons of Saturn could be a great, a wonderful place to set up shop.
We actually save his life.
Well, William Spalding, Dwayne Walton, and everybody else would get their
or
shot
something
at
like
first
that.
Voided
Well,
specimen.
Or
Travis
something like
retired
that.
On November
Well,
10th.
I thought you said you were going to bed.
12:05 a.m.
Blue.
Travis's sister got a collect phone call. Travis had called her from an
There's
Exxon
also
station
the moon
in Haber,
that's going to
Arizona,
be
some 33 miles away. They called
going to
Dwayne,
just
called in a
ditch
truck,
eventually.
headed on over.
Who
There they
knows
found Travis Walton,
where that son of a bitch is
dehydrated,
going? True.
Incoherent.
Don't know where
and
it's going.
highly agitated.
We
slumped
need
over
more
inside a phone
advancement. We have the time right now to re-optimize how we handle
But
carbon.
instead of letting the
Like,
authorities know
okay.
the man who had been missing for 5 days
The
under
egg
suspicion
planter,
of murder
shush.
had been found,
Carbon is
Dwayne
excellent
immediately called
crafting
William
material,
Spalding of the
perfect for
GSW
bridge
to take him
cables,
up on that
building
pre-doc
segments,
You do the
etc.
same exact thing
Exactly.
for me. I don't want any
Exactly,
police
my
involved
friend.
Until we've
That's
caught
why
the
we
alien
need to stop
ourselves.
worrying about all this
So the
other
crew
stuff, and
drove
we need to start worrying about that.
144 miles in the middle of the night. It's almost 3 hours from Haber, Arizona to Phoenix.
I believe
where
we're
they met
but
with
also
a Dr.
also,
Lester Stewart.
our fears could
But
be
when they asked
unfounded,
for his
and we're
credentials, they
just
discovered that
being
he was
all
not a
cryptic
doctor.
for no reason
He was
other
a
than to be
hypnotherapist.
cryptic.
Yes, can you imagine them
You know,
showing up and he's
maybe
like, 1, 2,
everything
3,
is
you're
just
out. Snap.
fine.
Snap.
Maybe we're just
Your
being
asses of
old
Oz.
pessimistic
1, 2, 3, you're
dudes,
back up.
and
Oh,
we're
look,
just
I found these beautiful
old
flowers, Travis.
fogies, and that's just how it
himself as
is.
a doctor.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the GSW told them that, like, we have a
Yeah.
doctor that will examine
Maybe that's
you,
it.
But I'm pretty sure what it was,
Maybe that's
the
us.
GSW was
Yeah.
one of the poor fucks. They were one of the super poor organizations. And the only person they could find who might have had some sort of medical experience was a hypnotherapist they knew named Lester.
Okay.
He was a medic in the army.
Maybe we
That's what he came out. He said he was a medic in the army, and he got the name. He got the doctor title by just printing.
Maybe
it on
we're
a piece
just
of paper.
old fogies that
putting it up
think.
on his wall. Yeah. So, but he was not a doctor.
Oh,
He was
okay.
not that.
So 45 minutes later, the Waltons had already headed on back to Snowflake. They weren't going to let the hypnotherapist poke around Travis. But to the GSW's credit, before Travis left, that first voided specimen
maybe
was
everything's
indeed
just
sampled
okay,
and
and
analyzed.
What
it's
is the
not.
specimen?
Piss.
It's not all
When the
bad.
results came back, Travis tested negative for drugs and alcohol. However, according to the doctor, he did not himself witness Travis fill the jar. According to the doctor, Dwayne just handed him a jar of piss and said it was Travis's. Could have been anyone.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I mean, loggers do keep jar of pisses like ready to go. Like that is true. That's a part of because they have to cover themselves with their own piss to make themselves invisible to skunk. I'm actually not really sure how nature works.
I think I'm pretty sure you have to cover yourself with the urine of the animal that you don't want to be eaten by, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to hunt an animal, then you cover it. You cover it to mask your scent to make it not human. Like if you want to hunt deer, you cover yourself in deer piss.
Yeah,
but
and that's what Jeffrey Dahmer did. But we know when he was hunting, and I don't want to get into it.
Was that what our president was doing in Russia?
Hunting.
Was he just trying to make himself invisible to hookers?
Sex workers, Henry, please.
Yeah.
For crying out loud.
And I found out strippers are sex workers.
I know. That's what I
Yes,
said.
we found that out, and we are learning. We're learning. I'm sorry. Every day I learn.
It's just my thought.
I always thought they were
Maybe-
exotic dancers.
Well, what? They are wonderful people.
Yeah,
That's what I call everyone.
anybody who dances
Is
so
a
free.
capitalist
It is that
way
way
of
it is, like
taking
no
care
one's
of things
looking, though.
socially,
They're
synergizing our goals and needs. The sheep need,
That's kind of
sheep and bees need to not drown, and we need clothes and honey. We don't need honey. That is not true. Do not lie to people. We don't need honey.
And by
Stop
Tuesday
with
night,
your
the
bee
Waltons had gotten a phone call from
lies.
another UFO
Granted, if we
team.
keep microwaving
Aerial
bees and
Phenomena
making them all
Research
homicidal.
Organization,
Killer bees,
aka
anyone?
APRO.
The Japanese ladybug is a great idea.
Unlike the
Bullshit.
GSW,
We
APRO
don't.
had
It's a natural
powerful
product.
and
No.
well-known ally,
No.
the National
We
Enquirer.
don't need
Now, back then,
honey.
the National Enquirer
Stop with
was
your
only
lies.
half
Stop with your
celebrity
bee
gossip. The other
lies.
half was dedicated
We
to
don't
UFOs,
need
Bigfoots,
we
and
don't need
post-1977
those
Elvis
as
sightings.
But they actually look
anything.
for
We
legit
don't need
cases.
honeybees.
They would try to make these
Honeybees
things as airtight
are
as
not
possible, because one
that
of the weird
incredible
things about
or
the National
amazing.
Enquirer
We
is that
don't
because it's
need
always
honey.
sensational
We
news
want
and
honey.
ridiculous
Stop
bullshit in
lying to
there,
people
they
and
couch
just
it with,
say,
like, real
I
UFO
want
stories,
honey.
And that was sort of like the way, that was like an avenue.
Don't lie to
get a
people
UFO
about,
story
oh
out
no,
to the mass
it's
public.
about the
And also
environment
they
and stuff like
provided
that.
funds
Bullshit.
for
We
research,
having
which all
like,
of these civilian
did you know
UFO
that
groups
hornets
desperately need.
are just
Yeah, so
as
when this dude
amazing,
showed
if
up, when
not
they showed
just
up
as
and basically
incredible
said, like,
as pollinators? Hello, Drigosoon.
quote unquote legitimately as much as possible.
And if you
Hello.
want to understand
Thank you
how
so
messed up our
much.
current world is,
It
the
was
National
me,
Enquirer
Austin.
endorsed
It
Donald
was me
Trump.
all
He's
along.
very good friends with the head of the National Enquirer.
Yeah.
And they also stumble upon the truth on occasion. They broke the John Edwards scandal, for example, when he had the affair.
Yep.
So they do. There is like snippets of truth in there.
Yeah, little
Very weird.
little things here and there, but yep, they went from a UFO to a mouthpiece.
We don't
for the
need
president.
honey.
Isn't that
In just
insane?
a short
We
few
want
decades.
honey. There's a
Lose
difference.
in touch with reality on a
We
regular
need
basis.
to stop
All around the
lying.
world.
You just gotta believe in yourself.
The
That's what
lies
gives
be
me. It actually gives me
dead.
hope. You just go out there
We
and you make something
want
of yourself.
honey.
You can do it.
Yeah, if you make your own reality, then no one
When
else's
hornets
reality
are
matters.
just
that
as much
lying?
pollinators as honeybees. And in fact, we didn't need honeybees
Well,
in
this whole
America to
Afro
pollinate.
National Enquirer
We want
Alliance is where the
honeybees.
first
Honeybees
split
are
in
the
UFO
most
community concerning the Travis
protected of the
Walton
bees.
abduction began.
We're fine
Any
with
listener of
cave
last
bees,
podcast knows
sweat
that no
bees,
academic discipline
hornets,
has more
red
infighting
hornets.
than the
We have
UFO
wonderful
paranormal community.
We
pollinators.
have to
We
unite
don't
the groups.
need
We have to
honeybees.
unite the gang,
Just say you
and when I
like
become
honey.
commandant
Just
of
say
Move
it.
On, which I think is
Just
the name
accept
of the
that
top
we
position
just
at Move
that
On,
humans
which I will
love
become.
fucking
I will
honeybees.
unite the gang.
So you're gonna
Instead
be
of
like the
being like,
Cyrus of
we don't need
alien,
it.
alien
We need it.
organizations.
Don't
We will
need to
become one
cause
front,
excess
and then
damage to our
we will
environment
truly be a
either.
force to be
Yeah, I
reckoned with.
When you
know.
say the gangs,
We
you
have
mean
the
different
technology to
sects of
bypass doing the damage, and we have been. Yeah, we've been slowly. We've been slowly opening up to
Well, really,
that.
that's not for lack of trying. People try
Don't lie to
bringing together
people.
these guys
I
from
just
time
don't
to
like the
time.
lie.
For example, this is an excerpt
Look,
from an article
I get it.
published
You
in the
like
Brown
honey.
Saucer Watch
I
newsletter
like honey
concerning
too.
the discord in the
I
UFO
just don't want to
community.
lie to people
During
about it.
October of last year, I was a participant in a national UFO conference at
I'm
Fort
very
Smith,
much a man who wants to be
Arkansas.
honest about honey.
The theme of the meeting was
Just be
United
like,
for
hey, I like
Objectivity.
honey.
In all fairness to Bill
I like
Pitts,
honey.
the
Honey's
organizer of this broad
important. What do you
undertaking,
mean?
It was a monumental achievement.
I mean
Bringing
that
together
we're fine
all
with
the
that.
major civilian
We're fine without
organizations,
honey.
leaders in one building.
Humans
at
are
one
just
time.
fine
We
without
left Fort
honeybees
Smith with mixed
and honey.
but good feelings. Unfortunately,
Humans
no
could live
high-level
without
resolutions
honey,
were established,
and we'd
nor
be
were any
fine.
serious objectives
Honey
planned for
is
the future.
is a
On the plus
byproduct
side,
created by
I felt that petty
pollinators,
ill
and it
feelings
is
existed
created
between
to
the
feed
organizations was
the
settled,
hives of
and now
most
some
honey
constructive teamwork
bees.
could have been accomplished.
honey
in
is
the
not
70s.
is not
Meanwhile,
important
there's
to
one-
humans.
there's one
It is
guy dressed
important
like
to
Worf,
bees.
just completely
And bees,
confused on what the
not
convention
all
was all
bees
about,
are
thinking it was
honey
more of a cosplay
creators.
event.
This is 1975. It's long before Worf.
I know.
He would be Spock.
Yeah, you are inaccurate. You need to
It
look
doesn't
up-
matter.
It does. It does matter. It does. Ben, these are alien episodes. Alien episodes are.
Did you
required
also
to be
know
factually
that,
accurate if
that
we're ever to be
alligators
taken
are,
seriously. You cannot have
150
you cannot have
million
an
years
anachronism in
old?
this episode, Ben.
But no,
Ironclad,
the entire
because
And sharks are 300
and you fucking piece of shit.
I think it's 375 million years old.
I'm ready for it.
Did you
It's
know
like a
that?
mafia.
I just feel like the whole thing. I'm not going to get into it.
Evolutionarily, they have not changed over 300 years, and also sharks can become can live up to 200
Today's
years.
last podcast on the left is brought to you by the new Paramount Pictures film Mother. A couple's relationship is tested when
Yes.
uninvited guests arrive at their home, disrupting their tranquil existence.
From filmmaker
Did you know that?
Aronofsky, director of
I
Black
know
Swan
that.
and Requiem for a Dream. Mother stars Jennifer Lawrence, Javier Bardem, Ed
And there
Harris,
is one
and
that
Michelle
makes the
Pfeiffer
PP
in
bigger.
this riveting psychological thriller about love, devotion, and sacrifice.
I love
Mother is darkly
immediately.
intelligent,
Or it's like, I'm
well-acted,
not
and rumored
not
to be
having
one of the
this
most
discussion.
controversial
We're not
films to come out
talking.
of Hollywood in a long time.
We're not
It's
talking
the kind of
anymore.
smart and scary psychological thriller director Darren Aronofsky is known for, and is sure to generate a lot of discussion after the credits have ended. Mother is out in theaters September 15th. Go see it, and don't miss the movie everyone will be talking about. That's Mother, out September 15th. Coming to a theater.
He
near you.
even left the call. He's like, I'm
After the
done.
incident with the
I'm done with these
hypnotherapist,
anti-B
who at
facts.
this point pretty much had taken over for Travis, decided to cut ties with the GSW and sided with APRO instead, who had admittedly thrown in with the National
He's like,
Enquirer
I'm
for their
done with
vast
these
financial
anti-B
resources,
facts.
of which APRO had
That's fine.
none.
Will say when groups
That's fine.
use acronyms, it does sound
I lose
much
more
intense.
followers
It
by
seems
being
like, something
real
happening in-
with people.
They know that. Nerds love it. Nerds love acronyms. It is fantastic. It's great because then it makes you sound like you work for the CIA.
Yeah, and you also get to kind of like make a little puzzle.
Yeah.
And you know
because
what?
gotta have an acronym
It
that
might
you can
not
just
be
say as a
true, but
word,
I
right? You get to
I
rearrange all
honestly
the words for
believe
the
that we're
organization
fine
to
without
make it sound
bees.
like MUFON.
Yeah.
I think we're
And one day,
100%
I'm gonna
fine
have a
without the
polo
honeybee.
that says MUFON on it, and when I have it, it's gonna look like I work at a much more important Best Buy.
All right.
And through
I
the
might have
resources from
shitty
the National
opinions, but
Enquirer,
that's
APRO
my
was able to
opinion.
hire their own
I can
hypnotherapist
definitely
who
have
was
it.
able to unlock Travis's memories to give us the full story of just what happened after his friends
Yes,
sped off into the
Floof.
darkness to leave him at the mercy of extraterrestrial beings.
Yes, Floof.
What follows is the account Travis gave to Penthouse Magazine, which, along with all the letters and piss, actually had some pretty good journalism here and there.
All right.
Unfortunate. The really good condensed version of his abduction was in Penthouse Magazine, but I do back up this complete account because I have listened to, and I swear to God,
Without
I've
honey,
listened to
you will
7
have the small
different
pee-pee for
Travis
life.
Walton speeches.
I guess I'll
I'm
have small
talking
pee-pee for
over
life.
12 hours
Wow.
of Travis Walton I've listened to over the last week, and he hits all these exactly. He has the story down.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I back this up.
Now, the moment the beam hit Travis,
I
he
guess we
blacked
will
out.
have small
He didn't
pee-pee
even
life.
remember hitting the ground.
Life pee-pee.
For a time, he faded in and out of consciousness. The only thing he remembered from that period was a light a few feet above and intense pain in his head and chest. And when he woke up fully, he was lying on a table and noticed that the room he was in was hot and humid, the air so wet he could hardly breathe.
And loggers thrive in that because their chest hair.
I sent an apology to Board.
Can actually bring in moisture like a plant.
Huh. Makes sense.
Then
I mean, it's not a
Travis
good
removed it.
apology, but it's
As his eyes
it's
adjusted,
it's
Travis saw
there.
he was in the presence of 3 alien creatures. They were a little under 5 feet tall, with large, bald, domed heads. Their eyes were gigantic, and surprisingly,
I just like being anti-B.
with no eyelashes and no eyebrows.
It's
And
my
when they
it's
blinked,
it's very
the lids
funny.
slid
It
down
makes me
and
laugh.
rolled back up again, like pull-down window shades.
Oh,
Because
you don't gotta tell
people
me.
so badly want to protect the
Their skin
honeybee,
was
and
white and
the honeybee is very
That was
much
his words.
protected.
That is Travis Walton's
You
words.
don't get this.
Yeah, marshmallow.
But also, I do know that other bees do make
Their
honey.
mouths,
It
ears,
is very
and
different.
noses were tiny, but
I know
Travis
bee
does
facts.
admit
I know
they
bee
may
facts.
have been normal size
facts.
features on a huge
My
head, making him look
facts.
tiny, like Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, he's got like he's got a boy's face on a big fat
My
alcoholic's head.
facts.
Right.
He's kind of like it's like
Here we
Paul
go.
Giamatti if
We
he had
have a
alopecia.
galaxy.
They're very intense looking. The drawings of them, they're very
It's like
obviously very
space.
otherworldly.
I can make
We're gonna see a lot of
space
different
stuff.
variations
I
and
can make
idea of
space
grace.
stuff.
He said that they did look like
That
robots.
also means that I
That's
gotta
that's
add a
another thing he
little
described,
bit
that
of
they moved
red.
very strangely, and they were very.
I hope
soft.
Board isn't actually
Interesting. You're
mad.
also describing if she
I
shaved
hope
her
Board
head,
isn't actually
Sarah
mad.
Huckabee Sanders. Yes, that tiny little face, and there's so much stuff around.
Yeah, she's got a tiny face.
Very strange.
Yeah, very strange indeed.
I hope
Now,
you
Travis
guys aren't mad.
understandably freaked out once he realized
Thank you,
aliens
by
were
the
standing
way.
over him. So he lashed out and hit the creatures to his right,
who he
Thank
said
you,
was
by the way,
surprisingly
for
light and
saying
fell into the
Luby
next one,
Stowe.
knocking them both over.
Thank you for coming in.
You ever wanted to look at like a
Drigsoon.
85-year-old woman
I do
and know
appreciate
you could
it.
just, like, snap her
Thank you for
arms, like,
coming
pull it
in.
on her wrists?
Yeah. Very
like,
nice
you
of
could just
you.
grab an old woman and like push her down real hard
Very
and it'd be
sweet
really
of you.
easy. It was like that.
I don't. No.
Yeah.
I really don't do that.
Yeah, you don't never
Very
thought about
sweet
that?
of you. You
Beating
didn't
up an
have
old
to
woman?
come
Not
in
beating up
to
an old
my
woman. How easy it would be to beat up an old
ways.
woman.
I'm
Those are two very-
6'7". I look at you and I think that. Even though you're wiry and tough.
Yeah, I am.
Stringy.
I'm like
deceptively strong.
Oh yeah, man, like a piece of jerky that's just been sitting out on a cabinet for weeks.
Ah, you're not old trapper jerk.
I can't be knocked over.
I know. No one's ever knocked you over.
So Travis stood up and staggered backwards against the wall near some shelves. He saw a clear tube and figured he could break off the end and use it as a
I'm just
stabbing
dicking
tool,
around on my
Starfight
stream.
But when
I'm
he
not
tried
doing
to break
much.
it, he found that the tube was unbreakable and was too light to be used as a club. And Travis said as he was smashing the tube into the shelf over and over again, the aliens held up their hands in what sounds like the universal gesture for just be cool, man, calm down.
Me cool, I am Klaxar, this is my friend. I think his name is also Klaxar. We've never exchanged names before. Hi, hello. We've been working together for 6 months. We should have had some sort of intro by now. But
Yes,
listen,
I
we
do
just
have
need
a
you to
dick.
cool out. We're gonna
I
put
don't
this
know
tube
why
up your
that's-
penis. It will
that's
be fine.
surprising
Trust us.
news,
Ask
but
Barney
yes.
Hill. He loved it.
I do have a dick.
When Travis refused
That-
to cool out, the aliens
that
turned
really
and
shouldn't
hurried out
be
the room through a hallway.
surprising,
And Travis,
but
at a loss for what
okay.
to do, walked the same way. But as the
All right.
aliens had turned right down
All
the
right,
corridor,
Flu Fight.
Travis took a left.
There's also
Okay.
remembering there's a part of the way that he describes the
All
environment
right.
of the UFO, I think is very important, is that it looks like brush metal gray. It is all gray. It's like it looks like aluminum foil, the other side of it. And all of there's
That's a
no
lie.
seams on the walls. He's in this big triangle shaped room that leads
What's a
to
lie?
another weirdly
That I have a
organically
dick?
shaped tube that he goes back out into the hallway. So it feels like, which is another interest, because I was reading Richard Dolan's new book, UFOs for the 21st Century Mind, and he brought up another idea of that the idea of a craft is also alive, that the craft could also possibly be an entity. Why are you fucking snickering at me?
Yeah, because that was in fucking Battlestar Galactica.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
What do you think so far, Flu? By the way, thank you for sticking around. I know
When did UFOs for the 21st Century Mind come out?
that
Go fuck yourself.
you know,
I'm looking at this thing now.
Don't get into a nerd
I
battle
don't-
over
This is
this.
2014.
I don't know why
2014,
he's
yes.
Yeah.
typing to me that much. I do appreciate him
Richard
typing and
Dolan's UFOs for the 21st
expressing
Century
his
Mind is a
opinion,
very
you
good
know,
collection of all
letting
the
his
cover
opinion
of it.
out.
Look at
But
it,
also, I'm
look
like,
how
I
cool
was
that
just
cover
sticking
is.
around.
It's Richard
I
Dolan,
was-
his head's covered.
What was
What
the
I was
TV
being
show
a
as a kid?
dick.
It's Monty Python.
Yes, money.
But
Yeah,
also,
it's like
my
the art of
opinion
Terry
is
Gilliam,
that
the
we
animation
should
of Terry
leave the
Gilliam.
planet
No,
Earth.
but technically, he can just
But
say anything, right?
because it's the right thing to do, and
I
also,
am just
should we affect it?
Just in a snit.
I don't actually know.
I am the
That is
angriest
the
I've
biggest
ever
question
been.
of like,
So Travis
if we
walked down
affect
the
it,
hallway
how much
until a door opened to
does
his
human
left. He
hands
walked in to find
have
a
affected the
round
planet
room with
Earth?
nothing
Is
but a metal
very
chair on a single
is
pole sitting
my
in the middle,
opinion.
facing the
Is
other
like we've
direction.
already affected
Travis
it so much.
carefully approached
Why
the
are we
chair,
trying
thinking he
to-
might find someone sitting there waiting for him?
Why are we
He
trying
found
to
as he
fix
walked
it
closer
to
and
what
closer,
we think
the
is
lights
fixed?
grew dimmer.
We barely know what
The darker it got, the more
working or
stars
functioning
Travis could
is.
see all around him,
Why
above,
would we
below,
know what
everywhere,
fixing
like
it
an
would look
all-encompassing
like?
planetarium.
I
When
mean,
he got
all
to the
bees
chair,
are important.
Travis saw
Yes,
that there was a
all
panel of
bees
buttons
are
and a small
important.
green screen on the right hand, to the left,
%.
on the right lever. Travis looked across the room and saw some rectangular patterns, which he figured to be doors, and he thought that maybe one of the buttons
%.
on the chair
All bees
armrest
are important.
might open the door, so he just started pushing them.
Henry, is this how you would react if you were abducted? It seems like just a drunk father trying to watch the Super Bowl and he can't figure out how to turn the TV on.
Well, he is not nearly as prepared as Dwayne. So he got there. Of course, he's very scared. He's very disoriented. He's in a lot of pain. He was thrown by the blue beam. His shoulder hurts. He's all fucked up. He doesn't want to do so. He's scrambling. What I imagine I would do is coolly, calmly sit, go through the investigation with the aliens. I would describe to them honestly. I am just as invested in this phenomena as you are as workers, as your subject, and I'm willing to meet you 50-50 to really get to the crux of what it is you're discovering. What are you trying to discover? How can I help you?
Huh, all right.
Well, when nothing happened when Travis pressed all the buttons,
And also,
decided to
hornets
try the
are
lever.
important as much as we
He
fucking
found that
hate
when
them.
he pushed the lever, the stars moved.
As
while staying
much
in
as
their
we
same
fucking hate
astrological
hornets,
position.
they are
It
quite
sounds to me
important.
like Travis stumbled upon some sort of super cool
Frogs are
interactive
important.
star map.
Yeah,
All
that's fucking
animals are
awesome.
important.
That's fucking cool as
And
shit. Yeah, dude.
no matter
You-
how
you
much
plug that into your
people try to
PS4,
say
man,
it,
that's fucking
humans
cool
are
as shit.
important as well.
But after a bit,
And people
Travis
need
figured
to
he should
stop
probably
shitting on
screwing
them.
around with mysterious buttons and
Are we
levers,
perfect?
and left it all
No.
alone. But as
Can
soon
we
as he
get
stepped,
better?
he heard a noise.
Yes.
He turned around and saw a man standing there, just a regular.
I also watched a lot of animal videos today, and they make me cry. They had the cutest little bat.
and were shining bright.
They had the
gold.
They had a
Like Shia
33-year-old bat,
Travis said the guy was
And
about
they,
6 foot, well built, and wore a tight blue jumpsuit.
and they were. It was an old man bat, and they're like, "Oh man, he's so cute." And they have him in captivity, and they what they do is they help him fly. They have his handlers fly him around. They have him fly around for him, and it's so adorable. He looks like he's like, oh man, I'm excited. I love this. And he'll just pick out the fruit he wants, and he's got two older lady bats with him, and it's so cute. It's so cute.
Prepared as Dwayne.
But that was
And I'm like,
Travis's
oh my
idea, not
god,
as
fruit
prepared as
bats
Dwayne.
are
And
so
that was Travis'
adorable.
his immediate
They're so
response is that you
cute.
couldn't hear it because of the helmet, but we don't know. But maybe he
They're
didn't want to talk,
so
or maybe he was
sweet.
not in fact a human, but in fact a Nordic, and could not speak to him.
Okay. They walked together
They're so
to an
cute.
airlock, and when they got to the other side, the atmosphere seemed to change. The dank wetness was replaced by a cool freshness. And Travis said the what?
No, it just sounds like trying
What's not
deodorant.
Yeah, exactly.
What's not important?
The dank wetness will be replaced
Now,
with
what
cool,
I'm thinking,
whatever the heck.
adding a little red, just a little bit of red.
was bright like
Me?
sunlight.
No,
They walked through what Travis assumed to be a
No,
hangar of sorts,
you're wrong.
as he saw 3 UFOs
You're
similar to
wrong.
the one
You're
that had taken him
important.
and parked inside.
Nuh-uh.
Once
Not
they
in
were
this
through the hangar,
channel.
the stranger
Missy,
brought Travis
not in this
through the hallway
channel.
to another room where 2
Not
men
in
and a
this
woman
channel.
were waiting.
We don't do that
These
in
three
our
weren't
channel.
wearing helmets and
No
all had
ma'am.
long,
No
dirty
ma'am.
blonde hair. The stranger sat Travis down and left the room. Travis tried to ask him where the hell he was.
We
and
are
what the hell they were doing, but
100%
again,
not for
they
that
just
life.
smiled and stared.
Welcome to Los Angeles.
You are important.
So
You
glad
are
that
wonderful.
moved
You
here.
are stupendous. Don't put yourself down.
So what kind of race
We
are
don't
we
like that
talking
here.
Nordic with the aliens?
Nordics.
These are Nordics. And what are they all about again?
Sex.
Nuh-uh.
We're gonna get
Don't
into
accept
an
it.
episode about this at some point where I wanted to do another episode.
It's just
we'll
facts.
talk about
It's
specifically
just
Nordic
lies.
abductions.
It's
And I gotta
straight
tell you what,
lies.
it's pretty fucking
Stop lying
saucy.
about yourself. You're
Yeah,
a
they milk
wonderful
you, but they milk
person.
you in a good way.
You're
Oh, I
a
see.
stupendous person.
milk.
That is 100% peddling lies right there.
Travis by the arm and started
Is
leading him to another
is you
table.
telling
Travis
yourself
started
that
to
you're
get a little
not
agitated
that you're
again
not
as they
special
pulled something
and
like an
amazing
oxygen
and
mask over
important.
Travis's face, and before he could reach up,
We
to
don't
pull
do
it
that
off,
here.
He was unconscious.
We
again.
don't put
The
ourselves
next thing
down.
he
We
knew,
don't put
he was
anybody
standing
down.
next to the highway.
It's not the right
outside
way.
Heber, Arizona,
Not the way.
watching one of the craft he'd sing in the hangar hovering above him. A light went out as if a hatch was closing, and the UFO shot straight up into the air without a sound. And out of the 5 days that he'd been missing, Travis claims this was the only chunk of time he remembered.
And what he said was that he
No.
all told when
You
he
are
talked to the
somebody, and you are a
hypnotherapist afterwards,
wonderful
it seemed like
somebody.
it's really just he remembers about 20 minutes of that time period.
So 5 days total, though, huh?
Yeah,
You
5
are
days
a
he was gone.
wonderful
Yikes.
somebody.
So after Travis returned safe and sound in Snowflake, the battle
I'm
for
a
the truth
means
began,
to
with APRO and the
sus-
National Enquirer on one
sus-
side, and the
Susuri?
GSW, and an old
I don't know what that
fuddy-duddy
means.
dickhead named
I don't know
Philip
what that
Glass
means.
on the
I don't know
I
what
fucking
that
hate
means.
Philip Glass. I hate him so much. I hate him.
What's wrong with
God,
Philip
so-
Glass?
I put
Classic
a
wet blanket.
rainbow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah,
not a
classic wet
normal
blanket. He's
rainbow
smug, he's
because I like
condescending.
putting
He liked to
actual
write
in all caps for emphasis in letters and articles.
Because
that
it's
just made his
all
point
beautiful.
He was pretty much a professional UFO debunker. He's the one that created the concept of that UFOs are ball lightning. His whole thing is ball lightning and plasma flares.
Ball lightning?
Dude,
Ball
and
lightning.
then you do
He was
a
the
little
guy
bit
that
of
said
this
if you could prove
action
conclusively
and
that
put a little bit of this
UFOs existed, he would pay you $10,000.
The diffusion
You
of
had to
light
take him up on the offer. And if you took him up on the offer, then you had to give him $100 for every year that UFOs did not go.
Society.
So he's like the world's dumbest Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank.
I'm not getting it.
That is, all right, I see what you're saying now. He's a total prick.
Yeah, Class is known in the UFO community for suppressing and distorting evidence to fit his own personal agenda, personal attacks, and, as we shall see, decades-long campaigns of harassment towards those who disagree with him. He even purposely sabotaged our man Stanton Friedman in his quest to link American UFO cover-ups with those conducted in Canada. Class is the type of guy hardcore skeptics love. A real top-grade asshole.
Go fuck yourself, Philip Class. I hope you're listening to this. Oh, wait, you're dead. Good. I'm glad you're fucking dead.
Is he a goner?
He's a goner.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like those guys on the internet now that like take Carl Sagan way too seriously. They start all their arguments with, well, actually. He's like the proto well actually guy.
I see. Okay.
Now let's actually hear Philip Class from a televised debate he had with Travis Walton and Mike Rogers on the Larry King Show. The first voice you're gonna hear is gonna be Mike Rogers, and then Larry Class is gonna interrupt him like a dickhead.
I can't even type. I'm just nothing. No, you're something to someone out there. You are something to someone. You are something to everyone. You are more than what you
honestly, I don't believe in time
appear.
travel, but that was the closest I've ever felt to being in 7th grade
You
eating family
stand
dinner.
among your friends and peers, and you ask
because
for
the first voice you heard was Mike Rogers'
their
voice, and then he comes
to
in.
lend you
he
some
hates UFOs so much.
time and
It's almost kind
care.
of like he was
In
abducted
your
by a UFO a long time ago,
troubled
and he really
mind.
fucking liked it. And they saw what
Something
a fucking
to
big
someone.
old slut
That's a
was
lie.
for it,
I
and
can't
they
even
decided not to
find
pick
love
him
or
up again.
friends.
He hates
But you
UFOs
got a friend
like
right
Jeff
here.
Sessions hates weed.
I see.
Don't you have
Very
friends with
interesting.
on the Minecraft?
Yeah, you're a goddamn liar.
They may
saying
be
you
digital,
won't
but that
put
doesn't make
tube
them
up
any
my
less
penis.
true or real.
I'm ready to shoot.
Don't you have friends
all
on
night long, you
Minecraft?
tiny
How many people
brown-eyed
come to
little
your server?
seductors.
How
You
many
little
people come to your
fucking sweet,
Minecraft,
sweetie
your
succubus.
Christian Minecraft server?
Come and check my asshole. Snap in my fucking ass. Snap.
Meanwhile, he's at a Minneapolis airport, tapping
Look,
his foot underneath a
don't
stall
lie.
somewhere, trying
You're
to
a
solicit
wonderful,
a BJ from some
stupendous
random
person.
traveler.
Hey. You an alien?
That's the true lie of
So
tonight.
much, suck my dick.
That you
Right,
think that
legislation to
you're
get you out of this
you're
bathroom,
not
alien.
a wonderful
So
person
Alpro set up
deep
a full
down
medical
inside.
examination for Travis Walton after the failed attempt with the hypnotherapist in GSW. They found that Travis had a small red spot at the crease of his right elbow, which appeared to be from a hypodermic needle. The urinalysis also showed a lack of ketones.
What does that mean?
See, when a person doesn't eat, their body starts to eat itself, breaking down stored fat to keep it going. And while Travis claimed to not remember eating anything, there were no ketones in his urine, implying that he had been well fed for the last 5 days.
Interesting. You know, when I lost 180 pounds, that was actually the visual that really helped me. My body eating itself. I thought about little like Pac-Mans eating all the fat.
That's really scary.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. That helped because.
So you thought that you just had that your body was like filled with Langoliers?
Yeah, basically. It was kind of a cool thing.
Now, before you say that Travis might have been fed intravenously through the needle hole by the aliens, the spot was not on a large artery, which is how one is fed in such a manner.
Oh.
This means that either Travis was being fed another way by the aliens, or was just hanging out watching TV for 5 days. But others also claim
But
that
I
the
also
ketone
love
test
that
was,
that
quote-unquote,
aspect of the
inconclusive.
story. Maybe he was
What's
just
harder to explain, though, was the lack of
away
bruises on
eating.
Travis's body. if things happened the way the logger said it happened, then Travis should have had a huge bruise on his right shoulder from being thrown 10 feet by an energy beam. But when he was examined, no bruises were found. Now, this could actually somewhat be explained by a recent revelation Travis had about his abduction. He believes that the aliens did not abduct him for testing or sperm harvesting or any of the other typical reasons aliens have. Travis believes that they took him in because they had accidentally injured him with their propulsion system.
No, this is actually, in my estimation, this is pretty legit. Travis had some sort of psychic communication with the aliens. This is how they work, right? And so I think this thing that you're about to break down, which is what Travis laid out, I think is actually pretty close to the truth of what could have happened.
Yeah.
And in no way did I laugh when Henry said that. I'm getting so good. I want to be with you, Henry. I'm supporting you.
Yeah, you want to believe.
I want to believe that Henry. I want Henry to be happy. That's what I want.
Now, in this scenario, the aliens were parked out in the middle of nowhere, minding their own business.
I think that
when
that
Yoko
is
walks
done.
up and starts gawking. Travis.
Hey, look! Hey, look! Hi!
Is it the best one? No.
Can you get my brother?
But it
Dwayne?
looks pretty nice.
Can we go get my
I wonder
brother?
what the
Dwayne?
aliens are thinking when they just see this guy.
Well, what they think is that
He's been recently emptied. He's going to be no good to us. He is recently emptied.
what they're thinking is that they need to get the hell out of there. So they
Right.
turn on their engine and leave, but the idiot outside ends up walking into the spaceship equivalent of a jet turbine. And so they feel bad because they accidentally almost killed this guy.
Because imagine, right? UFO's engine, the way they say, are gravitational. They create a hole in gravity in front of them and it pulls them forward, which requires gigantic spinning electromagnets inside of it, right? It's some weird kind of thing. So when it takes off, it builds this huge field. And when he pops into it and he gets too close, he like pops the bubble. And it's like when you touch like the big like, electro
pissed
balls,
off
it just
Board.
like, bleh, it just you pop it and then you
I
get the
think
energy.
I pissed off Board and I feel bad. And I think that's what happened. I think I made Board mad and I pissed him off and I was just fucking around. I didn't give a shit about the bees. I don't care. What is this one? I forget. Which one? Let's go down to general. It's no Kami.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a scientist.
I keep making
I'm
people
just an
mad.
investigator.
Yeah,
I am more of a person.
I remember that paper, reading that scientific paper, get the energy into you.
Ah, yes, I loved that one. That one got me a D in high school. I can already see what's the movie with Jake Gyllenhaal where he ends up setting up all the crime scenes so he can take
Nightcrawler?
Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Henry is going to be the MUFON version of Nightcrawler.
Yes. Make the news.
It's gonna get dark and it's gonna get scary.
So when Travis gets hurt by the aliens feel bad. They bring him onto the ship and they spend 4.5 days repairing his broken body. Travis accidentally wakes up while the Greys are doing their job. He freaks out. The Nordics swoop in to clean up the mess and they drop him back close enough to where they picked him up, just about 30 miles away. This is one possible scenario.
And if you could just for a second be serious, both of you, and just think about this. This is a pretty valid explanation. I hear the judgment.
No,
I feel it.
It's a good story.
Everywhere I go.
It's a very good story.
So yeah, no, it makes sense. The aliens abducted a logger. And then they messed it up because he woke up because they didn't do enough anesthesia, which happens to people.
It happens.
And then Greys came and they cleaned up the mess.
The Nordics came and cleaned up the mess.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then they just dropped him off, just kind of 30 miles outside of town. Yeah, no, that's beyond reasonable.
Our last sponsor on Last Podcast on the Left today is ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Finding great talent can be tough. Thankfully, with ZipRecruiter, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites with just one click.
I might just end stream early. I don't know. I don't feel good now.
Better than anyone else. That's
I
why
don't feel
ZipRecruiter
good.
is different. Unlike other job sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them. In
I
fact,
don't feel
over
good. I feel
80%
like I'm
of
a bad
employees who
friend.
post a job on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate in just 24 hours.
I might
No
work on
juggling
this
emails or calls
a
to your
little
office.
bit,
Simply
but in
screen,
all
rate,
honesty,
and
I
manage
can
candidates
just
all in
want
one
to
place
end
with
stream.
ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use dashboard. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by businesses of all sizes to find the most qualified job candidates with immediate results. And right now, our
Whatever.
listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free.
Whatever.
That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. One more time. Try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. So after the medical examination, APRO set up a polygraph test for Travis. This first test was conducted by John McCarthy of the Arizona Polygraph Laboratory. McCarthy is the same breed as Philip Klass. Both came into the story as biased non-believers, and both are big fans of ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the person. They don't attack the argument.
But what I honestly don't understand the character traits in someone. Why even get into the UFO phenomenon if you don't want to like have a good time with it?
It's called being a fucking blogger. It's called being someone that does the same shit. It's literally like you hate it so much that you want to be up in it because you're desperate to believe. These are the saddest of all, because all they ever wanted to do, they had their hearts broken when they found out Santa Claus wasn't real a long time ago. Sorry, kids, but you went out there, it's like they were so disappointed that the Easter Bunny wasn't fucking their mom. I don't know what they thought it was, that now they're the psychiatrist from the movie The Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah. It's what is that saying? It's like inside every
Shy.
cynic is a wounded optimist. I
How
say,
are you?
get over yourself.
I never heard that saying before.
You like
Hope
it?
you're doing good.
I love it.
That'll happen.
That'll happen.
Hope everything's good
That's
for
very
you.
interesting. My parents never let me know that Santa Claus was ever real, but they always told me Santa Claus was fake. But Jesus, very real. Very real.
Well,
Hope your night is
during
going well. Hope
questioning,
everything's
McCarthy
going
discovered that Travis had
fantastic.
smoked weed a few times.
It's good
And
to
sure,
hear from you,
he'd
by
done a
the
little
way.
speed and maybe
Thank
dropped
goodness you're
acid a
doing
time or two.
good.
But for fuck's sake, this is 1975.
It's always wonderful to hear from a good
this-
friend.
These aren't exactly rare occurrences. But that didn't stop Klass from bringing it up again and again throughout the years. Every single time he talked about this case, he always was like, well, he was a known drug user in the past.
Oh, my
Have you ever seen anything like that while on acid or on mushrooms?
No.
Have you ever seen a full apparition once? I've done
Hope
it dozens of
everything's
times.
going well.
I
If
did
you got,
mushrooms. I wanted to see this
you
kind of
can
shit.
let
I
me
mean, I
know.
went at once very intense. I had a very intense trip once where I
No,
saw
I'm
the,
not tired. I
You
just,
founded your
I
kayak
feel
company
down.
because you love the
I,
ocean,
ugh.
not spreadsheets.
I did it
To hire.
again.
I need Indeed. Indeed,
I did
you
it
do.
again where I
Indeed
was
Instant
messing
Match instantly
around.
delivers
I
quality
thought
candidates matching your job
was just
description.
joking around, messing around, and I thought I was being very obvious that I'm having a lark. I'm having a goof.
appointments and long drives with
And
no return on investment.
I
It's
must have
frustrating
not
and it
been
wastes
open
your time.
about it,
But
and
BidMyVid is here to help. Your client can upload a
someone
video
took it
allowing
the
you to see
wrong
job
way.
site and provide an estimate virtually.
or he took
Let
it the
you
right
to
way,
focus on
and
what
he didn't
matters
like what I
most,
said.
Building relationships with clients
I
while
honestly,
making more money.
you know,
With
I
our
don't
bidding
know at
system,
this
all
point.
back and forth communication with the client will be
So
documented and saved for future reference. This means less stress for you and more time in which to do what you love.
I just feel like
Download
I
BidMyVid and
messed
start
up.
saving hundreds or even thousands of dollars in lost time.
And I'm just not feeling good about it.
I broke away and I saw a weird ass alien spirit guy that was in the shape of the dude from Big Lebowski, and I saw these 3D planes of
Yeah,
information.
I should have been listening to him. I should have
Yeah, I once
been
rode a roller
like, no, I'm
coaster out of
having a
hell
joke.
into
I'm having a
space.
laugh.
Really?
I don't mean
But my
any of
eyes were
this. I'm
closed.
just fucking
Yeah.
around.
I've never. Well, what
I don't
Philip
mean
Klass
it.
hypothesizes
Because I was
is the,
I was
puncture
saying
wound
like
was from
we need
Travis
to
Walton
not
injecting
we
a
need to
mixture
not fix the
of
planet planet, fuck the planet, and stuff like that. I was just being a fucking jokester.
I don't even know if that's a combo. Is that a
I
drug
don't actually
combo?
fucking mean
Googled it.
that.
It wasn't really a drug combo because
Yeah.
that sounds like that's how you murder your mother.
I think yes. I think technically it's called a silver dollar pancake.
Uh-oh.
And you can get it in certain parts of Nebraska.
Not a tree in
And
sight.
I took it too
right
far, and I called him a liar. I thought it was being silly, but it definitely hurt his feelings, and
Pardon, as a teenager, he and a friend had apparently stolen and forged some payroll checks for a little bit of quick cash. They were 16. They were stupid kids. Again, not great, but not the worst thing in the world either.
I thought it was being a jokester, and I'm sorry.
Absolutely not.
Maybe I wouldn't trust the guy if he was running a car dealership, perhaps, or being a plastic surgeon.
But
Now I
being a
can't
logger,
find.
that
Now
is
I
all
can't
you need to be a
find
logger. Is
something
a little bit
else.
of a risk. Yeah, he's a
Awesome.
logger. He's a little bit of a risk taker.
Sweet.
He loves old cars and karate. He understands what he has to do. He understands what he's needed. He just needs
Where
to be
could
his
it
own
be?
moral compass.
Absolutely.
Ben, between the ages of
There's
12 and 18, how many
There's that.
felonies did you
Where's
commit?
the?
None. I never got arrested.
Where's the D&D
I
stuff?
will say we
Did I
had
not
a lot
send
of
it over?
cigarettes in my high school.
There's a huge
And I will
possibility
also
I
say
didn't
we
send
did
it
not
over,
pay for a lot of cigarettes.
which is a
and a lot of beer.
So after discovering the weed and the theft, McCarthy
Which is
decided
a
to turn the screws on Travis a
possibility.
little. He asked Travis if he had quote-unquote colluded with anyone else to cook up this whole story. When Travis had to admit he didn't know
no.
what
I
the
don't
word
remember these drawings at
colluded
all.
meant. McCarthy
I literally don't
aggressively said
remember these
that
drawings.
colluding meant conspiring with others. Just had Travis had colluded.
I don't
to
remember
forge
those
payroll
drawings at all.
checks.
They're getting Robert Mueller on the case. This is going to be huge.
It's huge.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming in. I do appreciate you. Thank you for being awesome. I know that you're probably having a day and all that. I'm glad that you came in just to say hey. I really do appreciate you. I really do appreciate you coming in, just checking me out. Thank you so much. I gotta know that my words carry a lot more weight than I think they do, and I need to chill it out sometimes. You know, I don't know what sometimes I say things and I think that they're funny jokes, and they can really hurt people's feelings. But there's nothing I can do about that now. So, I mean, I said I was sorry. You know, hopefully he'll take that into consideration, but I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he says that you're fine, and it's like, okay. All right. But I don't know. I don't know. I understand how you feel, Kai. And yeah, I wanted to pop in and say hi. I figured I'd probably have your stream in the background while I draw. Well, okay. You're always invited to chat if you want to chat. If you're feeling up to chatting, I'm always up to chatting. If you want to hang out with me, that's totally fine. If you want, just let me know. If you want to chat with me. Okay. So, where's the downloads? That's right. Thank you for hanging out with me, though. There she is. There she is. So, Baba Yaga. So let's put her over to the side. No, like right there. No worries. Always happy to support a friend. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. So, I'm doing a tarot card. I might just sit here for a bit, chat, and watch it draw. Kinda need to cool off from drawing since, well, the Foxlight isn't used to drawing spicy stuff. Whoa! Spicy stuff? You know where you can send that? If you want to, we would love to check it out. What? What's happening? What the fuck is happening? No, like this. You know where to send it. So I'm making tarot cards right now for my world. I'm making a specific tarot card because it was a part of the commission list. Because I was like, that's fine. By the way, Fox, did you hear? Did you hear that I had commissions? Did you know that I had $10 commissions? Oh, I mean, Fox, have you seen? Look at all these people I drew for. I already did all these commissions. Look at all these commissions I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. $10. They're going $10 commissions, Fox. $10. $10 ruse. For a headshot. Which I don't know if you have seen. Have you seen these headshots? Have you? You haven't? That's totally fine. I will show you. Because I am like that. Yeah. Like this one. And this one. When I do it correctly. Yeah, like this one. Yeah. And then this one. Yeah. So I've been doing these commissions a lot. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. So I'm trying to do it like an Escher painting. I don't know. Any suggestions for an Escher-like painting? So my thought is like, what is it? What is that Escher painting? That Escher painting I keep forgetting with the birds. It's called something. I forget what it's called. MC Escher with birds. Birds. It's got a specific name. It's called The Impossible World. The Impossible World is like kind of what I'm going for. An MC Escher painting like that. I don't know if you know any MC Escher paintings. MC Escher is a very good artist. So what you working on, Shy? What you been working on? I would love to see. Don't be so shy. Don't be so shy. Don't be shy when you're talking about your art. We love seeing artwork here, and we love seeing you around. You're so fun and cool and energetic.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google.
He is indeed a good artist. I've only seen the one art that has a buttload of stairs going all over the place. That's what he's known for, but I think it's actually not his best work. I don't think it's his best work, but that's because, like, I love a lot of MC Escher paintings. Like, when I was starting out as an artist, my art teacher had like a ton of MC Escher paintings.
Southside Johnny of serial killers.
Southside Johnny?
Who is
and I was so inspired by the MC Escher paintings.
On the beach,
because he was very much like my art teachers, my original middle school art teachers' inspiration, which became my inspiration. So she had quite a few of his works there.
Black Widow with a 30-year career. Let's look at Marie Besnard, aka the quote-unquote killer, known officially as Reine des Empoisonneurs.
Oh my god.
Which means the queen of poisoners.
Ooh. Thank you, Henry. Did you go to Google Translate for that?
Yes.
Very good. Marie Besnard was born Marie Deveol in Loudun, France. Oh my god,
this is going to be good.
In 1886, into a strict religious background. But when she got to her teen years, Marie was said to have blossomed into a quote-unquote vicious and immoral woman.
Ooh, maybe someone that would like to purchase our new Represent shirt that say "Hail Satan." Last podcast on the left for Christmas.
Plug.
Thank you.
Very good plug.
Integrated marketing. So, 1920, at the age of 23, Marie married a cousin of the Kissin variety, August Antigone.
Wait, hold on. A cousin of the Kissin variety?
Kissin cousins. You know what Kissin cousins are.
I know.
This is the thing. Well, question. Kissing cousins are just normally very close cousins. Right? Is that the idea that they're so close they're fucking?
No.
Or is it just friends?
Well, what's the difference?
No, kissing
cousins aren't fucking cousins?
No, kissing cousin. Well, actually, a kissing cousin is a cousin that you can kiss and fuck without the risk of genetic abnormalities.
But legally, it's still not right.
Like, for example, no, wait, Hold McNeely's grandparents were first cousins, right?
I have no idea what happened.
Yes, they were first cousins. But if you're like second and further, like second, third, fourth, and fifth, those are kissing cousins. You can marry, and it's not that socially acceptable, but you can kind of sweep it under the rug a little bit, and the kids aren't going to be all
Yeah, they're not going to be all genetically fucked up.
That's street legal incest.
Yeah,
I guess so.
It is street legal incest.
So
it's wrong,
after
but also
Marie,
if it happens,
from, fluid in
it
the
won't
lungs,
be as
giving Marie
bad.
a small inheritance and a lifelong lust for murder and money.
Ooh.
Awesome.
2 years later, she married a rope shop owner named Leon Besnard.
Man, back in the day, people talk about niche content now. People say that there's niche markets. But just having a shop that's all ropes.
Just ropes. Then you got to go to the pulley place next. I mean, what a nightmare that is.
Before Walmart, that's how the world was.
Multiple stops?
Yeah, multiple.
I got to put on 5 layers of underwear.
Right.
I got to zip up my 3 coats. Right. I've got to hitch up a buggy, which involves a horse that doesn't want to be involved.
The horse hates
Hitch
you.
it up to a thing. It's on a cobblestone street. Just boop, 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 boop. I got to go to the bean store. Yeah. I got to go to the carrot store. I got to go to the rope store.
And the thing
I
is,
got to go to the stool
they
store.
They sell 1 bean at the bean store, 1 carrot at the carrot store. If it's sold out, come back in a week.
This is why I like Amazon. And we're gonna another embedded ad here. www.amazon.com. If you haven't checked it out, They got so much stuff in there. You can buy a
Well,
shotgun,
I'm not sure if
you can buy a balaclava,
you know
you can buy
about
a
one of
trampoline.
my
buy
lovely
everything
interests
for a
being
depressed- everything
TF2.
a
I
depressed
do.
father needs for
But I'm
Christmas.
slight
A
obsessed with the
shotgun
character
and
called the
whiskey,
Medic.
and a
I knew
couch,
that.
most likely.
A
But we
crazy
don't know
German
if
who
Marie
lost his medical
actually
license
let
because he
Leon
stole
in on
someone's
her
skeleton.
previous
This
experience
slight
as a
obsession
poisoner,
has led
but
me to
after
draw
10
him
years of
many
marriage, one of
times, and this
Leon's
time
aunts died from a
is
quote-unquote
him with another
lung ailment
him
in
in nothing
1938.
but Christmas bow lingerie. Oh man! Oh, that's right. I had a Christmas idea. Oh man, I have a cuddly little Christmas idea.
Down one of Leon's aunts, another aunt went down for the same thing after drinking a bottle of gift wine from Marie and Leon. And thus the pattern was established, making Marie the rarest of serial killers, a black widow with a partner, specifically a male partner. See, male-female serial killer teams' partners are a class all of their own and will get a full episode. But this one was different. From what I can tell, the killing relationship between Marie and Leon was no more than that of a spider to its web.
So, my thought...
Leon.
Oh, so Leon's making.
I don't know what his helmet looks like. What does his helmet look like? Fuck.
Is Leon like a large
Fuck, what
man?
does his helmet look like?
I didn't see a picture of Leon. What does that have to do with it?
Because then he would be more like the Web. Like if he was like a super villain, he would just be big and fat, and people get stuck in all his folds.
There it is.
Sticky.
There it is.
Well, their game was to ingratiate themselves into the lives of relatives and acquaintances, with Leon being the more charming of the pair, the Web, and then, when the time was right and the victim was just where they wanted him, Marie
They have the
would
retro
attack
helmet,
as the
but the
spider.
newer helmet looks just as
It's
good.
kind of cute.
So 1940, Marie took a
So,
break from murdering her husband.
it's gonna be like this.
On her own father, who died of a quote-unquote
Understand this is a sketch.
Then it was Leon's father's turn. He died a few months after Marie's father after eating quote-unquote poison mushrooms.
With a Santa hat
that's why she's
coming
the quote-unquote killer.
down.
I guess that's what you have to do for insurance.
And a year later,
And
Marie murdered
it's gonna
Leon's mother, who died
be-
of quote-unquote
it's gonna be like
pneumonia.
that.
But the estate went to Leon's sister, and her murder was almost silly in its execution. They just poisoned her and said it was suicide.
Well, now they're getting.
It's gonna be like that.
This was right around the
It's gonna
time
look like
Romeo and
that.
Juliet was very popular. You're
And
thinking
then
poison?
it's gonna have in the reflection.
William Shakespeare's timeless.
It wasn't any more popular in the 30s than it was.
You never know when someone's going to discover it for the first time. And perhaps she did.
So are you saying in the 1930s that everyone's still wearing the big Shakespearean collar?
Gonna have in
know
the
what it was like.
reflection
I don't know.
him
So by then,
holding
rumors of the
him
Besnard
holding
curse
a
were
certain
swirling around
person's
Leon and
hand.
Marie, but police just dismissed it as gossip and took
In the
both of them at
reflection.
their word after each murder, never even thinking to investigate.
They're sitting on a
It wasn't just
couch.
family members
It's
the
all
Besnards were
nice.
killing during this time. They had a whole
Which is going to be
host of
very
long games
difficult.
going,
This is going to
in
be a
addition to all the
very
familiar side.
like,
In the late 30s, the
like
Besnards
actually
took in
knowing
a
how
rich,
reflections
childless couple
work
named the
kind of thing.
I think it's the Reveille.
Yeah, the Rivets, I think.
And-
Quite a difference in personalities between the Rivets and the Rivets, who are coming. We're saying we're coming for a week.
Hey, but guess what? A week in rivet time is more like 9 years. Yeah, come on, Martha. Let's use the toilets at the same time. Yeah, the rivets are here. Better lock up your fucking bathroom towels because we're using them to wipe ourselves with.
Oh, that's love.
So the Rivets moved in with the Besnards.
But it's gonna
and
be
soon
Doom Guy's
wrote
helmet.
The Besnards into their will.
And on this
Toussaint
side-
Rivet died in July 1939 of "quote unquote" pneumonia, while Blanche would survive another year and a half in the Besnard house before dropping dead of
Holding
quote, unquote,
hands.
the chest sickness.
with
Why back
Doom
in the
Guy
day were people just adding people
is
to
gonna
their
be
will?
a certain
Yeah, that
somebody
seems
else,
strange. Just
and
house
then there's
guests,
gonna
right?
be a
I'm
little
getting
tray
buried
with
with
hot
my
cocoa.
Bury me with my money. Next was
I would love the open casket where Henry's buried with his money. Everyone just slowly pockets it as they walk by. No, I'm giving a 5 minute. I'm still speaking. I'm giving my condolences to Henry's corpse. Are you pocketing hundreds right now?
Just filled with mouse traps. Like my whole body's like,
Well, next was Pauline Bourdonnais and Virginie Layaron,
Marie's elderly cousins. Incredibly, the cause of death put forth and believed for the first cousin was that she mistook a bowl of lye
like
for
this?
her evening pudding.
I think it would be flipped. Yeah,
Fucking-
it would be
You don't
flipped.
understand. Have you ever had a fever for pudding?
God damn it.
Have you ever just been
It
like,
would be flipped.
God damn. Woke up in the morning, I'm shivering, I'm cold. What do I got to do to fix this sickness?
But honestly, on the Great British Bake Off, if someone did give them
Damn
a
it.
bowl of lye
Damn-
instead of pudding, they'd still let them stay. You'd be like, no, mistakes happen. That's okay. You're back here on
No,
Tuesday. That's how.
they're very
there's
severe.
no competition.
Like this.
The only way the lye would be able to stay is if the pastry was done
And
at
we
a
have
perfect bake,
a
which means it
favorite.
had a crispy bottom. And had a fine flake to it,
Yeah.
a good butter.
So it's
actively
them
worked through
at
the
like
whole
a
of
Christmas
that.
party.
You know what I mean? So the idea
It
is
would
it's
be
about what
them
are the
at like
things that they
Christmas
executed properly,
and
and what are the things that are just
in
plain old
Christmas.
mistakes.
So you're just gonna overlook the
And
poison.
then with the Christmas tree
wait.
in the background.
Well, even more incredibly, the
And
other
then
cousin,
two other people
according to what
in
Marie told
the
the police,
walkway
died
right
from
over
the
here,
exact same
and I
thing
was going
in the
to
exact
have her
same
brother
situation just
in the
a few
picture, like
weeks
kind of
later.
like
I mean, is
a
it
Christmas
strange?
Eve,
I
like
feel like because they're just
you're
killing
with
their own family, other
family
than
and
the
stuff like
rivets,
that.
innocent.
Like
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's not as bad than killing
like
strangers.
family and
They're the ones who are
whatnot.
also mourning.
Like, you know,
They're
you're
killing
in
their own family.
you and
So you think-
your
I
loved
think
one
it's
are
just because
holding
you're blood-related
hands
that the
while on the
murder is fine.
couch.
Well,
That you can just
keeping
murder
it-
your family.
You're keeping it contained. You're not going out there devastating other families. You're simply chopping down your own tree. You're leaving others
Just
alone.
because
I think
Kinda
it's
like
just
a real
because
they're
family
your
coda.
cousins doesn't mean that those cousins don't
And
also
then have
their own family.
kind
That's
of
right.
his
Yeah, I'm
eyes
just saying,
showing
thank
a
you for
little
not killing
bit.
your neighbors. Thank you for staying within the family.
You
Just
are
something handsome like that.
I'm just saying.
Just something nice like that. Very wholesome.
It does seem
That
a
was
little
my Christmas
ridiculous
idea.
that neither
I think I can do it.
Was truly
I think I can do it. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be the biggest pain in the butt ever.
heard a saying that said something like the evidence would be somewhere inside of the pudding. I cannot imagine that anything. Never. I remember the other saying that said never investigate a pudding.
Said that. I never said
Proof is in the
that.
pudding, yeah?
What?
Yeah, I've heard. I have heard the proof is in the
I
pudding.
never said
is
anything
where?
about love.
In the pudding.
Oh no!
Yeah.
But the evidence has been consumed.
But yeah, I was thinking that it was gonna be a big old pain in the butt,
you know,
but
as
it'll
far as
look
these
like an
investigations go, you
amazing
gotta remember,
picture.
This is France in 1941. They had a little problem
What are you
called the
doing?
Nazi
What are you
occupation
doing,
to worry
Rabbit?
about. Little
Yeah,
old-
because they
What are
didn't
you
have the
doing,
fucking
Rabbit?
spine to deal with it in the fucking first place.
Now, there's
They had to wait for
They
our
were-
boys
the
to come over there. Oh, I know about World War II.
yeah, yo, it sounds like you have a real good grasp on World War II history.
I'm just saying, things could have been figured out. Things could have been fixed previous. And I will also say, Napoleon wasn't that short.
No,
No, that's
No.
actually a myth.
that was probably
He's my height. He's my height, which is a normal height.
A couple inches below
Wait,
average.
so
but
he was your height.
I think he was
That's
actually
kinda
like
short.
5'8" or 5'9".
No, he's 5'7" is a normal height.
Oh, so he'd still be an inch taller than you.
No. I'm 5'7". I don't know if you've seen my driver's license or my IMDb.
Well, the point is that little old lady's eating the wrong pudding probably barely registered with the shit the police had to worry about that week.
Sure.
And as it was, all these unfortunate deaths were chalked up to the Besnard curse. So many years went by without murder, and in the meantime, the Nazis got their asses kicked back to Germany.
How cool would that be? To like be in a
But yeah.
neighborhood where it's like when we were growing
That's
up in
my-
Queens,
that's
there was
my
a woman
thought.
that lived across the street from us that my mom hated. That used to like she never filled in her lips. She just had purple outline.
I'm-
It was like
I'm
old school
trying.
back in the 90s. Like
He
around
says
her
we're
lips, just,
fine.
like, all
He
marked
says
off
we're
and
okay.
purple.
So
My
I'll
mom
take
used to
his
call her
word
the
for it.
witch across the street.
He says we're good. So I'll take
like,
his word.
but can you
I'll
imagine
take
having
his
one of
word
those
for
in your
it.
neighborhood, but she's actively murdering people,
Yeah.
and everybody knows she is, and she's got her swinging rope,
So,
fucking handling.
I mean, that's all. That's
walking
all you
around,
can do.
sauntering around, super smug, knowing they're killing everybody.
I think
just
honestly,
I don't
if
like
that
getting
was-
under
if she wasn't
people's
killing
skin.
someone
I
and you don't
just
know anyone else
I
that
want
was
to make
killing anyone
good
on that street in Queens, it was
good funny
probably your mother
jokes. I
doing
want to
all the
make some
murdering.
quips, and
There's
then
definitely one person on every street in Queens
yeah.
killing someone with poison.
Yes.
Well, even though the Germans got their asses kicked out, some Germans stayed behind in France, and Marie took one of those ex-Nazis for a lover.
I want to be
Leon
funny,
was swinging as well,
but I guess it wasn't a joke. I mean,
as his
I guess it wasn't a joke.
And since they'd been killing so many
Oh, well.
people, they were
Oh,
very
well.
wealthy.
Just
for
don't
their
think
area.
about
By
it.
this point,
Just
they
try to
had
move on.
6 houses, an inn, a cafe, and a few stud farms.
It's like
I gotta tell you, it's kind of boring out here on the stud farm, but normally what they do is they give me a couple of traps with food in it so I can dig my way out so I don't get bored. I go in there and find my own food, and then also I got all these women to fuck.
It's Stud Farm, season 18, MTV 2024.
I'm the only man on this
By the way,
horse-covered stud
So this is kind of there's
By
a
the
little
way,
romance.
Fox,
it's like a Stephen King.
have you seen the new
It's
Five
kinda
Nights
sweet.
at Freddy's?
Well, it wasn't long though before Marie decided she wanted to make her
It's
Nazi
kinda buggy
love affair
and glitchy,
official. So
but
she
it
plotted
looks-
to murder her
But I've been
longtime
watching
husband and partner,
Markiplier,
Leon.
and I've been
Oh,
enjoying
my
it
goodness.
thoroughly.
Nazis are always conniving.
And also,
I
I've
will
been
say,
spooked at
they're
work.
ambitious.
And I was
He
like,
wanna
oh
work
man,
his way
I
up to
can't get
husband.
jump scared at work.
Mister.
Do you
That's
think
not
the
good.
Nazi was in on the killing
Because
of
people
Leon? I bet you the
realize I'm
Nazi didn't
watching
have a
something
problem with
scary.
Leon here.
What are you talking about? I don't know. What are we talking about? Of course the Nazi was into it. What are you talking
Leon's been
about?
complicit in multiple murders. Why can't he just live?
Are you giving the Nazi the benefit of the doubt here?
First of all, I'm giving a former Nazi who, okay, he stayed in France. He obviously didn't like Germany that much.
What?
That's all I'm saying. I don't think he wanted Leon dead.
Well, Marie did, at the very least. She tried tricking her husband into having a bit of the old family pudding, but he wasn't.
How many
going for
times
that.
do you think she could make that gag where it's just like, I'll just make the pudding again? It's like, at some point, everyone's going to know.
I've seen some stuff for it. I haven't given myself the time to watch any videos on that. It's fun. It's just that very funny, very funny has been happening, which is Markiplier has been playing it, and one of the characters' name is Roxy.
He, told a friend of his,
And he's
about
been
it.
saying
And things also
Roxanne
weren't helped
instead.
by the fact
And
that
every
Marie
time
was known
he
to,
says
often say that
Roxanne,
arsenic was just quicker than divorce.
I always think of that song, Roxanne.
The pudding too, Leon?
Mm-hmm.
And I've been cracking myself
we're having a hard
up
time
with it.
connecting the dots here. It's very
So-
interesting.
I mean, eventually she found a way to do it because in 1947, Leon became victim number 12.
Oh.
Marie would wait 2 more years for her last murder, that of her own mother. And Marie would have gotten away with it, as officials had officially chalked up the death of her mother to old age. But what got to Marie was the gossip. Word
So the
around
tarot
town was
cards
the
have
whole
two
Besnard
sides to them
curse thing was
sometimes.
bullshit. And wasn't it convenient that Marie was the only one left by this point?
Yeah.
So Marie, just like the Polish prognosticator, started hurling death threats, specifically naming poison as her weapon of choice, left and right, which finally caught the authorities' attention.
Well, especially when you're just slinging poison like into one of those incest balls like they have in Catholic Church.
Oh my.
We're just being like, who does it touch? Who does it touch? They are the ones who will die so much. Back and forth across in the town. And you're like, well, now you're fucking, well, we have to take you to jail, Marie. We've been trying not to take you to jail.
Yeah, I love a confident poisoner.
I like that too.
Yeah.
So they exhumed Leon and tested his body for arsenic, and sure enough, he was full of it. 13 more bodies were dug up, and all 13 tested positive, and Marie was finally arrested 30 years after her first kill. She confessed under questioning, but immediately recanted and went to trial with the best defense lawyers in France on her side.
Oh, she's the French old-timey OJ.
Pizza sales went through the roof. There's a Bronco chase, but with an actual horse.
Well, now, despite all the evidence facing Marie, her lawyers danced around all of it. First, they said the tissue samples taken from the jars were erroneously labeled or lost or replaced or improperly collected. Ben, you're actually closer to this whole OJ thing than you think you are.
That was me. That was me.
Oh, wait, so you said that, Henry?
Yeah.
Credit's been given to me. That's the British Bake Off. That is how it works. No justice whatsoever.
No! I made the bake.
Well, then the lawyer said the ground in the cemetery where some of the bodies were buried contained high levels of arsenic due to the chemicals used on flowers and such, and the poison must have seeped into the bodies that way.
Whoa.
And then finally, they tried the argument that a surprising number of lawyers representing serial killers try, usually when faced with overwhelming evidence, the come on argument.
What's that?
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. What's in the box?
This is the way that the lawyers put it.
In this country of good wines and fine living, one might possibly conceive of one murder, two murders, even three murders. But 11 murders? Preposterous. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I like it. I'm sure
See,
there's
my come on argument will be like, come on, it's me. It's me. It's Henry Zabrowski. Come on, guys. I would do such a thing. Come on. I'm only good for a laugh.
It's me, Henry Zabrowski. You know, your favorite pitch person for Mako Auto Parts. Come, get your oil change here. You remember me. Come on. It's Henry Zabrowski. From the Mako commercials? Yeah, that Henry Zabrowski.
It's me.
No, well, this almost never, ever works. It worked in the case of Marie Besnard.
All right.
No shit.
Wow.
After 3 trials, Marie finally went free in 1961 and died a free woman almost 20 years later on Valentine's Day, 1980.
She lived until 1980?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, well, she was
She saw us go to the moon. She saw a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, she was born in 1896. You know, she was 84. That's not too bad.
That's a very old lady for the time.
Poisoner
Yeah.
and serial killer. It's
Yeah.
a very old age.
No, well, that's what we know. Hate keeps a person alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true. My fucking grandmother lived to the age of 93, and she was the worst.
Was that the same grandmother that would send you bags of safety pins?
No, that was my father's mother. That was my nana. My grandmother would do stuff where she'd pull me aside and whisper in my ear, "Chocolate's gonna give you a heart attack."
Oh.
And then she'd pinch my sister underneath the table as she was eating food. She would like pinch her all the time, just be telling her to stop eating.
Huh. Well, in no way did that lead to any eating disorders or mental issues whatsoever. So that all worked out.
The one thing I will say about this story is that finally some equality for women.
There it is.
And it just shows that if you have just enough money and just the right lawyers, you too can get off for a lifetime of murder.
There it is. So she killed 12.
12, yeah.
Oh my.
At least 12.
Okay.
I mean, that's how it is with serial killers like this. Not like the ones that brag and try to inflate their numbers, but ones like this, like when you have evidence of 12, it's almost certainly more.
All right.
You know, it's like with Gacy, we have evidence of 33. It's probably more.
Yeah, most likely.
Now, in case you haven't noticed, the vast majority of Black Widows either use close family members or close friends as their victims. But more recently, a clever couple of old ladies in Los Angeles figured they had a better way to go about it.
Are we moving on from pudding talk?
We're moving on to no more pudding.
Oh, all right.
That's pudding talk.
I love pudding.
Well, according to Kissel, it doesn't matter if you kill close family members or close friends because it doesn't affect society in general.
No, I
It only
am
just
simply
lessens your
saying-
fate.
Like there are shockwaves, you know, with any murder that goes through friends and coworkers.
Oh my God. I got that. I am just saying thank you for not killing my family. Thank you for killing your family.
Well, let's get in to Helen Golay and Olga Rutterschmidt, a.k.a. Hit and Run Hella and Overdrive Olga.
Yeah. This is such a good idea for a movie. The two old ladies killing people with their cars.
A fantastic idea for a movie. So Helen Golay was a retired insurance worker living in Hollywood when she met Hungarian immigrant and coffee shop owner Helga Rutterschmidt at a Santa Monica health spa sometime in the 90s.
Oh, tell me, what is your name, Helen? Yeah, my name is Helen. It's nice to meet you at this spa. Yeah, isn't it nice? Isn't it wonderful? You know why we can be good friends? Why, Olga?
because we have the same sag.
Oh.
We sit here in the sauna together and it's the same U shape of breast. And the men like.
What a duo. I'm happy they found each other.
So the two made fast friends and both worked as volunteers at the Hollywood Presbyterian Church, helping out LA's huge homeless population.
Oh my goodness. The Skid Row of LA.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they met Ramirez.
They might have. Who knows? No. This was in the 2000. This was
this is
late 90s.
This is much more recent.
This is much more. Yeah. They met in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
And this is much more recent. This is actually the most recent one we're going to cover. And it's at the Hollywood Presbyterian Church, helping out the homeless, that these two women cooked up a scheme that ended up landing them in prison for the rest of their lives.
Olga, you ever notice? You ever be here with all of these homeless people, and you just think, what if we look? You know how you look into the abyss, and the abyss like looks back and it calls to you and it says, "Jump in, be a part of mayhem." And Olga's like, "Yeah, I do." What if we just do that? You know what I'm saying, Olga? Let's just be bad. Let's be bad and just jump into the abyss. Let's kill everything.
It's fun. It's like Mike Myers' character from Coffee Talk.
No, their first victim was 73-year-old Paul Vados, who had been homeless and alone for years. They fed him, took him in, and gave him a place to live. The only thing they asked in return was a little personal information and his signature. Unbeknownst to
very, very suspicious.
Yeah, very strange.
Unbeknownst to Paul, Helen and Olga had taken Paul's signature and turned it into a rubber stamp that they used to take out large life insurance policies in Paul's name.
Look, see here, Olga, look. See how I'm Helen? I'm Helen. Hi, I'm Helen. See this stamp here? Now I'm Paul. And I can do whatever I want. This is fun. I'm like wet for the first time. It's been a fucking Sahara down there. And now I'm sitting on a fucking swamp.
But how much life insurance? This guy's homeless. How much money can you get?
Well, what they did with these guys is they established a relationship with them. Is that it wasn't just they took him in, had him sign a bunch of documents, and then killed him. They nurtured a relationship with this guy in particular for 2 years because they had to establish a relationship with him, and they put certain things in his name because these women were, they were actual like landowners. They had businesses, so they put things in Paul's name and essentially make him worth something.
Yeah, and then you put insurance policies on top of that. Basically, you buy like a little building and you put an insurance policy on top of it. You do all of these things. You put health insurance policies onto him. He's walking around having the time of his life. He's 73 years old. He's been homeless for so long. He gets taken to this house for these two ladies.
I do want to know, is there a montage where they fix him up? They bring him to a Beverly Hills nice clothing store.
They took him to a groomer.
Yep.
They got his nails clipped. They got his glands pressed.
Was the movie Trading Places where that happens, I think?
Well, in 1999, after 2 years of housing and feeding Paul, the scheme kicked into the next phase. Helen and Olga drugged Paul, laid him out in a dark alley, and made it look like Paul was changing the tire on a bike.
Hey, Olga, look, I'm Paul. I'm riding my bike. Oh, I'm Paul. I'm hungry. I used to be hungry. Not anymore. Not thanks to Helen. What Helen did for me. If you could just thank me for a second for what Helen did for me. Oh, I got a flat. Oh, it's easy to do. You set up the timeline, Olga.
Actually, he sounds a lot more like, I got a car full of farts.
Oh my God, Ted Pillman.
Saving for you.
Ted Pillman, old school.
Well, after laying down Paul and then setting up the bike next to him, they got into Olga's silver Mercury Sable and ran him down, killing him and collecting over $600,000 in insurance money on the old man's murderer.
Huh. Wow. I know it's really sad that this man is dead, and R.I.P. I'm not wearing, but this is like, you can see him doing it.
Yeah.
Putting the bandanas on and everything like that.
You look good, Olga. Yes, exactly. You look like a criminal. I love it. What we're going to do is Same time, though, is that my arms are like balsa wood. How are your arms? Are they also like balsa wood? I imagine we're both deep in our 60s. I don't really know how we're going to move this man into the alleyway. Because that's the thing. How did they get him in there?
That's what I'm trying to think about here. I have no idea.
Well, that was the argument that the defense lawyer made when they got caught, but I would imagine they just kind of shuffled him in and they gave him a soda with a bunch of like drugs in it in the alleyway.
Did they set up like drink the soda, Paul? Drink the soda. Just drink it. Hey, we don't have all day to watch you be drinking these sodas. All right, now we're gonna play a game called the lie down game, Paul. We're gonna lie down. Trust me, I saved your life. I saved your life, Paul.
It seems like you guys are really getting more dangerous and getting meaner to me as the time goes on.
It seems like Paul's noticing things a bit too much, and that Paul needs to take a bit of an alley nap.
Did you say something about a soda?
Here you go. Here you go.
Well, funny thing was, these women didn't really need the money. Helen was already a millionaire from real estate holdings in Santa Monica, and Olga was pretty well-to-do in her own right.
They were just bored?
It was a game. This whole thing was a game, and they loved playing it.
Honestly, get rid of Jigsaw. If it was Helen that rolled in, would be so
Helen
much
and
scary.
Olga.
It's me, Helen. Ooh, and it's me, Olga. Have some cold soup. It's from Hungary. All soup from Hungary is cold because we want to make sure even when you're comforted that you are miserable.
It's time to play a game.
Well, 3 years after Paul, the ladies would start it all over again.
Oh my goodness.
In 2002, Olga and Helen told 55-year-old Kenneth McDavid that they'd pay his rent if only he'd sign a sheet of paper for him. Once again, they got his signature, and once again, they made a rubber stamp. This time, they took out 13 policies totaling almost $4 million.
Oh my
fuck yeah! Wow, man, this is like Funny Games meets Going Out in Style.
Now, again, Kenneth was killed in an alley hit and run. They even tried it a third time with a guy named Jimmy Covington. They took old Jimmy out to Burger King for the pitch, but Jimmy was smart, refused, and eventually testified at their trial.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but maybe you will say yes to some French toast sticks.
You know what I do like is that you know that she was revving up the car, and at some point, you know, like they're about to murder him, and AC/DC's playing, and she's just like,
"Oh, this is too loud. This is too loud. I gotta murder him while I'm relaxed."
Flips on the Michael Bublé.
There's nothing I like than new Rat Pack songs.
I mean, I love new Rat Pack
Well,
songs,
the women might
but
have
I'm
gotten away
also
with all
weird.
this had coincidence not come into play as it often does with cases like this. The detective investigating the second murder happened to mention it to another cop who had investigated the first. And they came up with a few similarities. First, hit and run injuries are usually from the waist down, as that's where the point of impact usually is.
Yes.
And both of these guys had obviously been run over while they were laying down on the ground.
Yeah, they probably had those Looney Tunes tire marks over them.
If you watch the back, it was the back alley brawl between Roddy Piper and Goldust. Do you remember that?
No.
Roddy Piper is Goldust hits him with a car, and you'll notice that where he hits him in the hip. That's you have to watch that match. It's from like 1997.
Was Goldust like stationed in the alley, like turning tricks? Because I know at the time Goldust was a problematic character.
Well, I wasn't sure if he was a huffer or if he was just maybe into men. But it can go either way. Goldust never officially came out as gay, although now there is in the NXT, the Velveteen Dream. There is an openly gay character.
Huh. Well, second, in this case, there were the bicycles. While the ladies had set up both to look like the guys were changing bike tires, they forgot to actually de-inflate the tires. So there was no reason for the men to be changing the tires.
Olga, you know for a fact I'm not a detail woman. I'm a big ideas woman.
What am I supposed to do? The soup got hot. I can't be sitting here and letting the soup got hot while sitting in the car. I had to take it to the refrigerator.
Well, third, the insurance companies were starting to look into things as well, because Olga and Helen were constantly calling up the companies, bickering over who was going to get paid most and who was going to get paid first.
Oh my goodness.
And it also didn't help that both men had about a dozen policies each taken out on them. So when police checked surveillance video from the neighborhood where McDavid was killed, the second victim, they saw a silver Mercury Sable right near the alleyway where his body was found. The same kind one of the beneficiaries in the insurance policy drove.
And I gotta say, the Mercury Sable just made for older women. My grandmother had one. It is just perfect.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Now, they also found that an auto club had been called to the area right around the time of McDavid's death to pick up a damaged silver Mercury Sable.
They were just psychopaths.
Yes.
That did no planning.
It's quite fascinating, this duo.
So naturally, they caught up to the two old ladies and brought them in for questioning. And still, they might have gotten away with it had they not bickered in the police station while they were waiting in a room that was obviously under constant video and audio surveillance.
Honestly, this is like it's straight out of Absolutely Fabulous. This is Ab
It
Fab.
is.
Like
It is.
Great movie, great series, by the way. If you don't know Ab Fab, check it out.
Well, Rudderschmidt said to Golay, among many other things, quote,
Why did you make the extra insurances? Too many. You can't do that. You were greedy. That is the problem. That's the problem. That's that they were greedy. You're right, Olga. Yeah, you're right. I was greedy. Oh, what a horrible sin. Forgive me, God. Don't forgive me for the murderers, because I'll watch every man I've ever met be ground under the tires of my wonderful, proud Mercury Sable.
Love a good Mercury Sable.
Well, when they went to trial, Helen tried to pull a Betty Lou Beats, saying her daughter was framing her for the whole thing. But the two women were easily put away in 2008 and will undoubtedly soon die in prison.
Oh my
Damn.
goodness, great.
Today's
Damn.
last podcast on the left is brought to you by Blue Apron.
Who
Blue
knew?
Apron delivers fresh, pre-portioned
You
ingredients
gotta
and
watch out
step-by-step
for them
recipes
old
that can be
ladies.
cooked in under 45 minutes, right to your door. The menu changes every week based on what's in season and is designed by Blue Apron's in-house culinary team. Pick 2, 3, or 4 recipes a week based on what best fits your schedule. Blue Apron sends only non-GMO ingredients and meat with no added hormones.
So you gotta
This
watch
month's
out for
recipes
them
include
old
seared steaks
ladies.
and garlic
You gotta
butter with
watch
oven
out
fries
for
and
them
romaine
old
salad, butternut
ladies.
squash pasta with kale
I've
and
seen-
brown butter walnuts, barramundi, and mixed mushrooms with jasmine rice
Aw, man.
and napa cabbage, roasted chicken and fall vegetables with cranberry and ginger compote. They're all
I mean,
here.
you guys
Blue Apron
better
is
watch
treating
out.
Last Podcast on the Left listeners to their first dinner, a $30 value, if you visit blueapron.com/LEFT. So check out this week's menu and get $30 off with free shipping at blueapron.com/LEFT. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Now, Helen and Olga are not the only women to think they were real goddamn clever in their murderous profit schemes. For our last Black Widow,
Is it? I
let's
think
take
it's
a look at
X.
Stella Nickel, a.k.a. Cyanide Stella.
Yeah. You giving these nicknames?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, all the ones I
that's
gave them
really
all.
good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Black Widows, it's not necessarily the husband that they kill.
The nature of the crime has to be profitable.
Yeah.
It seems. To be a Black Widow, it's like you're getting something out of the deal.
Yeah.
Like you are. It's serial killing meets grand theft.
While not a serial killer, Stella Nickel of Seattle still deserves a place in the annals of Black Widow history for her complete disregard and disdain for human life. Stella was a regular old run-of-the-mill, hard-drinking resident of the trailer park who married her husband Bruce in 1976 when his lifestyle was the same.
Oh yeah.
But when
having a good time.
A match made in the courthouse.
But when Bruce got sober in the mid-'80s, Stella was suddenly without a drinking buddy.
Oh, what? You think you're fucking better than her?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, if you're two drunks and you're getting married, till death do you part, or till sobriety brings one of you into a different world.
Well,
You cannot-
the clarity is what ruins everything.
Exactly. You're a different person. You stop boozing, but you marry when you're boozing. That nullified, annulled. It's over.
Yeah, well, Stella had the same sort of idea. But, I mean, she tried. I mean, to pass the time, she had an obsessively maintained
reportedly very impressive home aquarium. But, you know, in the end, nothing compared to going out to a bar at night and raising hell.
Yes,
don't get me wrong. There's nothing I don't like better than seeing all the yellowfish all jump in and out of that hollow man putting in the bottom of it. But the one thing I like better than fish is a jukebox.
I agree with her.
So Stella decided she wanted out.
Of course.
But she also figured she'd make a little money in the meantime. First, she took out a life insurance policy on Bruce, as they all do, in addition to the one he already had. But the thing was, the existing policy paid out an extra $100,000 if the death was ruled accidental.
Now tell me, according to this contract, does it mean, when it says accidental, does it mean I can murder him with an X? Insurance policy, man, tell me your fucking explanations, okay? I ain't got fucking all day.
I don't
with
know.
the accidental.
It means he has to, like, slip on a banana peel or something like that has to happen.
Then why didn't you put that in the goddamn contract?
Well, we'll write it in now.
So, how do you make a murder accidental?
Exactly.
Well, how Stella did it. She was inspired by the still to this day unsolved Chicago Tylenol murders.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
In which 7 people ingested randomly placed cyanide-laced pelts. Stella did the same with 4 extra strength Excedrins and gave 2 of those Excedrins to Bruce.
I don't really even need these anymore, Stella. I'm not hammered. I'm not hungover. I didn't do anything. I didn't hurt my back or anything like.
You take it, it's a preventative. It's a preventative. You take it just because life hurts. Life sucks. You gotta take some sometimes.
That's actually a good point.
Well, Bruce was in the hospital hours later and died soon after arrival. Only problem was, the doctors ruled his death as natural causes, resulting from Bruce's emphysema. Precisely the opposite of what Stella wanted.
So tell me, insurance policy, man, if I go in there, now he's dead. If I go in, he's sitting in his slab.
Yes.
Can I hit him with the axe? Now I get the extra
No,
money?
again, ma'am, that is not what it means. Accidental. This is natural causes, yeah.
I'm gonna say I killed him. I'm gonna say that I did that. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I did that. You give me the money, we call even Steven.
Well, since Stella couldn't very well say, look again, she had to take things a step further. She planted cyanide-laced Excedrin pills in 3 more bottles and scattered them throughout stores in Seattle.
These fuckers don't want to believe me. I'm gonna become the fucking Joker. I can do this in a second. It's easy to do. Blah, blah, blah. Everybody's fucking poison now.
fuck?
Everybody's saying, oh, pay attention to
Jesus.
your aquarium. But I tell you what, I'd rather be murdering.
It is such drunk logic.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much work.
It's drunk logic, and she also did it like a drunk. Like
I'm sure.
Apparently, the bottles were not resealed very well. Like she used too much glue when she glued the boxes back together.
Bing, bang, boom. Good as you, manufacturer. The manufacturer doesn't make it as good as I do. As a matter of fact, I should send some of these faulty boxes to the manufacturer and have them look at it and say new policies for all the boxes.
Foolproof plan.
I mean, the thing was that, still, some people, they got busy lives. They don't pay attention. And about a week later, bank manager Susan Snow dropped dead.
Oh, my God.
Bad luck. And when the coroner was performing the autopsy, he noticed the scent of bitter almonds, a hallmark of cyanide. The other pills in the bottle were tested, came up positive. And soon after police went public with the news, there was Stella Nickel with testimony that her husband had also taken Excedrin the day he died.
My husband was sober as a cat. He never should have taken that Excedrin. I said to him, you got no back problems. You got to. And he said to me, oh, it's a preventative. So it's his fault. It's his fault and I deserve payment.
Well, this also gave Stella the opportunity to double dip. Now, instead of just an insurance payout, she also had a wrongful death suit. And it would have all gone perfectly had it not been for one slip-up on Stella's part. See, in order to get the cyanide into the tablets, Stella had to crush up the cyanide into a fine powder.
But she did that in the same bowl that she had used to crush up a chemical she used in her aquarium called Algae Destroyer. And she didn't wash the bowl in between crushings.
Oh, no.
Then she failed a lie detector test. But what took her down for good was her kid, like happens in a lot of these cases.
Always with these fucking kids.
What?
Loose lips. Loose lips, man.
Well, the things about Stella's loose tongue is that she just loved talking to her daughter from her first marriage about, what if Bruce was dead?
What else do they have going on?
What if we had a whole lot of life insurance money to spend? What?
I tell you what, you think I'm fun now, but if your mommy had a lot of more money, your mommy would be a lot more fun to begin with. And I also think we should get into the box manufacturer business and start selling boxes to different people. Zip, zap, zap. You got to spend money, make money.
Mama, I'm a little bit worried that you're just going to drink yourself to death if you have any more money, because the small amount of money you do have now, it goes to Mad Dog 2020 and Jameson.
Only if I'm lucky.
Well, Stella talked about it so much to her daughter that when Stella called up her daughter to tell her that Bruce was dead, the first thing she said after the break in the news was,
I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no.
And that's true.
Hey, all right. Well, she didn't confess. Look at that.
She even told her daughter that she'd already tried to kill him once using foxglove, but all it did was make him lazy.
So her... So her
daughter from the first marriage.
No,
Bruce
I know.
was the daughter's stepdad.
Anyway, her alibi was like, I tried to kill him before and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Why would I do it again?
Okay. Yeah, why would I do it again?
Anyway.
But I guess we must be giving foxglove to all our members of Congress, because they seem to be acting real lazy as of late as well.
So when the daughter told all this to cops, they started looking into Stella's library records, and they found that Stella had checked out 2 books, Deadly Harvest and Human Poisonings from Native and Cultivated Plants.
Oh, the only 2 books that might make her, obviously the suspect.
Super guilty.
Okay.
Yes. And she didn't return either one of those books, I'll have you know.
No, you see, that's smart, because that gets rid of the evidence.
Yeah, you don't return them.
You gotta pepper it with something else, like a bio of Roy Orbison or something. Like she just, like very specifically was in the Black Widow section of the library.
Yeah.
It's like the art of staying with your husband.
Yeah, and she didn't get rid of the books either. She just kept them in her trailer. And when cops dusted the books for fingerprints, the only pages with Stella's fingerprints were the ones concerning cyanide. And so Stella was charged with 5 counts of product tampering, resulting in 2 deaths, and was sentenced to 90 years in prison. And by the way, she's still alive and well, and up for parole next year.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what, now that I've been sober for a couple of years, I can say that my husband was wrong, and being sober sucks.
She's drinking some Pruno. She's got some prison wine brewing every single day. You know that.
If she's watching Fresh Out. Because Fresh Out talks about him making Pruno, and it's just the problem with Pruno is that half the time it'll make you fucking blind.
Oh, yeah, it's an intense stuff. Lock Up Raw, they just had a big bust on the one I was watching.
Oh, yeah?
Garbage bags full of this stuff. Really disgusting. Like when Oprah brought out all of her fat on the radio flyer. That's what it looks like.
Yes.
But I drink it.
Well, that's it for Black Widow's Part 2.
Right.
You know, I know some people were asking for us to cover Belle Gunnis on this episode, but Belle Gunnis, like we said in the first episode, she's getting one all her own. Okay. But yeah, we're just waiting until
Belle Gunnis is
Harold's Princess
way
comes out
worse.
by Harold Checker on April 1st.
And also, they never found Belle.
If I could write the book.
They never found poor Belle. Poor Belle, who was a monster. What is it, baby bunny? Are you getting tired too? Like, of course I'm tired. Have you seen this bunny face? I'm literally sleeping. I'm literally sleeping.
What happened?
Baby, I'm so sorry. Man, I'm clutching these.
Do you want me to get...
is no place.
On the corner.
She's not singing. She's making unconscious noises and sexual advances towards a man on the street.
It's reverse catcalling. She's owning it.
Thank you.
All right. So now today's story. This is speaking of hauntings. This one is just as terrifying, but also kind of just as adorable. We're talking about the Black Monk of Pontefract.
Yes. Now, Black Monk does sound like the idea of when they revamp Monk in 2 years from now.
Oh, the hit
young
show.
Donald Glover. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Or the wonderful album by the Monks, Black Monk Time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a wonderful album. But anyway, the Black Monk of Pontefract case occurred in Yorkshire, England in the late 1960s. It is a poltergeist case.
Ooh.
And while it is not the most well-studied
I
by
worked
the
on
paranormal
the
community, it is
Meta
nevertheless
Christmas
one of the
thingy a
most
little.
bizarre and
Would you like to
ultimately
see what I've
somewhat
so far?
adorable
Of
poltergeist
course.
cases ever recorded.
He is a real naughty little priest. And aren't
Bring
they all?
it. Bring it upon us. We must see
A monk
it.
can be a priest.
But you're always
We
a monk.
must see
You're
it.
always
a monk.
You work at Burger King and be a monk.
Some monks are priests.
I have
not
worked
all
on
priests
this,
are
and I
monks.
feel
Oh,
very
priest is a
confident
job,
about
monk
it.
is a lifestyle.
About this
I
sketch.
What I love about this case is that it's largely unproven to be a hoax, which is really nice. It's like Amityville has been fucking blasted all over the place.
Sure.
Every other big haunting you hear about it has always been like, it's like, oh, it's the teenage daughter and it's got a loudspeaker in the attic. And it's like, no, this is it's always
It was a Scooby-Doo episode you're
They
remembering.
always turn into a Scooby-Doo episode.
Yes.
This has been, this is pretty legitimate.
Well, the reason why the Black Monk of Pontefract case is different from all the rest of the poltergeist hauntings is that usually poltergeist hauntings, you just have the testimony of the family. That's it.
Sure.
You just have a family, like kind of a son, a daughter, parents. They're
I
usually
can
the
put the
only
whip in
ones
the
that,
not
like,
simple
for example,
work
the
area.
haunting that was that Contract 2 is based on.
Yes.
Right.
Like,
Put it
that
in the
haunting
not
was
simple
just,
work.
I mean, all you have is the family
Yes,
and the
yes.
Warrants. We know
I
the
shall
Warrants are full of
accept
shit, but the family, you don't necessarily know with them. But this case, this is like a whole town got in on this.
They all were, the neighbors were into it. They had a local paranormal investigator who showed up in the middle of the night who was into it. The Vickers were scared of the house.
Yeah.
They said the house glowed. It's like crazy shit. So the whole town was scared by this house.
So you're telling me a hillbilly town in England in the 1960s all believed the same bullshit?
Yes.
Is that what
I
we're
will
talking
accept
about
it.
They
here?
did not have a
I
PR
will
person.
I see.
watch me
Yeah,
whip.
I mean, when people go and talk
watch
to the town of
a me
Pontefract,
nay-nay.
at least when they went in the 70s
Watch
and
me whip.
80s, they said that when they talked
watch
to
me
neighbors, when
nay-nay.
they talked to townsfolk, they actually told the story as if it actually happened to them. It was stuff where it was like, oh, do you remember when the grandfather clock fell down? It's like, oh yeah, that was around September. It's like, actually, no, that was around October when Jerry's sister came to visit.
Oh, yeah, I remember it. It's when you get in the house, you give yourself a bit of a bopper. That's what you got to walk for yourself.
Well, this is just a fun little bar, isn't it?
You got to watch yourself to get in there, go in there, rip around your hippity eggs, and now you don't even know what you got to do yourself. All right, yeah, all right.
Must sort of be an Australian transplant as well.
We can't wait to get a little bit of that local color when we come to the UK here in a couple of weeks.
It's
Get
gonna
off
be
your top, I'll do that.
This town does sound like an extremely strange town to stop in if you're just a random traveler coming through. It reminds me of that great film Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
If you remember that. Strange town folk. The cop was right.
Well, Pontefract is an ancient town in Yorkshire that has its origins when the Romans ruled over Britannia, and from the years 1090 until 1539, Pontefract was home to a monastery filled with violent monks.
Yeah, these were war monks.
Yeah.
Technically, it's called paladins if you're a
It
Dungeons
is
and
there
Dragons
now.
fan.
Gotcha,
It
gotcha.
was rumored
By the way,
that
how's
one
your
of those
streaming been
monks
going?
Raped and strangled to
You
death
haven't-
a
you
young
didn't- you
local
didn't
girl,
tell me.
and
How's
for
your
his
streaming
crimes was
going?
hung from the gallows
Ah.
that sat atop
You're
the
getting
highest
so
hill
good.
in
You're getting
Pontefract.
so good,
Built on
man.
the site of
You're
these
getting
gallows
so
where the
good.
titular Black Monk of Pontefract was supposedly hung was the residence of
You're
Jean and
getting
Joan
so
Pritchard,
good at
their son,
drawing
Philip, and their daughter
masculine
Diane,
male
15 and
bodies.
12 when the poltergeist
Only I
activity
was
began.
that good at
Technically,
drawing
the house was
bodies.
built on the area of where a stream and a bridge were located, right underneath the hill where the gallows were. And also, technically, it
Only
may
I
not
was
have
that
been
good
the monk
to-
himself that raped and murdered the woman and was hung for it, but possibly his brother murdered and raped the girl, vice versa, and then he went and took the
Yes.
punishment for his his brother.
We got a vice versa situation. I'm gonna say, if you're an officer, any monk will do. You know a monk raped and killed a girl, just go grab one and hang him.
So it is possible that this poltergeist was actually a wrongly convicted murderer. It could be that he was just a cool monk.
Well, I'm gonna go with that theory.
Yeah,
I like that better.
Yeah, let's go with that theory.
Let's go
the
with that
entire
theory.
area of Pontefract is actually rife with ghost activity. Daughter Diane herself once saw two women floating for 15 minutes over the grass outside of an abandoned hospital.
But Diane had a lot of witchy shit going on.
Abandoned hospital
She also, when she was sick,
floats.
she said she saw an old lady dressed in gray standing outside of her parents' bedroom door. No,
That was just their grandmother banging on the window trying to get in because it was raining.
Help!
Blame your grandmother. I did just picture Minnie and Nanny floating down the river for 15 minutes.
I'm Nanny! No, you're my sister! I'm Nanny! This is my sister Nanny! Someone get us Rex! I'm Nanny!
Just 15 minutes of that would inspire a poltergeist.
So the Pritchard family
So,
itself,
yes.
not just
I
Diane,
think
the
that
entire
looks
family
good. I
seems
just
to
don't
have had a
know,
fair amount of
like,
poltergeist run-ins.
what to put on the
Diane's Aunt
opposite
Christine
side.
ran into a fair
So,
amount
like,
of
on this
poltergeist
side,
activity
on
in a
the
pub called
right
the
side up,
Golden Lion
it has
that
a
she
warrior
ran. And all
just
this occurred
standing
in
there
and
ready.
around the town of Pontefract. Because the town
So, like, the
may be
question
one
is,
of
how
those
would I
places
make
that
it
has an
where
unusually large
upside
amount of
down
haunted ground.
the image
Because some
changes to
paranormal
something more
experts say that
darker?
land can retain impressions of negative energies, sometimes for as long as hundreds of years.
I thought you were going to say it had a higher impression of alcoholism, which I think it might be
When
possible.
you're just seeing ghosts, those are called trails. That's because your eyes are dying. The fucking rods and cones are being killed by the fucking alcohol cells in your blood.
It could either be trails or it could just be your son trying to get you out of the bar.
Help! Help! Just people saying help, banging on the windows.
Let
outside.
them in.
Oh yeah, it looks it looks dandy and great.
Also, it's apparently there
It
is
looks
a
dandy and
gigantic
great.
natural water source underneath the town, and we're discovering a lot when we talk about aliens and Bigfoot sightings, or in triangles, like the Bridgewater Triangle and the Bermuda Triangle. So places where there's a lot of water and also fresh water underneath the ground are also a lot of times centers for a lot of paranormal activity.
Yeah, some people say that water actually retains paranormal activity. It retains the energy that is sometimes exuded by paranormal goings on.
Is it possible that it's
But I mean,
also
it could just
planes in
be
the water
right
that are
side up.
tripping out the townsfolk?
Well, there may be a little bit of
And
LSD in the
just
water. We
that's
don't
how
know for
it's
sure.
supposed to look.
It's dirty.
That's what I'm talking about.
England is a dirty place.
It's a beautiful place.
Now, that haunted ground in and of itself is not enough to cause poltergeist activity. But when it is combined with intense emotions exuded by the right person,
I
then
appreciate
that's when
you
get a
dabbing
good
around
poltergeist signal.
personally. Sometimes you find things you enjoy. Sometimes you regret everything. Not everyone likes the odds. Yes.
I absolutely love it, and he has
I'm
a
glad
really
that you are
unique
finding
theory that
the-
also
the
mixed with this guy, this
true, real
paranormal expert
you.
named Guy Playfair.
I'm glad that you found the
He
true
needs to be
real
arrested.
you.
He is guilty until proven innocent.
As long as
It
he's
looks
a
good.
person that doesn't wear overalls with no clothes on underneath it, we're fine.
I'm just saying, it's like, Guy, all of your pants don't
No,
have zippers.
not
and you
airbrush.
start, I just told him I didn't need one.
Get out of there, brush.
Yeah.
Get out of there, brush.
Like ghosts themselves.
Well, paranormal expert Guy Playfair, he likened these intense
That's a
emotions to a
question.
soccer ball. See, a disturbed soul will exude psychic energy at times of extreme psychological
But I mean, it's
distress,
fine if
which
I
will
can't
draw
do
the
it.
attention of spirits or
I just
complementing
wanted it
energy.
to have a
forms into like a
flip
little
side
ball,
image as
like it kind
well.
of pops
But I
out of
think
him like it's an
having
egg or a shit.
having Baba Yaga's
Circular
face
soccer ball
on the
sized
upside
It's like a
down
dookie of
version
energy, and this dookie
is
of
good
energy
enough.
just sits on the living room floor, right? Like
because
like
that's
you have
terrifying in and of itself.
Sure, okay.
Right, you're sitting on the floor, and then the idea is that some kind of loose spirit would come and play with this energy ball until they were done with it.
Yeah, they just come in.
I
have
mean,
a
it
little
makes
fun,
it
kick
easier,
around,
especially
maybe get
when
a
he
little
is so
bit out of
good
hand,
at-
and then move
at
on to whatever it is they
drawing.
were doing with that day.
Sounds like what people do in solitary
When
confinement.
he's so good
well,
at
so
drawing.
dookie.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
We've ever read any books by Jean Genet?
Jean Genet?
He was a famous French dude back in the early 1900s, and he would write things in his own shit all the time in solitary because he was arrested for being a homosexual.
Huh.
We had a kid when we were in junior high that used to do
How-
that. He used to just write, "This is my shit"
all
on the walls of the bathroom.
This
with-
question
It's
that I
how he
have.
became an artist.
Well, it's got to be difficult when a kid does write "This is my shit" in
Let's
his
look
own
that
dookie because he's
online.
not wrong. wrong? Do you scold them
Let's
or
look
do you
like
praise
that
them?
It's
online.
sort of like that painting, This Is Not a Pipe.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of postmodern. I kind of give him a little bit of credit for that.
Yeah. So then how many melons did he fuck, and when did he get hit by the truck that ended his life?
That would be the way he goes.
Hi, Trump. Hi. Why you ain't slowed up?
Well, the thing about poltergeists is that if they are actual entities, essentially they have the mentality of a super dumb kid who doesn't really know how to express himself properly. He wants attention, but nobody,
4
including the
foot,
kid,
5
really knows
inches.
why
Okay.
he wants it. Because all poltergeists ever really
Okay.
seem to want is to make trouble for whoever it is they happen to be fucking with.
You know, there's a generally understood theory that
Let's
a
go
lot of times
inches, so that I
poltergeists
know
are
what I'm doing.
psychokinetic activity that comes from, like, we talk about a lot of times girls
4.5.
specifically going through puberty. When their bodies are changing, they create this energy, kind of bounces around the house. It's sort of what Colin Wilson talks about. It's like uncollected psychokinesis.
Yeah.
But the problem is that what Colin Wilson has discovered is that works for like 75% of these cases.
3
but something like
by
the Black Market
5.
Pontefract seems like what he called this
3 by
idea, a
5.
concept of elementals, like fairy energies, alien energies. What we talk about when people see shit out in the fucking English fogs, and they're like, "It was a wickasnit," and then it's like, someone else would see it. They would see it as a gray. It's these weird nuisance energies that can kind of show up and find these little dookie balls of energy and use it to play with. It's the idea that you would draw them.
No, but this isn't necessarily nefarious activity, right? It's more of an
Also,
annoying little
get
brother
this
or
fucking
something like that.
garbage
I mean, yeah,
ass.
that's the
Will they
thing.
hurt you
Right there.
physically?
Wait,
Most of the
and
time,
then
not.
hit this.
They will actually. The weird thing about it is that they'll throw things
it
at people.
over
Like, for example,
here.
Diane once had a dresser
This.
drawer thrown at her.
Bam.
But usually, the kinetic energy, for some reason, it will stop just short. It'll stop a millimeter away from them, and it'll just kind of knock them.
That's fun.
Yeah, it is kind of fun. I mean,
It's like having a cat, but you don't have to feed the damn
I'm
thing.
so scared it's happening all the time. You can't sleep. You know what I mean? A cat,
I
you
don't
can
know.
nuzzle cats. A cat shows love.
No, cats are terrible creatures. Well, I do love cats.
Yeah.
I do love cats. I love you too. But I mean, for the most part, I think I'd rather
Boobs
have
are too
a
big.
task with a
I'm
friendly
simply
ghost or
too
a
sweet.
Pontefract
I
a
am
month
simple,
from there.
simply a
some
fox.
dead rapist
That is
screwed him
doing
up.
his
He
best.
was innocent.
Also, be right back. Gotta do some
I mean,
stuff.
that's when
Okay.
he talks about, like,
Making
the
use, yeah, but
70%,
at the time I
being the
remember go drawing
psychokinetic
Baba Yaga on
energy,
here.
a
And
lot of
that was a
times,
running gag.
where these things
Understandable.
actually
Have a
happen,
wonderful
some
one.
spooky shit
Yes.
went down at one
I'm
point, or
glad
some
it is
very
lunch
violent
break
shit went
finally.
down.
Been a hectic
But on the other
morning
hand, most
at
places in
work.
England, if they've been
Hey,
inhabited
state of
for
prison.
a very long period of time,
To hear
you know,
it hasn't
violent
been
shit's
the
gonna
most
happen
reasonable so
everywhere.
far.
All
Here's
of
hoping
these
to find some calm.
houses in
Here's hoping
England,
that
I'm
you
hearing,
get back to
are
work.
like
It's not
1,000
quite
years old.
so bad. I had
When
so
we
many
say
shifts that
something's old,
wouldn't
in
die.
America, it's like
At least I
65
could
years.
listen to the
Like a
stream in the
baby.
background.
Then I'm like, tear it down.
okay.
It's old.
Get a new one.
Poltergeist hauntings occur in stages and often have a fairly extended ramp up period. Stage 1 is known as the latent dormant passive stage. And in this stage, nothing super weird happens. It's usually pets acting weird, like they'll bark at nothing, they'll stare and growl at an object that nobody can see. You'll also get cold spots around the house, which means that the temperature will drop in a certain area for no reason.
I grow more hair.
Isn't that something?
I've been growing more hair as it is. I'm starting to think there's a bit of a ghost walking around my house. All right, I got new hair in my arm area, on my bicep area here. I got all this new hair, brand new hair.
You're going through puberty part 2.
No.
Yes, this is the sequel.
Not again.
It actually gets worse.
Yeah, you're going through Polish puberty.
I'll come back next week and I'm
You're
just like,
32 years old and you get hairier and hairier.
I come back next week and I'm just like, hey, everybody, so you guys like Amy? Sometimes girls make me feel different.
I like this new Henry.
Stage 2 is the obvious detectable present stage. Cold spots will get bigger, sometimes covering entire rooms. And unexplained scratches, gashes, or cuts also start to appear on walls, furniture, or even people.
Now, is it possible the cold spots, are they ghost toots? Is that a possibility?
Okay, so
as you pee in the pool, it will warm.
So ghosts, when they fart, because they live in an opposite world, their farts are cold. Not hot. Like our farts.
And they smell good.
Oh, okay, yes, it's true, because he also delivered a scent of flowers. Actually, it works.
It makes sense.
It does work.
But stage 1, stage
Ruler.
2.
I'm
the
looking
Black
for
Mark
ruler
Pontefract
bar.
Poltergeist, as far as we know, skipped right past stages 1 and 2 and came in hard on stage 3. the increased kinetic activity stage.
It also does sound like a really good Kevin Hart paranormal spoof movie.
It does.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by Casper Mattresses. You know Casper Mattresses. They got award-winning sleep surfaces. They were developed in-house. They have sleek designs, and they're actually delivered in this weird, small box. You think when they're going to deliver to you, you think they're going to give you this big-ass mattress. No, it's this weird box, and then you slice it open, and then it actually does fold out in a very satisfying way. I got one. Henry's got one. Ben's got one. Mattresses, man, you know they can cost well over $1,500, but Casper Mattresses cost $500 for a twin-size mattress, $600 for a twin XL, $750 for a full, that's one I got, $850 for a queen, and $950 for a king. You can try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home, and if you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you everything. There's free shipping and returns to US and Canada, and don't forget, you can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT and using the offer code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. Now, the haunting began in August of 1966, right when son Philip was hitting puberty. Now, Philip was a sullen teenage boy who liked books and music and didn't get along with his father, who was more of a man's man footballer type.
But when you say footballer, you mean English football, which is soccer.
Soccer, yeah.
Soccer. Yeah, so
let's
thank
just
you.
degrade the man part just a touch.
No, the first incident occurred one day while Philip was at the house alone with his grandmother. Now, Philip said he walked into the room where his grandmother was knitting and saw a white chalky powder floating down through the air. And when he walked closer, he saw that the powder wasn't falling from the ceiling, but rather from a point about 5 feet up from the floor, as if there was a portal above his grandmother's head, salting her with chalk dust. The grandmother walked across the street to her daughter's house.
Also trying to think of an idea for the next possible 20-minute sketch regime. Oh, well, I mean,
they said that it covered all the surfaces.
Yeah.
It got it literally
I
filled
get
her
it.
coffee cup. Like she had a coffee cup, and it was like up to an inch of powder. It was like falling hard in there. It was like standing next to fucking
my
Alan
brain
Thicke
is
when
not
he's combing
working
his
right
hair.
now.
Oh, yeah, I love Alan Thicke.
Does Alan Thicke have really bad dandruff?
We don't know with that hair.
I assume.
Yeah, it's possible.
No, when the grandmother walked to the kitchen to get a broom to clean up all this chalky dust, she almost slipped and fell on a large puddle of water on the kitchen floor. She got a towel and mopped it up, but as soon as she squeezed out the cloth, another pool appeared. And then another, and then another, and then another. Every time she mopped one up, another pool would appear.
Same thing happened with my grandmother.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah.
pee-pee.
Exactly. The old pool warmer. I think is it possible the house is just decaying?
Absolutely not. They checked underneath the linoleum and found that it was. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ben. If it was just
Henry is looking
the
at me
whole
like,
story would be over. Yeah, the whole story would
It
be over.
turned out the house needed to be fixed, and that's what they did, and that's the end. Thank you.
They should have called an Al Borland from Tool Time, and he would have fixed up the house just fine.
Please donate to our Patreon. We did a lot of work on this week's episode.
The house was a creaky house.
No, they checked underneath the linoleum and found that it was completely dry underneath. They even called out the water board.
Okay.
They called up the guy from, the local water board and said, like, man, listen, you need to come check this out. This is super weird. He came and found there was absolutely nothing wrong. And the pools themselves were in such a neat outline as to make it impossible for them to have been poured from above. There was no splash. There was no nothing.
They just appeared out of nowhere and grew in a perfect circles. And every single time that they would wipe it away, it would grow into the same circle and it would appear all over the house. And they said this is a factor in poltergeist hauntings. This has happened before, but it's very rare. And actually, it's like, and it's also this weird explanation. What is this?
Yeah, Guy Playfair thinks that the water is some kind of condensation caused by the poltergeist energy moving through the environment. I don't know. It wasn't really explained all that clearly.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, maybe it was a little pool for ants.
That is cute.
That's kind of fun.
You just live in a world of whimsy, don't you?
Every day. Yeah.
You're crying.
No, that's all nothing but joy here.
Now, later on that night, things started getting a little weirder. Phil and his grandmother
more like trying to narrow down options I already have. I got you. Anything you wish more people knew about.
Squirting tea on the
that's understandable.
Continuing even after all the tea was gone.
Listen how it sounds when I read it like this.
Okay.
moving in and out, all on its own, squirting tea out onto the counter, and it continued even after all the tea was gone.
Someone's doing a good job. That tea is loving it.
Yeah, and and remember, when you hear that, remember it's Phil and his grandmother watched on.
Naughty, naughty grandma.
Deleted scene from Harold and Maude, perhaps.
What is a tea button?
A tea dispenser. It's like just one of those things where you put tea in it and you're able to push a button and it comes out and you know it just keeps it warm in there.
What?
Yeah, it's
like a coffee pump.
Yeah, it's like a coffee pump. Just
this is an old technology.
I actually do not remotely understand what this is.
I don't know. I don't
totally
get how
do.
it's a tea dispenser.
You push the button and then the thing comes out.
Yeah, you
What
push
comes out?
the tea.
Do you know what
It's like-
doorknobs
yeah,
are?
okay, think about it. It's not okay. Think about it this way. Now think it's coffee.
Okay, now it makes sense.
Tea is coffee.
Got some
to the
ideas
Brits.
for
Football
variations of
You have
early
to remember
ideas
this.
I
It's
had, like
upside down.
mermaid
Yes,
or
it's different place.
harpy
And then
themed
after
versions
all the
of
tea was
characters I
gone,
redeemed
they
earlier,
crashed
and
from the
also
hallway,
possibly
opened
2 or
the door,
3
and saw the
new
light go on
characters.
all by
Gotcha,
itself
gotcha.
to show that the potted plant
Understandable.
that normally stood halfway up the stairs
Understandably so.
was now at the bottom, minus the pot, which was at the top of the stairs.
Oh my God, it's all wrong.
It's just like you got Clifford in there, the big red dog.
It's ridiculous.
And then back in the kitchen, the cupboard started shaking and vibrating as if somebody was trying to get out.
That was really scary because so basically it all died down, right? And so Grandma and Philip decided to go to bed. And Grandma, you know, of course, you have to dress Philip completely down to his nudeness. And yes, he's 15 years old, but he's still your little grandson. And so she made sure to powder his bottom, and she clipped his toenails, and she sucked on his fingers a little bit. And we made him go to sleep because that's what had him go to sleep. And then finally, she left him alone. And he sat there in the bedroom and watched as it looked like something was inside the cupboard, just literally go blah, 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 back and forth.
Yeah, that was the wardrobe.
That was the wardrobe.
Yeah, yeah.
And then literally they just ran out of house. We're like, we're going to go stay at the Catholics across the street.
Yeah. They went over and stayed at their daughter's house because the whole family lived all around there. It was a wonderful little neighborhood.
It does sound exciting. It sounds extremely fun, though, as well. I do wish I was the Black Monk. I mean, it seems like he was having a great time pumping the tea, putting the power, the plant, in the pot all wrong.
It just sounds like
fun.
a large Lenny type man going, I'm alive now. Look, I'm alive like you. I miss
Just
you,
having
I miss
a
you,
hard
tea."
time narrowing these options
And the
down.
next
I
day,
gotcha.
they woke up, went and got the neighborhood ghost expert, a Mr. McDonald.
This is literally like the Burbs. And it was like, you're like, you know who'd be into this? Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. O'Donnell loves talking about ghosts. And they go over there and they just so happen to be his light is on at 12:30 at night because he's literally waiting for someone to come and tell him there's a ghost to investigate.
I feel like this town might not have a dentist. Perhaps there's no doctor, but it does have a ghost expert. So they knew what was important.
Yeah, they knew exactly who they needed to go and talk to. So
Yes.
Mr. McDonald came over and immediately recognized this as poltergeist activity. But he went, searched the house, found nothing, and nothing happened.
And I love this story because he did literally sat, they had a cuppa and they sat at the table and he was just like, all right, well, because the activity had died down. And he's like, you know what's really weird though? It's like one thing you'll notice about poltergeist activity. Let me do it again, normal. You know how you notice?
Yeah.
Is that when something's really strange about paranormal activity is a lot of times poltergeists will rip up important photographs to you. So hoping nothing like that happens. As he's walking out the door, they hear a crash upstairs. Their wedding the Pritchard's wedding picture had flung across the room. The glass had shattered and the picture was cut up. Like literally, like it was cut up with a knife, like spread all over the floor.
You can't fake that. There's no way he had a string tied to his shoe, and as soon as he started walking, shattered the
A
glass.
string tied to his shoe?
That would work. Tie the string to the painting.
What did he tell him? Like he came in, oh, look over there. And then while they were looking over there, he tied the string to his shoe and the other one to the
Give a bit of a tie to the string, a bit of a snippety snip of the picture, and away Mr. O'Donnell goes.
That's how it works. I mean, you tell someone to look over there, you have at least 5 seconds to tie a string to your shoe.
Yeah, to tie a string to your shoe, tie the other end to the picture. But that not only that, but take the picture out of the frame, cut it up into a bunch of pieces, and then glue it back on to make sure that no one notices that it's cut up, but not glue it so much.
Grandma
that
got stuck in the bathroom. The boy had to help her. Boom. He knows he's got 15 to 20 minutes.
Say that they went up there and they fucked each other, Grandma and
No,
grandson.
I don't know. No.
You made a leap. You made
the leap.
I've already been
Grandma
talking
needed
about that.
help.
Yeah.
You woke up in a Little Rascals universe today.
You know what? You never know what universe you're going to wake up into.
And then after the whole incident with the picture, nothing happened for 2 years until Diane's puberty kicked in real hard.
You know what it sounds like, right? Eggs everywhere. And it
Starting the car, huh? Sounds like a Model T. God damn it, I'm gonna be late to work.
I'm late to being a woman.
Oh, am I?
Now, the Black Monk case is somewhat unique in that it seems as if there are actually 2 separate agents of focus. Agents of focus are the people that the poltergeist activity centers around. The first agent was Philip, whose haunting lasted no more than 24 hours. The second was Diane, whose haunting would last around 9 months. Because that's what, there's another paranormal expert, what he says is that ghosts haunt house, poltergeists haunt people.
Which makes a lot of sense. And that's what he's talking about, the mixture of weird psychokinetic activity that comes from kids' bodies changing, mixed with maybe there's some sort of entity that can use that energy to interact with their environment, and it just so happened that the little girl's eggs were more supple and fertile than the spermies inside of the boy.
I guess the ghost had a type. I think it's disgusting that these ghosts are doing that to children.
Thank you.
I'm against this. Ghost should be hung again.
Now, it began with noises, the kinds of banging and knocking that has come to typify poltergeist activity. And this is actually where the word poltergeist comes from. Polter, meaning noisy in German, Geist, meaning ghost.
The Germans came up with this?
Yeah.
We can't trust this.
Poltergeist.
Exactly.
Now, then, after the noises came the electrical disturbances. Now, naturally, since poltergeists are beings of energy, if they are in fact beings, electrical disturbances are just as common as the bangs and knocks. See, lights will flicker on and off. Appliances such as the tea dispenser will start to work on their own. And in modern times, computers can show signs of activity with nonsense messages appearing in instant messenger chats.
Oh, like when somebody has a Nigerian scam.
Kind of. Yeah, it's like spam email.
Yeah. Thousands of African ghosts.
Yes.
Also, what was interesting is they said that the Pritchard house, they said that during the 9 months of their haunting, they only paid half as much on their electric bill as they had in previous years. And they said they have no reason why. They were using the same amount of electricity, and they kept going to the electric company being like, we're honest people. We normally pay this amount of money on this, on our bills, and normally it's half that. And they're like, you know, that's what the meter's saying. So the ghosts help the economy.
I guess so.
Yeah, the ghosts saved them on their electric bills.
Well, it seems like they had to go and tell the electric bill that half of the electricity was being used by their neighborhood ghost, and then they were only using the other half.
And they'll charge
That's a
them.
tough sale.
Absolutely,
that's a tough sale. But the electrical company believed them.
The electrical company did believe them.
The electrical? How do you call it?
The other weird electrical disturbance thing that can happen with poltergeist activity is that appliances that aren't plugged in can operate on their own, as what happened in my hometown poltergeist case that happened in the house that was built right down the road from Idella, the children's cemetery. In that case... Yeah, there was a children. I've talked about the children.
No, I know. I'm just saying that you didn't tell us they built a house on top of it.
Oh, yeah. It was like a quarter mile down, if that, walking distance easily.
I always found it very inappropriate that they put those slides in at the top of the graves to put the caskets.
Yeah, that wasn't right.
Now, in that case, in my hometown case, in addition to the knocks and such, they used to have this old radio that would turn on in the middle of the night and play old music from the 40s. They'd have all the knocking and banging. And that family, actually, they left one night in the middle of the night and never returned. In fact, when we were kids, we used to go to the house. The entire house was still full of furniture, full of their clothes, brand new clothes too. They just left and never came back, and they never told anybody what happened that night.
I thought that was just Texas moving.
Yeah, that is a Texas
Them
move.
furnitures are gonna follow us. You'll see. They got minds of their own, like that movie Beauty and the Beast.
It's possible.
It is possible. But back in Pontefract, the first physical manifestations began when Mother Jean found her daughter's bedspread sitting at the bottom of the stairs. She took it back up to Diane's room, heard a crash from outside, and found her son Philip's bedspread where Diane's just was, with another potted plant lying broken next to it. And that night, Jean woke up from bed, walked out to the landing, and felt a cold chill. And at that moment, a paintbrush flew past past her face, followed by a paste bucket they'd been using to replace their wallpaper. She ducked and saw, moving in the darkness, a long strip of wallpaper standing on its end like a cobra swaying back and forth. She grabbed it, and at that same moment, a carpet sweeper floated up into the air and started swinging around. So she dropped the wallpaper snake and crawled on all fours back to the bedroom with the wallpaper giving chase behind her. She shut the door and screamed, which brought the kids out of their rooms, who started to get the shit beat out of them by the painting supply.
But that's again what you were saying before. It didn't seem like the poltergeist was trying to hurt anybody, because what that Diane said is that when the paintbrush hit her in the face, it felt like a kind of like if you ever put your penis on a woman's face or something. You do that, you go like pip, like a little
pip.
Yeah, a playful pip.
A playful pip.
Yeah.
This does sound like a great time.
Yeah, and then the poltergeist focused on Diane's room, ripped the curtain rod off of the wall, and threw it out the window. Father Joe slammed the door shut, and when Diane went to grab the handle, he yelled at her, "Stop! Don't touch it!" And as she drew her hand back, there was a loud thump on the other side of the door, as if the poltergeist was communicating that it was in fact Diane who he was there for.
Wow.
Yeah, and they said a lot of crazy shit happened, and so then now it's like entering into stage 4 of the poltergeist is that they would find that doorknobs would be covered in marmalade and toilet paper.
Oh, that just happens every night at my house. That's not so
That's
bad.
called walking drunk.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, stage 4 is the intelligent individual targeting stage, which is exactly what it sounds like. This is when the psychokinetic activity truly begins, when objects start to fly around the room on their own accord, and large objects will slide across the room to trap people. For example, one night, Diane actually became trapped in the corner of a room under a pile of heavy furniture, and she was struggling to get loose, but as soon as she relaxed, the furniture moved back to its regular place, and Diane, who had had a gigantic wardrobe and a sewing machine piled on top of her moments earlier, she didn't even have a bruise from the experience.
That's crazy. And maybe a couch was sitting on top of her, and that's not the way it's supposed to go. You're supposed to sit on top of a couch. That's kind of fun.
It is fun.
Diana, you're the couch. And then the couch is like, you're the couch now, girl.
Someone get this tall red-headed man out of our home.
No, I'm a couch.
See, behavior like this, in which she gets furniture piled on her, but she doesn't get any bruises. This is why Colin Wilson compares poltergeist to schoolyard bully. See, a bully, he's gonna fuck with you. He might do the stop hitting yourself, but he's not gonna really hurt you all that badly, because if he hurt you, then the authorities would notice that he's fucking with you. And with poltergeist, we don't really know who the authorities are, but poltergeists never really seem to hurt people all that much, not in at least legitimate cases. When people get really hurt in poltergeist cases, then more often than not, those are the fake ones. They're trying too hard.
Right.
If I were to pick a boss, I imagine their boss is Loki.
Could be. I mean, the one great thing, there's no better defense than they hit themselves defense. If you do want to hurt somebody, you have them hit themselves, and then in the court of law, you didn't do anything. They did it to themselves.
Tape a knife to a person's hand. Have them
stabbing yourself.
Stabbing yourself.
That would work.
I mean,
but also it's about maybe that's where the locus of the poltergeist is, in fact, inside of Diane, and the fact that she can't really hurt herself, and it's still her family. It's still so that somehow it's directed by her own personality, where it's about reaching out for attention.
Yeah, I mean, for example, as far as the weird stuff that happens to Diane, one night she got thrown off of her bed onto the floor. Her mattress shot up in the air and landed on top of her. That happened 4 times.
I feel terrible for this girl. She's going through an horrific physical change.
Well, I mean, speaking of physicality, I mean, both her and Philip, they always complain about the area around their solar plexus, right below the chest where the stomach starts. They talk about it feeling twisted up inside, especially when activity was about to occur. They always knew when something
did you like what I did?
Chest, when it started feeling weird,
did you enjoy what I drew?
So literally, it was like they were getting their belly sucked on, like the ghost was some big Jimmy Savile.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that they say, like, some of the experts that came in, and by experts I mean this woman named Mrs. Holden that lived down the street.
Yeah, exactly.
She was a psychic. She thought that the ghost was actually drawing energy from the children, and that's why.
I drew
because I mean, I think the solar plexus, it has it like that's a
I
chocolate
did
thing,
it.
right, Henry?
It was me, Austin.
We'll say yeah, and kids
It
do
was
have a lot
me
of energy.
all
When we did our
along,
open lines thing
and
for
it
Sirius
has
Radio,
space
we
in
were
it.
talking to the people who worked in the hospital
I
when
slept
children died. They
for
did
a
report
bit.
high
Oh,
energy leaving
goodness.
their bodies, as opposed to when the elderly die, they're already kind of dead.
Yeah, because nobody cares. Yeah.
Yeah, but despite all of the activity that seemed to be getting more and more dangerous, the Pritchards never thought once about moving and eventually gave the poltergeist the name Mr. Nobody before eventually settling on Fred.
Well, what they said was that they did not feel threatened.
Yeah.
They said that with this entity, whatever was happening inside the house, is like they felt like it was really just trying to annoy them. They never felt really scared.
Yeah.
I mean, it was scary, but it was like
I'm
they didn't feel
recovering
like they were in
again. My
danger.
sleep
Yeah,
schedule
but the wallpaper
slowly.
had to be off the
I
walls
get you.
constantly. All the couches and TVs are all messed up. I mean, didn't they get upset with that?
I mean, it was a huge pain in the ass, but they were also very stubborn people from Yorkshire. And trust me, I dated a woman from Yorkshire. If they don't want to do something, they're not going to do it.
She kept you with her for years.
Yeah, kind of haunted in his own right.
Yeah, especially like if you want to leave her. If she don't want you to go, she's not going to let you go.
You're safe now.
You're okay.
Alice doesn't live here anymore.
No, she's way gone.
Also they said that Mrs. Pritchard was a very, very neat woman, and she said there's something about the ghost must have like really fucked with and knew that Mrs. Pritchard was a very tidy woman because he would do stuff like spreading dirt all over the place, and like do like really like badly messing shit up, like exploding cups of coffee getting everywhere, and she would not go to sleep unless she cleaned the mess. She literally have to like get up. It's like my mom does the same shit where she just literally, my mom's a midnight cleaner. Well, all of a sudden she's vacuuming and stuff, but it's all because that's an anxiety thing.
A midnight cleaner?
Yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about? Like she would get up at like midnight and start vacuuming?
She's just waiting for his dad to come home.
Pretty much. And also she was mad at us. Whenever she was mad at us, you'd be like,
all night long.
I'm the only one who ever does anything around here. It's like I'm an army of one.
Sounds like a crystal meth addict.
Yes.
I mean, as far as, like speaking of that, them not really feeling threatened, as the haunting went on, Fred actually seemed to be like more playful than harmful. See, like one day he swept up a plate of chicken sandwiches and threw them behind the TV. That's when Mrs. Holden was actually visiting one day. And when Jean went and picked up the sandwiches, she saw that there'd been a big old bite taken out of one of them by something that looked like it had gigantic teeth.
That's kind of horrifying.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, and then when Mrs. Holden, she took it, she's like, oh, can I have that? I'd like it for my collection. When she went home with the sandwich crumbled into nothing.
Ooh, that's a good sandwich.
No, it's not a good sandwich.
That's a great sandwich.
No, it's like an airport sandwich.
I always love to get a sandwich, unwrap it, and it's a little wet.
That's what I like. It feels like it's humid in there, even though it's dry.
When we spent 12 hours in the airport on wet sandwiches.
What is it, boy? What are you
Now,
frumpy
on another
about?
night, a friend of the
What are you
Pritchards came
frumpy
over for
about?
tea
Are you
after
being-
the local working men's club's ladies' night.
A lot of pronouns in there.
A lot of working men's clubs, ladies' night.
Yeah, the ladies' night at the local working men's club.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what the working men's club is.
Male prostitute club.
Yes, it sounds about right.
Oh yeah, they were miners. There was a lot of mining going on in Pontefract.
Miner 40.
The lights turned off as they were having tea after this ladies' night when they were sitting in the lounge. And the friend that came along said that she felt her hair was swarming with ants. And when the lights turned back on, the entire room was turned upside down. And shit like that happened all the time.
This is so exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's haunting. It's a fucking full-boiled circus.
What if you nail the things down to the ground, pull some trickery on the ghost? What is wrong with you people?
You can't nail every. What are you gonna nail down cups?
No, I'm gonna nail down the wallpaper. I'm gonna nail every inch of wallpaper down.
This is the problem. The ghost is winning.
That just means you're covering your walls in nails.
No, it means I'm outthinking the ghost.
You've just gone insane. That's the problem. The ghost has won. The ghost did exactly what it wanted to do.
Yeah.
Well, it would be nice to have a ghost.
You're just lonely.
Yeah.
No, I'm not that lonely.
Yeah, you're not that lonely.
No, I'm not lonely at all. Technically, there's
You have roommates
always
that
people
never
around
leave.
me. Yeah.
You know, it's like there's a lady over the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got shit going on.
I got my mouse Pudgy.
Yeah.
He's doing great, by the way. I
He
saw
is?
him the other day. Every time, this is not a lie, every time I order Papa John's, Pudgy comes around.
That's fucking very weird. You live like the biggest, drunkest Cinderella on the face of the planet.
I ordered Papa John's. Papa was in the house last night, and sure enough, I said, Pudgy, of course you did. He was like, he smells it. He is a cute mouse.
Well, speaking of adorable stuff, the most adorable incident involving Fred came when Joe's sister Maud came to visit to see the haunting for herself, because the Pritchard story had gotten reported in the news. And all
Ghost
this
winds up with a herniated disc.
Very undignified.
She was very religious, a big stuffy woman. She thought that they were doing it for attention, and she wanted to go there and blow up their spot and show everybody that Aunt Maud knows what's going on.
God, I did just find the love of my life. A very religious, big, stuffy woman.
Yeah.
Mom, you are just a bunch of boofs and toofs, and I'm coming there to show you that I'm the most classy woman. Oh.
Well, she's always there.
And on the night she came to visit, just as Maud was in the kitchen telling her brother that she thought the whole thing was poppycock, the lights went out. Only the red glow of the kitchen fire illuminating the room.
She assumed the kids are doing it, and literally she's going like, "Philip, turn on the lights! Turn on the lights! I cannot see my knees!"
Well, I don't think you could see him with the lights on either.
And then the refrigerator door swung open, a jug of milk floated out and got turned over on Maud's head.
It's
just
literally like a movie. It's like the fucking Marx Brothers. Literally dumped her and she went,
You gotta get out of that house. Or just turn your head up and start drinking it.
And then her fur gloves floated up from the table and looked as if they were being worn by an invisible being.
And she kept the entire time literally screaming like, "Philip, stop that! Stop it, Philip!" Like Philip was really doing it. And finally, Mrs. Pritchard turned to me like, "Do you think Philip's doing this?" And then watched as the gloves started dancing by themselves in front of her.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh my
fun.
God.
It's
Yeah.
like a weird, like, you know how like in Sesame Street they used to cut to like the moment.
That sounds like that Matilda
dance
movie.
pieces, like they're weird, like all dressed in black, but they got like white gloves on.
Yeah, and it got even more fun from there because the gloves disappeared and then reappeared up in the bedroom. They ran upstairs because, you know, there was a crash and noise, of course. They ran upstairs and they saw that one of the gloves was doing like a come hither motion.
Ooh, like what you're supposed to do when you're fingering.
Oh. yeah, hitting the G spot.
Oh, my.
And but the other fist was shaking at Aunt Maud, like, "Oh, why I oughta!" And then she got freaked out and she started singing "Onward Christian Soldiers," to which the gloves started conducting her and beating in time.
This is just missing a talking French candlestick, and we got
Literally.
ourselves a real Disney film.
It's voiced by Sinbad. Chris Pratt's in there.
Oh, I love Chris Pratt. Thin Chris Pratt, not fat Chris Pratt.
Oh, thank you for Thin Chris Pratt. Man Crush Monday.
And
Man, I
Maud,
really
of
love
course,
a
after
crisp
that,
rat.
ran out of the house and never returned to the Pritchard household.
And so at this point, everyone in the house must have been on the side of the ghost.
Yeah.
They didn't want her in there.
Very much. And the Pritchards.
Why
on that
does
night
this
got their groove
art
back.
remind me of a
that's so
meme
sweet.
about an old man pondering an
That's a
orb?
good storyline
It
sense, too,
does.
because that was the
It
thing. A lot of it, there
does.
was a lot of infighting in the house.
This is something that I've been thinking about for a while, and then that meme, I was like, I think I got it. I think I got it, and then the fucking meme starts up, and I'm like, you sons of bitches, you fucking asses.
And running out, catching the first
Oh well,
glory
I'm
that
not
popped
changing
its
it
around-
now.
out-
I
around the
don't have
I know what
anything
they call
else to
corners.
change it to. My brain, my brain no work no good
And
sometimes.
that night, they finally get horny for each
My
other.
brain ain't
Isn't that
good
nice?
sometimes.
Husband and wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
good.
then Fred
And
looks on
I have
and
burnout.
nods approvingly.
It happened.
Get it going.
Boy, stop it.
Learn
Kevin
something.
Hart.
Stop it.
Kevin Hart.
What are you
Yeah, so maybe
doing,
he learned something from the
boy?
come hither motion that Fred taught him.
Today's other sponsor is Blue Apron.
You were gonna get pet.
Remember, not all ingredients
gonna
are
get
created
pet. You
equal.
better watch
Fresh,
yourself.
High quality ingredients. They taste better and they're better for you.
There
it's
you
important to know
go.
where your food
Big
comes
boy
from.
get
Blue
pet.
Apron. I
Big
already talked
rabbit
about it,
getting
man. I had these
pet.
awesome steaks. They were sweet.
Yes,
they were
right.
wonderful. Pickle girlfriend, she loved him. She's still talking about him. I said, "Darling, I don't know how to cook. We move in. I don't know.
I don't
how the
know.
hell I'm gonna do it." She said, "You know, what?
I
You
don't
take
know.
the steaks because you
Maybe
did
change
such
it
a damn
later.
Good job. with
Maybe
the ones
change
that
it out
Blue
later.
Apron
Most
sent us."
likely.
That's exactly what she
Most
said.
likely
She
feel
said
it out,
exactly that.
see if I like it.
And
If I
you know, for
don't,
less than
I'll
10
change
bucks
it.
per meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal
I'll be
recipes
like,
along
oh,
with
I thought of something
pre-portioned
else.
meals to
It's
make
the
delicious
unknown. It can
home-cooked meals. Some of the meals available in
changes
September
by
include
artists.
paprika,
Different
spiced
artists have
shrimp,
different
and cheddar
opinions.
grits,
bits with tomato and sweet
of what the
corn,
unknown would look
spicy
like.
Hoisin
So yeah,
chicken
can
stir
easily
fry
just
with chickpea
change.
bok choy, and sesame ginger cucumber salad, eggplant and chickpea tagaine.
But all the
Dajin?
artists
Tagaine,
draw
with
like me,
Islander
so
pepper, tomato,
that's so
and
difficult.
couscous. And summer udon noodle salad with cherry tomatoes, corn, and
That's also
summer
something
sweet
that
pepper.
is
Check
very
out this week's
difficult
menu and get
that
your
I'm gonna
first
have to
3
figure
meals
out how to
free
do.
with free shipping by
Mayhaps
going to
I will have to commission art,
BlueApron.com/LEFT. You're gonna love how good it feels and tastes to create.
but I don't want it
incredible
so
home-cooked meals with
jarring
Blue
that it's
Apron.
literally
So don't wait.
like
That's
it doesn't look like it should fit
Blue
in
Apron.
there.
A better way to cook.
Which is something that I like. I do want like paintings and things like that in universe.
Actually able
But like, what's gonna happen?
Through solid matter.
I guess I'll just have to paint it and just have to figure out how to do it, so it doesn't look so jarring. It looks like it's a completely different like world.
Floated through the doorway, hung in the air,
Kind of like
fell to the floor,
I
exploded, and filled the
maybe
room
do it
with the
like
scent of
Michelangelo,
flowers.
Ooh, there's an egg there.
or just have it kind of faded and in the background.
Mega Man villain.
It's a
I don't know.
flowery egg, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no earthly idea.
Followed it. Gene, she's sick of this shit.
I'm sick of you messing with my damn eggs. These are my eggs.
She went to the fridge, put all the eggs in a wooden box, and sat on the lid. But despite this, another egg just appeared in front of her, exploded with the same flowery scent, and was followed by another and another and another. And when she opened up the box, all of the eggs were gone.
All the eggs were gone?
Yep. He hated eggs.
Oh my god.
Well, also again, he was trying to make her upset because it was making a big mess.
Yeah, but what's also interesting here is the smell, because usually poltergeist hauntings are typified by bad smells like rotting food, sulfur, stuff like that. But in the case of the Black Monk of Pontefract, it was always pleasant. But kind of like the solar plexus thing, when you started to smell flowers, you knew some shit was about to go down. And there was kind of the same thing in my hometown haunting with another pleasant smell. They said when they smelled cooking beef.
I have no idea.
That was a pleasant smell?
Yeah, that was a, yeah, of course. Who doesn't like the smell of cooking beef?
No, I mean, I do kind of like it in theory, but when you say it like that, usually people say barbecue.
It's like, I like going to a barbecue, but I would never get a cooked
Hello,
beef
everybody.
Yeah, I would guess.
Hope you guys are doing well.
It's a wonderful smell.
Because that's the smell you have to wash off after you get back from the barbecue.
Because you smell like, because dogs follow you everywhere and you smell like a fucking hunk of jerky.
Wait, you guys take a shower after you get back from barbecue?
Every single time.
Yeah, you probably should, because otherwise you smell like you work at a barbecue.
Hickory smoked.
Yeah, that's a great smell.
No, you see, Texas. Again, we're on this side of the table, not understanding a Texas like a whole lifestyle.
Right.
Yeah, well, I'm going back in November, and I'm looking forward to
You're going to be covered in dirt. You're bringing pickle girlfriend. You're going to splash brine on each other and look at your father who just sits in his whitey tighties all day.
It's perfect. That is Texas.
That is Texas.
I'm jealous.
That actually is kind of Texas.
Yeah, but the thing about Texas is they do sit in whitey tighties, but they're always white. Very white.
Dry heat. It's a dry heat.
They're good at keeping clean.
I never have the confidence to wear white underwear.
Never. I wore gray underwear the other day.
And what are you talking about? I'm wearing white underwear right now.
That's Texas.
Yeah, it doesn't sit like you're sitting on a gravel pit when you're done with it?
No, absolutely not.
I would never risk it.
You people need to get a hold of your anuses.
I wouldn't risk it.
If I wear white underwear, it looks like I've been sitting on the knee of a chimney sweep all day.
I mean, it's not appropriate. And if you're going to die one of these days. You don't want to be caught in tighty whities. That's what I think.
Well, back to the Pontefract monk. They tried to get rid of Fred, but things like exorcisms don't actually work with poltergeists, and a lot of times just makes him angrier, as was the case when the Pritchards brought in a priest to see what he could do. And the exorcism, if you could really call it that, super half-assed.
Because literally, they went to the priest to ask him to come do an exorcism. He's like, actually, that's a lot of paperwork. I have to go to my boss. You literally said this. I have to go to my boss. A lot of times the bishops say don't do it because does it come down to, they say it makes the poltergeist worse. So here's some holy water. You could do it yourself, actually. It's really easy to do.
Meanwhile, just staring at the kids.
My stomach is messed from stuff I've been through, but how the fuck? A chimney pipe?
And then they could, like that.
Yeah, sometimes, I don't know. Like, that's a lot. It's very dirty butthole. It's a very dirty butthole.
The priest just came in and threw a little bit of holy water
clean up your back door, man.
Responded,
by throwing something across the room and trickling the holy water down the wall in little streams.
Personally, just clean it up back
What's
there.
really interesting about the poltergeist
You'll
is that it was
feel
listening
better.
to people say stuff like about the picture, about the grandfather clock. When they said, "Oh," when they went through, that was one thing. That's a famous thing that is in.
I mean,
that is in the movie. I think
generally,
it's called While
a
You Were Sleeping.
good cleanup
I think it's
may help you out in the end.
Sleeping is that's a Sandra
It's
Bullock
actually
movie.
putting some TLC and cleaning up your backside might help you out in the end.
The grandfather clock came flying down the stairs and exploded. And basically, one thing that's what it said is that two people came to visit the house. And
The mayor.
Yes, the mayor came to visit the house and said, "I can't believe the grandfather clock is
Welcome,
flying."
welcome.
They're like, "God damn it!"
I do
And as soon as he does it, the poltergeist threw it down the stairs.
Put some flex seal on that shit. You won't have any issues anymore. How are you? I'm great.
I wish we had elected that dog, Mayor. The dog is always happy to see you, indifferent cat, Mayor.
I am working
Yeah, 'cause
on
Fred, before this whole priest thing,
card art.
he had never showed any interest in Christian iconography at all. But when Diane came home from school the next day after the priest had come, they had this brass crucifix on the mantelpiece, and the thing flew off of the mantelpiece and stuck to her back like it was glued there. Like the mother tried to pull it off, and it was just glued on, like the cruciform in Hyperion.
That is the scariest. Good Hyperion reference. Thank you, Marcus. Also, that's the scariest punishment of all, just having Jesus just right on you.
Right on your back like that, yeah.
Yeah, and then that wasn't even the end of it. He waited until Easter Sunday, and when Jean woke up on Easter Sunday, she found that all the doors had been painted with golden inverted crosses, painted so perfectly it looked as if they were done with the stencil.
And then Gene tried to recreate them, right? Because he was like, "All right, someone's good." Like maybe he was using. We had a bunch of spray paint that they were using to redecorate Philip's bikes, right? And you're like, maybe he went and he took the spray paint and used it, and she tried to do it herself. But the fixative of it on the door made the paint fucking galuba.
Oh, I love this.
Literally made it so she couldn't even paint on shit. So she's like, "Well, this is some kind of bullshit." And what Colin Wilson says again is that there's something about a poltergeist's connection to matter, and they can manipulate it in a way. It's
What
the same
kind
thing
of
with
games were
application
you
about how
playing?
we can take something from inside of a closed
Were you
box
playing
and have
the
it appear
games?
someplace else.
So Fred is going through his sort of Banksy phase right now, and he's getting into religion, and soon he's going to take on big oil companies. He's going to let the world know pollution's bad.
No, another weird thing that happened involved keys. One night, as Jean was cleaning out the chimney flue, 19 keys came raining down. Apparently, Fred had gathered every key in the house and dropped them all down the chimney onto Jean's head. However,
these are heavy keys too.
These are big. These are big British keys because they used to have big old doors to keep the queens from running away.
Oh yes,
that's the thing. Only 18 of the 19 keys belonged to the Pritchard family. The 19th was one of those big old queen keys, completely unidentifiable and extremely old. And after the key appeared, so too did the Black Monk of Pontefract finally manifest itself.
Whoa. This is scary as fuck. This is where it gets to be, because now at this point they've gotten used to the activity. Yeah. It is constant now. It's like the knocking is all the time. They're saying that it's increasing every single day. Like now it's like the knocking has made cracks in the walls of their house. It sounds like there's fucking the whole house is shaking. People are hearing it across the street. So that if you walk down the street in front of the Pritchard house, the house looked like it was glowing. Yeah. Like it had
Just
like a
racing
weird
in
energetic feel
GTA.
around
Just got it
and
on
so
PC
things are
and
really
liking
going
it.
crazy. And so
Play it
finally
there.
they started seeing him.
Now they said that the Black Monk appeared to the parents
Prison architect.
first, as they were lying in bed one night.
The prison
door opened,
architects.
and standing before them was a tall figure in a hood. And when they turned on the lights, he vanished. The second person to see him was the neighbor they shared a wall with, a woman named May Mountain.
Hold on, there's a neighbor they share a wall with?
Yes, it's like a duplex. And she's hearing this
Like a
shit all the
duplex.
time. And she's seeing the Black Monk, and she's like, "It's got nothing to do with me. I don't know why."
Oh man, you gotta play that prison
Oh, that's
architect.
terrible.
Yeah, she said that she heard a noise behind her. She turned around and saw a tall figure dressed like a monk with a hood over his head. And then it vanished. But the thing that May Mountain said was that she never felt afraid. She said she just sort of felt curious when she saw the monk, which is actually what a lot of people said that they felt. It was more of a curiosity. Didn't really feel like danger. But as Henry said, the knocks, they were getting so loud that the Pritchards couldn't even talk to each other. And he also, for some reason, introduced animal noises into his repertoire.
Yeah, like cows and
barnyard
chickens.
noises.
Like all of this shit would just kind of pop up, and it felt like you had a farm in the house for no reason, out of nowhere, and it's just to piss them off.
I think that's kind of exciting, though. Everyone loves a good animal noise, a moo moo here and an oink oink there.
Yes, every child does.
Everyone, yes. He's just trying to entertain the kids.
It does sound like he's going into like his 4th album phase, where he's just like Tom Waits, or he's making fucking instruments out of bicycles and shit. He's just like, I don't know, this could be music.
But you know what? That's Tom Waits' best work.
Thank you.
The bicycle music?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's fine.
Yeah, Rain Dogs? Pff, get out of here.
Okay.
I liked Rain Dogs.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Get out of here because it's awesome.
What?
I can't even
Why are you saying opposite stuff? It's like when people say something's bad.
Am I supposed to go?
What? You have to leave.
Why do I have to leave?
Now, the climax of the entire tale came one night as the lights went out, as they had 100 times before. Jean, who was in the kitchen, heard a scream from the stairs and ran out to see what was happening. She came through the door to see her daughter being dragged up the stairs, her shirt stretched out in front of her as if someone was pulling on it. The other invisible hand appeared to be around her throat. The parents pulled her free and gave her a large brandy to calm her down, as you do with kids. Moments later, they saw that her neck was covered in red finger marks.
So they got her drunk?
Yeah, got to.
Yeah, I guess that's the only answer in this situation.
Yeah, I think that's how I would have spent. I think I could honestly live happily in a house that was riddled with poltergeist hauntings, as long as I'm loaded half the time.
You have to be loaded. I mean, it seems like they're monetizing it. They're flipping it. They should start charging, a ticket price.
Well, they hated the attention. That's what I like about this case, and that's different than the Amityville horror case and stuff. Is that they did not want the attention. They were truly British people that were like, we hate all of this shit. We just want it to be fixed. We're done.
Right.
We're like, no one's giving us an answer.
Oh, yeah. The father's just like, I got a menstruating daughter, a fat kid. I think he's gay. My wife hasn't touched me in 8 months. And now we got this goddamn ghost that she named Fred. And now she fantasizes about him.
Definitely sexually obsessed with Fred.
Good Lord.
And in the end, the solution, actually kind of dumb. Super simple. So it was a Scottish friend of Father Joe's, just casually mentioned, garlic. Sometimes they use garlic for like evil spirits and shit, like vampires and all that. Try some garlic. So Joe just went out and bought a shitload of garlic, hung it around the house. No more Fred.
They never cooked with garlic?
Not really.
No, British are a bland food.
I thought they liked a good garlic. Oh, that's the Irish.
No, the British, they boil meat until it's gray.
Yeah, but I do love gray meat.
You're okay, fine.
We're gonna get a full
I love
of it.
British food.
Here in a few weeks, we're gonna get a belly full.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the pub every single morning, and I'm gonna get.
I am really scared of this trip.
Actually,
chips and fish.
I am actually very terrified. They are much more accepting of day drinking in England than they are here.
Chips and fish.
Well, at least it shows that Fred wasn't Italian.
That's very true. They love garlic. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Yeah, I believe that. So that was it. So now Fred left because
Fred left, and they never had any more problems with poltergeist activity ever again.
But if you look up the Black Monk, of Pontefract, you're going to see many ghost investigators have showed up there. There are many pictures of entities that look like the Black Monk. It is not been debunked. It is still active. It's kind of waiting for it's waiting for the right person to come to have it go full fucking Super Saiyan again, and it's gotta wait until fresh eggs are born in there.
Yeah.
God, I love this story though.
It's a great story.
But last time it really creeped me out, and it's been a long time since I felt creeped out by a ghost story.
I think
it
looks pretty darn good.
The Black Monk of
I don't know.
Pontefract.
His,
a great story.
This
yes,
might
and
be
even close to this place when we go to the UK.
No. His beard is covering up the rest of his face.
First, and then
That's
Manchester
fine.
second, and I think
you know what? That's fine.
Between.
I'm
not really sure.
It just feels like his head is a bit small, but it's not because the beard is
It'll
hiding.
be a lot of fun.
It's all good.
And I think I'm pretty sure it's sold out.
All
we might have a couple of London
Gucci.
tickets left. We might be releasing some tickets.
It's
day
all
of. We're
Gucci.
gonna have
Now
to see
this
on
is
that. No
going to
promises
look
on that.
Also,
but
at the end of it. It's going to look like an MC Escher painting.
Then we're definitely
It's
going to
be a colored MC Escher painting.
So please go
Because
join our Facebook
MC
group.
Escher never
Follow us
used
at LP on the
he
left,
never used
to
colors,
see
but
if,
I'm going to
maybe
use
we can,
colors just
work something
because
out there.
I can,
Yep, and follow Henry on
just
Twitter
to
at Henry
be a
Loves You,
bit different.
Instagram at Dr.
But I think
Fantasty.
that's
Marcus
pretty
Parks is Marcus Parks
badass.
for everything. I'm at Ben Kissel on
As
Twitter and Ben Kissel1 on Instagram.
number
Make sure you watch our
22,
final
the
live
unknown.
stream for adultswim.com this Friday, 7:30 p.m. at Eastern Standard
On
Time.
the
Check it out.
ring,
Please
the
check it out
old.
live if you can. It's really awesome. It's been awesome.
Oh
5 weeks.
my God.
They like the
Oh
show.
my
We've been getting
God.
good viewers. We need
Cat
more all the time
Vaughn.
because unfortunately,
It's
they're
been
never fucking
forever.
satisfied.
You know,
Remember, guys,
It has
helps us out
been
more. We know that it gets archived,
forever.
but it helps us out more if you watch it live.
If you can, and if you know,
Have
if
you
call in and
been?
chat at us and send us
How
messages
have you
on
been,
Facebook, we do all the
girl?
shit.
Yeah, and as far as other upcoming live shows,
How's it
remember we're coming to
been?
Portland
It
and
has been
Seattle in
forever.
December. These shows will sell out. Portland is almost sold out already. So if you're planning on coming to the Portland show, definitely get those tickets right now because it absolutely will sell out. And it looks like Seattle's probably going to sell out as well. So do not wait. Don't sit on your asses on this one. Go get the tickets right now.
You don't have to.
There we go.
No, it's actually the easiest thing in the world. You just go
Yeah.
on your ass and just get the tickets.
How have you been, you lovely lad? Oh, I've been doing good. I've been doing good. I've been drawing my $10 commissions, which are $10 commission headshots
the Benson Bowl
for a bit.
And we've also got shows. We've got 3 shows.
I have finished
coming
all
up
the
in
regular ones,
2017,
and now
over
all
the
I've
United
got
States,
is
3
one
that
for
we are
myself
just a
that someone
tiny bit
paid
away
for,
from booking. We can't announce them
and
just yet,
this one,
but
which
we're gonna be
is
here
card
in,
art for
the
my
future. We're gonna be coming to a lot more towns in 2017.
for
the reason
my,
why we were able to do all of this shit is because you
my
gave
comic
to our
book.
Patreon.
So this
and
is
if you
the
feel like,
$10. This is
if you feel like that we deserve
basically what
even
the $10
from you, go to patreon.com/$10
$10 headshots look like, with a custom background that I drew
So
myself.
thanks to everyone who's
That I
given
drew
so
myself.
far, and
Yes,
thank you in the
yes.
future to everyone who gives to us then.
And thanks for supporting all the shows here on Cave Comedy Radio. Abe
So,
Lincoln's
yeah.
Top Hat for Politics. It's doing great. We're crushing news and politics.
It has been so
Round
good.
Table of Gentlemen.
It has been great. What were you
the Lucky
doing?
Bone Show for music. Marcus
So like something like this. Absolutely lovely.
Fucking what has happened?
It is shocking how smart, but
How
yet
did
stupid.
you get here today? You
I
literally
don't.
put it in your mouth and you somehow got it in your eyeballs?
I love the light and the colors. Thank you. Thank you. What have you? So what have you been up to? What
and of course,
were
the
you
Lucky Bone Show, Sex and Other
drawing?
Human Activities and
Would you
Page.
like to show?
Satan, everyone.
I would
Hail
love to
yourselves.
see.
And Hail Geen.
Hail me every day of your life.
Ah, gotcha. Well, don't you worry. Understood. Understood, friendo. No problemo, por favor. My goodness. My goodness gracious. So I've been in the middle of working on this. What are you doing? What are you doing, you little oinker? He is just a baby, that is for sure. I'm glad that you guys were enjoying yourselves. I have a Santa picture as well. What should I put this under? Let's go. Pictures, Clip Studio.
And I had a glass of red wine.
Under.
We were watching The Keepers. So these kids are getting diddled left and
just
right.
type in
I'm sucking on some big, thick old red wine and eating just chunks of dark chocolate like I'm a priest watching a child getting dressed in front of me.
I thought we weren't going to mention this.
Yep.
I didn't.
So this is supposed to be the unknown, but
I guess crumbles all over me. I go into the bed for sleepy times. I take off my clothes and look like a
I
dumbass.
am going to draw a cute Christmas picture.
I'm sure
I have it sketched out. The idea is sketched out. So I'm thinking of making Doom Guy's helmet and holding some lady's hand, some nice lady's hand, and in the reflection. It would be so good.
Making those sounds ever again, quite frankly.
I haven't posted it yet, but I am here. here. I'm so proud of you. I've seen your art improve so much over the months. Thank you. Here's the season for Christmas looting. Oh my god. Look
Sexy
at those.
Ghost Part 2, which means we've done a Sexy Ghost Part 1. I do want to clarify that.
We
Thank
have.
Thank you so
Now,
much.
all of the
I
stories
do
in
appreciate
Sexy
you,
Ghost 2,
Kat.
just like with Sexy Ghost 1, come from the book The Pregnant Ghost and Other Sexual
Guys,
Hauntings by Colin
it's
Waters.
totally fine to be
Please
lewd.
go buy this book. As it
It's
has
totally
many
fine to be
stories
lewd.
than just the ones we covered today.
No. Don't
It's
buy any
100%.
books, all right?
I'm
Because we need the book
100%
so we can do a Sexy
totally
Ghost
fine
3.
to be
No,
lewd.
we're
So
out.
we can't have you be reading these stories.
No, we're out.
It's
Sexy
okay to
Ghost
be
1 and
you.
2, we have run out of Sexy Ghost stories. The other ones are very sad.
Pregnant Ghosts.
Uh-huh.
Now,
That's one of the sad ones.
Oh, isn't that something?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they can't have abortions. There's no such thing as a ghost condom as well, I imagine.
I don't think
they can't
so.
do it. But I tell you, who I bet's a real sexy ghost? That Princess Diana. She had an unspoken sensuality.
She did.
And I believe that about her, too. I know she was classically beautiful, but those legs were like snakes.
But I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself and you've been
We
drawing.
don't want to talk about the
You've been
royalty that
improving
way.
so much, Kat.
Royal
I've
family.
heard you talk
All
shit
over
about
the
the royal
time.
family on multiple
You're
occasions.
so
In fact,
good.
We're going to Canada tonight, and I'm sure I'm
You're
going to hear
such
Diet Butt as soon as we
a
land on
good
the royal
artist.
The Queen.
I can't wait to see more of
But
yourself.
not Miss Diana. I didn't like that documentary they made about her recently.
Yeah.
They exposed too much. Leave her alone. Her kids
I'm
are
always so jealous of your stuff.
Our first story.
I'm so
the
jealous.
Skulls who had sex.
What's this story about,
Your stuff looks so good. It looks so high resolution, and I'm always like, oh man, I need my stuff to be
well, okay, maybe I'm
higher
giving away too
resolution.
much.
Don't give it away.
Well, this story takes place long ago in England,
But
between
I am.
Bolton and Bury in Lancashire.
This stuff is
at
better.
a place called
Shut
Timber Bottom Farm.
What?
Somewhere in the early 1800s.
As a tall guy, that's what I call my butt. The timber bottom.
I just hate the way
Well, you
that
know
English
what?
people name things. Why is it
I don't
want to
argue with my friends,
Why
so
do they
I'll
do
take your
this?
word for
It
it.
all just names
I'll
like
take
it
the
all just, It all
compliment.
just sounds like gnomes naming their pets.
Oh, timber bottom.
But you draw all these different kinds of styles and stuff like that. It looks
Well,
so
sometime
good.
in the early
Well,
1800s,
I just
pair
can't
of
change
skulls
different
were
styles.
found in a ditch
My biggest
along a
thing is
small
that
stream.
I'm kind of
This
stuck.
was their version of Netflix.
But I mean, it's also not a bad
Wow.
style.
Right now, that's just so
Or-
right, eh? You don't know nothing more than that. What are you, some kind of puffer? You want
Pat's
something
hair
more
and
and
scritches
more
behind his
entertaining
ears.
than two skulls
Oh,
facing
thank
each
you.
other probably used to
Thank
be
you so
just a couple of orphans.
I need.
My.
Is there
Well,
a
for some
is there a
reason, the
hand
owner of Timber Bottom
for
Farm
a
thought the
scritchins?
best thing to do was to take the skulls home, not because they were cool, but so he could use them
If
to
you ever
ward off
need
evil
help,
spirits.
tips, and trips
Bad idea.
I like it. I can see
through
that. No, it's not.
though,
I can
feel
see that
free to
working.
message
No,
me
it
on
is
Discord
not. Two
anytime.
skulls kissing?
I'd love to.
The
Oh,
kissing part
thank
is
you.
fine. Let's
Is there a
hammer the skulls,
hand?
thinking that that's gonna
Is there a
scare away
hand that
ghosts.
scritches?
Yeah, but it's
'Cause
obviously Ghost Kitty.
No, the
litter.
head pad.
That's
I don't
what
think I
scares
could do
away
the head
ghosts,
pads.
because they're
Because
in
I
love,
actually
and love conquers
head pads
all.
are.
Well, unfortunately for the farmer,
Head pads
bringing dick
aren't.
skulls into your home
They're not
usually
my
tends to
thing.
increase paranormal
But head
activity
scritches.
rather than
Now
ward it
that's
away.
my thing.
But for many years, the skulls
I was
sat on the
thinking
mantle in the
of
upstairs
implementing
bedroom
that.
without a
I have
single
no
peep
clue how.
coming from the skull.
What a waste! What a waste!
It wasn't
Oh,
until
yeah.
the lady of the house accidentally knocked one to
The
the
head
floor
pad.
while cleaning.
The head pad
and
one is
broke it,
nice.
Did the activity
Yes.
begin?
Man,
Oh,
he just went
thank
over.
you.
He just grabbed that maid
Thank
and
you.
he put her over his
I think of
knee,
that
and he gave her
VR
the
chat
shellacking of
where
her
John
life, and
Tron
she
was
just
on the VR
squirmed.
chat.
She just squirmed and writhed and giggled almost.
Where
at the
Piglet comes
ferocity
up
of
to
the
him and he's
spank.
like,
Have
"Do
you not
you,
masturbated this
do you
month?
want to
What's
do
wrong with
this
you right now?
awful
I
fucking
save it.
thing?"
Well, it was not this incident, however, that
And
caused
that's what
the
I'm thinking
haunting in
of.
question. It was
He's
only
like,
when the son took
he's
the
like, "Can you
skull
pet
out
my
for
head?"
repairs did the
Thank
haunting
you, sir.
of Timber Bottom Farm begin.
Where do you take
Or-
this fucking skull to go?
That's exactly what I was
Or-
thinking. Well, honey,
Let's
they
go
said
back
we
to
were stupid
lines.
for opening up this skull repair shop,
Keep
but look who's
doing
coming
it.
through the door. A satisfied customer.
Thank you for the
Well, I'm
raid,
just
though,
glad that our
Cat. Thank
son
you
is
so
an
much.
expert at manufacturing skulls.
I know that you are so super sweet and nice, and so sweet to me.
Back the flesh. And then if you want to pull the skull back together, You simply wish the devil to do it.
Ding ding! I've got 2 skulls here for you. I've broken one.
Thank God! I'm so glad you came!
Well, the night that the skull was out for repairs, a man was heard calling out into the darkness from the skull room, as if he was looking for someone he had lost. Ooh. When the farmer and his son opened the door to see who was in there, an eerie light had filled the room and objects were floating in the air. Needless to say, the farmer put a rush order on the skull repair, and it was returned by the next night.
I was most saddened to part with my new friend. How dare you wrestle him from my hands? I named it Amy Winehouse.
We got to get it back to the paying customer there, son.
But something about separating the skulls had opened up the ghostly floodgates as 2 nights later, during dinner, the farmer and his family heard an argument taking place upstairs, once again in the skull room. When they checked the room, the light from before had coalesced into full-blown apparitions of 2 men dressed in medieval clothes, pushing and shoving each other in the midst of an argument in a language the farmer didn't understand.
I just feel like
something
it's like
that an
Jeffrey
MC
Rush
Escher
fighting with
painting
Johnny
would
Depp just
look.
trash.
So that's where I'm going with in my head.
Oh, no.
And I
How
think
many
it's
times
really
has
coming
happened
out
during the filming
fairly
of Pirates
well.
of the Caribbean 4.
Well,
When
when
it's
I do
rolled
the
in your
shading,
neighborhood
that'll
in
be
full
the
fucking
biggest thing.
Constantly.
And when the ghost happened to knock
Lose
over an
you.
object,
I
the
wish I
object would
could
ricochet around
send
the room
everyone
like
to
a bullet
everyone
before settling
when
into an
ending.
orbit
I want
around
to
the
share all
ghostly
y'all's
neighborhood.
art, friends
Then
work,
a third
artists,
apparition
friends
appeared,
work.
this
Oh
one of a woman
yeah,
in her
I
red
know.
dress.
I feel the
She
same
tried
way.
separating the men,
Everybody's
but in the
so
darkness was
talented.
thrown to the floor.
Everybody is
She
amazing
disappeared as she
that
landed,
I've
and the
been
2 men
following.
followed her. And all the
Everybody
objects
has
in the
been
room
so
returned to their
stupendous in
original
art
position.
and also in
I feel like if you are
personality.
a woman and you don't
It's
want to die,
so good.
never wear a red dress.
I haven't had many
It's
bad
always a red-
experiences
it's
on
never
here
like a
so
nice
far.
purple or like a blue
So
gown.
it's been
It hides
pretty
blood.
incredible
Point of a
so
red
far.
dress is that it hides blood. It's supposed to be like when you get stabbed, but they
No.
can't see you, but you're still at your own wedding. And
I mean,
think the
nothing
woman in
is
the red
perfect,
dress
but
was Emma
so
Watson.
far so
And that's
good.
a blind items revealed. And why does this haunting sound like the Haunted Mansion?
It could be.
Well, Ben, I know what you're thinking right now. What are you thinking?
Now I'm thinking about Eddie Murphy in The Haunted Mansion, which was a comedy classic.
Well, I know it's in the back of your mind. Just get rid of the skulls.
Get rid of the skulls.
If the skulls are the problem, get rid of the skulls.
Oh, I was thinking skull therapy.
And they did try to get rid of them, even going so far as to throw them back in the same ditch where they were found. But the ghosts were now firmly anchored in the farmer's bedroom.
Tell me, is this my dressing room? I'm still in character. I won an Oscar for this.
I can't do a Jack Sparrow
Yeah,
impression.
there's some defo good artists. But that's the
Well,
question.
finally, the skulls
Who am
were
I going to
set on
send
the family
everybody else
Bible,
to?
Which was apparently large
That's
enough to
my
hold 2
question.
full-size human skulls.
Who am I
The activity stopped
going to
for a
send
few
everybody
months,
else
so
to?
the family decided to try
That's always
again
been my
with
question.
using them as decoration.
Okay.
The activity started right back up where it left off, but the tenor of the haunting changed quite a bit the second go-round.
What is a creepier paperweight? The booby weight that Jerry Brudos was using, or these skulls? I don't know.
Obviously, the booby weight is much creepier because I would have a skull paperweight. Marcus would have one. Marcus has a raccoon penis bone in his house.
This is not how you win this argument. You guys are extremely creepy.
Well, I just want to say we have stuff in our homes. Marcus has got certain paraphernalia in his home that makes him super creepy, and I have stuff. Yeah. I don't know if I should even reveal the stuff that I have in my home that has to sit in a drawer because Natalie won't let me mount it. But it's not human breasts.
I see.
It's just stuff.
Yeah. I've got no less than 6 skulls in my apartment.
Okay.
3 cow, 1 horse, 1 deer.
You know,
so I guess that's 5.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
No, wait, I have 7 because I've also got a deer and a coyote.
And I do want to point out that was an unprompted reveal, Marcus.
But this is, Marcus, can I also ask this? In your skull roundup, why don't you also list you and Carolina's?
I'll be right back, buddies.
We
Hugs
don't
both
stay
Boyd,
in the
Birdie,
house.
and
If
Goat.
we stayed in the house
If they
all
allowed.
the time,
If
then
it's
yes,
allowed.
That would be 2 more skulls in there. But our skulls move around.
I'm going to say hi to Cat Mom and make some coffee. Make some coffee.
Say 9 skulls
Make
and
that
end
cup.
with you and Carolina's.
Hugs are spice of life.
When you die.
I'm thinking.
Well, back to the haunting. The second
Broken
go-round,
spear.
as I said, the tenor had changed quite a bit.
Broken spear
The
and
fighting
broken shield.
had apparently been resolved as the sounds of an argument were replaced
by the heavy breathing of a man mid-coitus.
Man, if it sounds anything like me, then it sounded like...
That's what I'm thinking. And I think I'm gonna do.
You're right. You're right. You can. You're right. You're doing good. Yeah.
Just to really confuse the fuck out of people.
A farmer who had a big dinner trying to fit
Just to
into
really fuck with people. Because people will be like, what?
Well, when the family again looked into the
Broken
room, it was
shield and
pitch black,
broken,
but the sounds of
broken
copulation
spear.
were
I know
obviously coming
that.
from the
Oh,
skulls
man.
themselves.
Awesome, like Bluetooth speakers.
Like, oh, man.
Now,
He has such
evidently
deep
something had been
meanings.
resolved because from
Like,
that point
okay.
forward, the
All right.
haunting died
Fair
down.
enough.
Sure, there were some intermittent
That's what you want to
groans
think.
and moans,
That's
but
what
only
you.
in
That's
sporadic
what you
bursts,
thought.
rather than a full-on push.
Let us see who is on right
Those
now.
couples fight about. They don't need food.
Who
They don't
is
need anything.
Well,
on?
gossip around town was that many years before, a young farmer had fallen in love with the daughter of a local lord, which the lord, naturally, did not approve of. A scuffle between the young farmer and the woman's brother occurred, and
Yeah.
the lover was accidentally killed by a blow to the head.
That's not an accidental kill. That's a murder.
Involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
Manslaughter at the very, I would say manslaughter at the most. It's not first degree or second degree murder. That's manslaughter. Did you ever see Con Air? Did you ever see Con Air?
Yes, of course I've seen Con Air, and I'm an American.
I don't know
But
who we
listen,
have
all right,
on
you
so
have
we
to
can
understand
send
this. When
people
you
to
become
them.
a senator, you're going to have to learn how to navigate around this. Manslaughter's very different than
I don't know
premeditated.
who we have
I
on.
always remember that. That's your go-to.
Does
It's always
anybody have any
accidental. Just
suggestions?
slipped off the boat.
I understand
Like, you say
the-
stuff like that.
The Natalie Wood argument, or when Ted Kennedy murdered that woman with his car by leaving her to die. Yes, I understand.
Matthew Broderick. Matthew Broderick did the same thing.
Yeah, I just learned that recently.
Yeah, he killed a man.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, Vince Neil too.
Really?
Yeah.
He Matthew Broderick also sits with it with a heavy guilt. I actually literally went drinking with him one evening during when we shot a pilot together, and he brought it up several times over a very full glass of whiskey.
Wow. Well, he's a good guy then, quite frankly.
Good guy.
Well, because I'm telling you, Ted Kennedy would brag about it.
Yeah. Well, the girl in the story, quote unquote, died of grief soon after. And out of respect for their love, the local lord had the two lovers buried together. But just how the skulls and nothing else ended up in a ditch is still a mystery.
Let me look at some people that I could send.
I say that these two young
By the way, thank you
lovers
guys for
shall
sticking
be
around
buried
for just even
together
a
in
moment.
most
Thank you guys for being
romantic
awesome. I know it's so easy for
Look
you.
off the
So
head, Zoe, because I
Let's
want to
see.
see everyone cry just once I am alone.
Yeah. I'm also
Oh,
sure that
dude.
this, whoever put them
Let's-
together in that
let's
coffin
go
did some
do
creepy
art.
stuff, pushing, and all that nonsense.
what is a rabbit? Banana. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Everybody gets the girl of their dreams, and you just put one inside the other.
Grigor, get up out of there.
Get
You
outta
are a trainee. You are a gravedigger trainee.
Get out.
Well, our next story is called Fanny of Cock Lane.
Can't think of
Very
anybody.
Very much in our wheelhouse. Very much in our wheelhouse of humor.
For decades, 20 Cock Lane in London was known to be a
I hope no other men move in here. We'll have to call it 21 Cock Lane. We have to keep on changing the damn name of the lane.
Well, 20 Cock Lane had been known for decades.
Can
as
you
a
guys think of
hotbed
anybody? If I
poltergeist
got
activity,
nobody,
as most old buildings in England are.
They were literally
I'm ready
full
for bed.
poltergeist police officers in England. It's all ghosts. It's mostly ghosts because they're constantly paying for the crimes that they did. They invented imperialism, sorta.
Kinda.
You know what I mean? They definitely
perfected it.
took it to the next level.
Yeah.
They were boat-based. Any culture that's boat-based is going to have a lot of ghosts.
Well, one haunting in particular at 20 Cock Lane involved
I
a
mean,
young
I can always
servant
send you
named
to
Fanny.
our
And
favorite.
did you guys know that Fanny
Yeah, I'll
is
send you
now
over
a
to our
slang
favorite
term
guy.
for vagina. in England?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Did you know that, Ben?
I'll send you
seems like
guys
they
over
gotta
to our
get fixed that.
favorite friend.
I just Fanny.
D20 Thoughts, he's
does not
always on
seem-
at this time,
vulgar.
so
It's
he's a
vulgar.
great guy to
Fanny
just
is
send
known to be a
over.
vulgar word.
Because he
Are we saying
is
swear words?
just
When
fun
we
to
say
hang out
fanny
with.
pack, the English have a chuckle at us.
Really?
Let's make sure
because
that he's on.
assumes that they're using their vaginas as a purse.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, my
like it was
goodness.
filled with food for the winter, like they are hamsters, big
Oh,
upside down
wow.
hamsters. Now, also, yes, because Fanny's
Let's just
supposed
see
to
if
be
he's
naughty.
on, and then
Really?
we'll see if
Fanny's
we
like a
can
pussy.
who we're
Yeah.
sending over.
Oh, pussy. And
Oh,
so, like,
man.
Fanny of Cock Lane
Oh,
is
but
for Americans
already?
is like saying pussy of.
This is looking pretty darn good.
You know what I mean?
Already, this is looking like some
So do
real
they call
good
them
card
pussy packs?
tarot card art.
I'm confused.
Well, they call them bum bags.
Bum bags, so they wear them sort of near
I
the rear
might
there.
thin
Yeah,
out
well, I mean, I think
his
I
face
don't know where
just a
exactly
bit.
they
I
wear
think
'em, but
that's
I
what I'm
do
gonna
know that they
do.
call 'em bum
Is that I'm gonna
bags.
thin out his
Interesting.
face
Pro wrestlers
because
love
I don't
fanny
like
packs.
that how
Don't know
wide it
why.
is.
Oh, they don't
But I
have
think other
pockets.
than that, it doesn't
that's
look
right.
half bad.
Well, Fanny served at the pleasure of a tenant at 20 Cock Lane named John Kent. Now, Fanny was a superstitious girl from the countryside looking for a taste of big city living and was not the brightest
I
bulb
might
on the tree.
shrink the
Does everybody go everywhere on slides? I heard back in the day
The
that
boy.
everybody went everywhere on fun
The boy.
slides in Charlie Courts.
That's why
Everybody's
people
got a butler.
pick the
Is it
ward.
real?
That's right.
Or am I the butler now?
You're the butler.
Because I don't know. If you don't have a butler, are you then a butler?
If for every 10 people there's a butler and you don't see a butler around, you're the butler. That was a classic 20 Cock Lane joke.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just, I gotta tell you, I'm quite packed. I'm quite nannered. I'll need quite a bit of a snack. Thank goodness I smashed all this stuff inside my own fanny pack here. I got jerky in there.
Well, by the time Fanny started working at 20 Cock Lane in the 1750s, it had already been a long established.
I just want to
haunted
make sure that it's
house. After
not.
she started working there, Kent told her there was only one way he knew of to keep the peace.
Huh? How is that?
It
He
is
said
in a
that the only
rerun.
thing that stopped poltergeist activity was copious amounts of dirty, dirty sex.
What?
Huh. How
Weird.
convenient for the man.
Well, unfortunately for Kent, his wife was no longer up for ghost busting, if you know what I mean.
Sex.
Yeah, well, everyone knows what you mean.
So Fanny had to take
I
her
don't know.
place. Kent convinced Fanny that if she wanted to live a fright-free life, they needed to have sex as often as humanly possible.
But what do I do with my granola balls that are inside me, so? So I move them around to my bum packer. I've got my bum pack back behind it. I'll just put him in my ass then.
Oh my goodness. A human Pez, I guess.
Well, at first, she actually enjoyed the seemingly supernatural power of their affair, but she got pretty bored with the whole damn thing pretty fast. When things started to slow down and Fanny started
He
making
is on.
excuses
All right.
as to why she wouldn't sleep with Kent, he told her that the spirits had spoken to him and had been disappointed by the lack of sexual energy in the house.
I have a feeling that this Kent guy wears aviators because he sounds like David Koresh.
Kent also said that if the affair didn't recommence, then the haunting was sure to start back up. Kent even took it a step
All
further,
right, guys.
saying that
By the
if
way,
that happened, then the person
Friend is
refusing
awesome.
the
Friend is
sex
cool.
would be
D20 Thoughts
responsible
is a
and
radical
die soon
dude. I
after.
am tired. I am
like he's
getting
making all
sleepy.
this up.
So
Yeah.
thank you
Just
guys
have
for coming
sex
in.
with the
Thank you
new
guys for
Fanny
being
on the
awesome.
block.
Thank you guys
then
for
kind of
being
threatening her life.
amazing. I know
Well, Fanny
that I
stood
have
strong,
not done
as by this
much
point,
for
she
a
had
few
figured out
minutes,
that most
but
likely Kent had been the source
do
of the
want you to
haunting
know that
all
you
along.
guys are
I'm clever
appreciated.
enough.
You guys
I'm clever
are
enough.
amazing.
Don't say I'm not.
You guys
Sometimes
are
I put my bonnet on
stupendous.
upside down.
Thank you,
But that's
guys.
just because I got things on my mind.
I will see you guys next
But
time.
Kent only agreed to end the affair after Fanny threatened to tell his wife about the whole thing. But
Yeah.
as she was leaving,
And